spot. Oh, no! The pressure is now on the subliners. They are flying forward. You still have got Major in the backline, just in case. Sky! 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 What a three!
Vivid started to push up the wide flank. Look at that number one on the minimap. Vivid might have the angle behind both players, and he does. There's Vivid with the opening! Now Vivid, give him all three! I'm ready. A minute 20 doesn't look like a ton, but we've only lost 12 seconds off of this as they have just started to cut them down. 6 lives left. It's a little stab. Yeah, body shots, aBeZy, making it look easy.
Dead step back, focus on the fundamentals.
Well, how much harder is it this year, considering the title as well? Johnny, all right. Let's pause that point
Johnny
for a moment.
Tsunami.
Yes, Johnny.
Phoenix finds a second, and Kenny's left alone. Kenny, what are you doing?
Going up in the right moments here for the side of Thieves. They're 10 points away and both teams can win it. Insight's trying to flank behind. He's been taken down as well. The Thieves are running it up. All 4 members of Octane go down.
Did Kismet get anything done? He's going to go big. And he's pulling out all the spots. Oh, no! That is it. There is not a whole lot you can do.
No 1 versus 3 for Bant. He's alone. The green wall surrounds him. He finds the first. And Shotzzy, not gonna get it.
1v3 for Bantz's on the cards. 46 HP, just about surviving. Dashy is chasing him down. Which way is it gonna go as Bantz just played this absolutely perfectly?
Oh, Benjamin Bash with a 1 versus 3.
To the back line. Nice bit of work from Hydra. On to the point we finally go, and it's attached. The lone man finding the kills is attached, somehow stays alive, gets another. Great bit of work out of Røkkr. That's the break.
And with all this pressure, all this setup, Simp from third, shots through the window, pistol out, but Neptune, he'll get his first kill in this map too. 2 versus 3, not a lot of time.
You still have aBeZy to deal with. I mean, the shots are to come in. aBeZy does you take it down.
Yeah, look at where the other 2 are though.
We've seen it happen before. It takes quite a miracle, but who knows? Still 15 seconds left. It's just if Neptune can get into a spot, you need Slasher to stay alive.
He's going.
They're
He's
able to
going.
find one. It's all on Neptune. It's all on Neptune. And he got it. I think he got it.
Are you kidding? Still players inside the point, but the flank is in, and the flank for 3. That would have been the Glide Bomb, couldn't connect. And fun enough, after all of that, you still have Paul in the air.
Paul! He's hunting for it. He's hungry. The man seemingly doesn't miss. Oh, what the hell is going on?
It's the finale on the main stage. Up again, it's the king of the hill.
What does it mean to be the best?
They have just started to cut them down. 6 lives left. It's a little stab. Yeah, body shot.
To prove that you belong among the elite.
Scump gets it done again. The 1v3 clutch makes it look easy.
Who will rise to the occasion or fall to the pressure?
And Kenny's left alone. Kenny.
These select few will never back down, never rest, never quit.
Oh, it's over. Throw in the towel. But New York have done it.
Bringing pride to their cities and fans around the world.
Seattle, hold on. They line up for the comeback of time.
We summon these few to settle the score.
The center can't quite do it, but it's Cammy on the other side of it. It's King Cammy goes off.
The kills come in for London, and they shut them down.
And Afro gonna get one. Does and tries to get out. Look for the second Afro.
There can only be one true champion.
And it's Methodz once again. It is gonna be City for the winning. Few more points before this one is done and dusted. Oh my God, it's in! They've done it!
Day 2 of the Call of Duty League Championship starts now.
Hello, Los Angeles.
Angeles. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to day 2 of the Call of Duty League Championship weekend here at the Galen Center in Los Angeles, California. We back, baby. Not only the second time here, day 2. Crazy scenes if you were here yesterday, if you may have been one of the many hundreds of thousands of folks who watched online. It really was an incredible show indeed. Today will no doubt be crazy as well. We cannot wait to find out what the hell is going to happen here in this fantastic arena. All we can promise you, friends, it's going to be a damn good time. And family friendly? Probably not, but we're going to enjoy ourselves either way. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the HQ here. This is the start of the show. My name is Miles Ross. I'll be your host. I'm joined by Chance, aLLeY, and Nameless. Guys, we are going to have a great day. Guaranteed. But how are we feeling after yesterday's affairs? Names, we'll start with you.
Listen, I'm feeling amazing. We had Game 5s across the board. It's only right for champs, and I cannot wait for today. We know it's going to go to Game 5. Like Chance said, let's just play one and dones. Let's just get that round 11, round 11 hype off rip.
aLLeY, how are you doing? You good?
I'm doing lovely. I watched some cooking shows. I dreamt of cooking, and now I get to watch teams cook each other on main stage. It's going to be a great day.
Oh, magnificent, Mr. Ashworth. We spent a lot of time yesterday together screaming over the gameplay. How are you doing?
I'm trying to conserve my energy, you know, like those like round 11s and then Game 5s. Like it is like that was Thursday. We have so much Call of Duty left to be played, so I'm trying to be ready for the end.
You know, we'll be ready for something, friends. Here, let's take a quick look at the bracket now of how yesterday went down and how today will go down as well. Left-hand side of the screen, as you can see, nothing but Game 5s. Yesterday was truly a spectacular day of COD, breaking records, hearts, all sorts was getting crushed yesterday on that main stage. FaZe, Surge, OpTic, Thieves, winners round 2 today. We've also got the Subliners and Ravens and Ultra and Breach in the elimination bracket. And guys, that means that one of those teams in each of those matchups is going home. Nameless, will you shed a tear?
Man, that's tough. I know some players might shed a tear. I mean, you play your whole year for this, and you know you're gonna go back and like it was Game 5, that first series. So they're gonna lay it all out there, man. I mean, these teams, a couple of them have been pretty inconsistent over the last couple of months, but we know about Ultra, we know about New York. They can make these runs in the lower bracket. And even Breach, like they look good in their match yesterday. We saw some big moments, so we truly have no idea who's gonna win either of those games.
We may not know who's going to win these games, but we know when they're going to play. Schedule now on your screen for day 2 here. This is Friday. First and foremost, the London Royal Ravens are going to be taking on the New York Subliners. That is an elimination matchup. One of those teams is going home. After that, Breach versus Ultra, same case. And then our winners bracket matchups, the last half of the day there. Surge, FaZe, Thieves, OpTic to close out the day. And woo-hoo-hoo, it is going to be a ton of fun indeed. Chance, are you prepared mentally, spiritually, emotionally?
I mean, look, we're getting there, but like it's bangers, right?
It's
At the
all
end of the
day.
day, like OpTic versus LA. Even before that, you get like Seattle, who might have the curse-like edge against Atlanta FaZe. Atlanta, obviously the team champs last year, trying to like not have a nightmare season. The only way they can avoid that is with a win. So it's a spicy day indeed.
Yeah, let's talk about that one indeed. Seattle versus Atlanta, one of our winners bracket matchups coming up later on today, guys. Should be a real good one. And of course, we're running it back from what a major final.
Yeah, I mean, Seattle's had FaZe's number. I mean, they've been the thorn in their side all season long, and I really think it's just like the way Seattle plays. They're hyper-aggressive. Pred is unbelievable versus FaZe. He absolutely turns up, and they've dominated FaZe in the controls. So that's definitely where, you know, FaZe is going to want some redemption here. And, you know, after what we saw to Seattle yesterday, control wasn't looking that great, aLLeY.
Yeah, not at all. And honestly, I want to touch on the hard points. And a little side note, I saw Nikki D yesterday. So Classic is here. So if I'm Atlanta FaZe, I am sweating. But it's really about the hard points for me right now because they're so back and forth. Seattle is first in break percentage since the start of Stage 4. Atlanta has dropped down to 6th. They were 11th. So honestly, some improvement in that game mode. But we know every time these two teams match up, it is an absolute gauntlet of a series, Miles.
Every single time. Now, aLLeY, there's been one change. You touched upon this briefly yesterday. You have been bringing this up. Mack has had somewhat of a difficult run in the last few months. What's going on there?
I don't know, and it's really upsetting, right? Because he was probably one of the most exciting kind of like underdog players that we have seen this year, and he just hasn't been the same the past 2 months. You can see the .75 versus London yesterday, and when we talked to Sib in the interview, he was like, you know what? It wasn't the win that we wanted. It wasn't the win that we should have pulled out, and we need to do better. So there is a lot of expectation specifically on Mack heading into this matchup today against Atlanta.
Oh, pressure is on. Well, on the other side of the stage, though, it's going to be Atlanta FaZe. We'll be touching upon now, guys. I mean, a lot of pressure for them just to try to get a win in the Vanguard season at all. I mean, they're still one of the strongest teams in the league. Chance, what's going on?
Well, I mean, what's going on is they just haven't had it in the finals. That really is the only thing. They've been godlike other than that. And it'll be a fun one because, like, you know, we talk about aBeZy.
he hasn't been quite up to that like Cold War status. And granted, it's not easy to be in like an MVP form, but yesterday he was looking like he might have been in that ballpark. And even just for the matchup against Surge, like it's a couple rookies on one side going against a bunch of guys that are like two-time world champions, and it'd be an interesting one, right? Because I think this would be what, the fourth like, you know, COD Champs finals that Simp and aBeZy have been to in a row. Sheesh. If they can get there, so there's no shortage of dominance when it comes to this event for FaZe.
And what's really scary is that at the beginning of the series yesterday, it was like, oh, what is happening to Atlanta FaZe? But the next 3 maps, once they were in a rhythm, they looked literally unstoppable in all of those game modes. And it all started with aBeZy, right? Like throughout the entire series, he just kept getting better to end that Berlin S&D with a 2.75. That's definitely going to be your player to watch when it comes to the series today.
Might put a not safe for work tag on these stats. They're pretty gross, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he popped off, but they outslayed them by a lot on that game 4, still narrowly won. Like, they were making some pretty bad plays there. The hard point, honestly, out of Atlanta FaZe did not look great yesterday. It's going to have to be way cleaner today, because if aBeZy can't keep up that level of play, bailing them out in these situations, it might go south.
Ooh, we'll see what happens. Well, we're going to go a little south, down to Texas. That's what we're going to be talking about next, their matchup with the LA Thieves. This should be another absolute treat. Chance, LA Thieves, yesterday looked good. OpTic looked good. Game 5's abound. How are you dressing for this one?
I mean, dressing for success and dressing for the Game 5, so make sure that like we're prepared for this sweat, because like we know it's going to be intense, but I just think this is like the narrative series. Like the number of storylines you have between these two like organizations. Nadeshot versus OpTic, Envoy the Prince going against the King. Like Kenny and Octane also have a deep history playing against OpTic, so it's just going to be a fun one, and especially for the fact that like OpTic, who have been arguably the best S&D team in the game across the entire year, well, Thieves have also hit that form, so if we're expecting Game 5s in that S&D, you know it's going to be a battle.
Oh, I think this series is Game 5 easy. That's probably like the easiest Game 5 call overall, but Octane pulling out a 1.2 yesterday is actually pretty insane, because we were watching everybody in LA Thieves do well, but for this series specifically, for me, it's obviously the control and S&Ds. We're talking about the 2 best search and destroy teams in the game going head to head, but that control is what really gets me, because LA Thieves right now is first in all categories when it comes to control. OpTic Texas, the OpTic Texas, who was undefeatable in control throughout the entire regular season, has dropped down to 11th. There's only 8 teams here, so they have gotten worse than some of the teams that hasn't even qualified for champs. So I am very worried for the OpTic Texas camp when it comes to this series.
aLLeY, that is a very, very interesting dagger to throw there just before this one gets underway. Let's talk Texas, though, because, again, if control is not the mode to worry about, obviously search and destroy has been great for both of them. Like, what happens in this series, then? How are you feeling?
I mean, I think the search is the most important. I mean, obviously, it gets a bit interesting here. People have been, like, G-Check and OpTic on Bocage, playing them on it repeatedly, and it seems like OpTic is feeling a little bit more comfortable on that map in the hard point. But if we do manage to go to Game 5, like we have in every single series, like, I like OpTic's chances. What we saw versus Toronto was beautiful. Like, they were not biting the bait. We saw some really good plays out of Toronto, honestly, wrapping the bomb back and forth, trying to bleed the rounds out. OpTic was just holding still, taking their time. The composure was there. I mean, we've seen these guys win like 3 or 4 round 11s in their last couple of series on land. They have the ice. They're making the plays. So it's a great search and destroy team that I think will give LA Thieves a ton of problems in the way they play.
It's going to be a lot of fun indeed. They had a bit of trouble dealing with Toronto last night, but in the end, a win's a win. This should be a fun one. This is the way they stack up since stage 4, and Chance, I mean, it's close enough, right? It's going to be a showdown later today.
And it'll also be fun just because I think the pick and bans are going to be fairly straightforward. I don't know if any curveballs are going to be thrown by either of the teams, so they know what they're getting into. They know what like the game plan and preparation is going to be, but again, that control is definitely the biggest discrepancy. I'm assuming it's going to end up being in a Gavutu, and obviously for OpTic, like they got the round 5 defense and just collapsed towards the end, so I know like statistically they're towards 11th, but I think it's just like a clutch factor issue. They have it in the search and destroy without question, but for control, they need to start closing out these games.
We'll find out all that happening later on today. Before that, though, we're going to throw to a quick commercial break. On the other end of this one, we are finally going to be giving away our Rookie of the Year and our regular season MVP awards. You don't want to go too far. All that after the break.
So won't you go ahead and tell me when you had enough? I'll give you one more shot when the camera's up. But this one you gon' have to duck. Tell me about your lifestyle, really. We've been on the road to the tank go empty. I'ma keep going to the long con. Give me if you wanted me to stop, then you can't come with me. Thinking you the best, silly. We about to put it in your chest, really. And I don't think you really want problems. Think you know the outcome when you come around, dog. You thinking you getting me? Is you kidding me? Ripping everything
Hi, Austin/Røkkr here with Zenny Eyewear. Here's a pair of LA Guerrillas Zenny frames. Pretty nice, huh? Well, let's see how they fix this leaking bucket. No way! Now, how about removing this coffee stain? Now more absorbent than ever. But wait, there's more. No way! Wow, I can't even see it.
We can't see it because it's blue!
Those commercials only get better. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the CDL. We're almost ready to get today's matches underway, but yes, as promised, on the other side of that break, we are going to be looking up now our Rookie of the Year and our regular season MVP awards. Got to give them out. You guys have voted. The votes are now in. Everyone's tallied them up. We had a team of about 4,500 people putting together those numbers. This is all a lie. I'm completely joking. But it is really cool to see how the votes have come in. The results are there. A couple of surprises, guys, when it comes to Rookie of the Year, and some very, very obvious results as well. Let's touch upon, who we think could be our Rookies of the Year. I mean, first and foremost has to be Pred for me. Yeah. Without a shadow of a doubt, he's come out of nowhere and he's turned the league upside down.
Yeah, I mean, this guy is ridiculous. Like, I think it's so impressive, like, the stats alone were enough to get him the Rookie of the Year shout, but also, like, the circumstance. This guy comes from a different region, not playing against the North American talent, which has been the dominant talent in Call of Duty for a long time, and he comes over here and he impresses not only in the stats, wins a championship, and also the head that this guy has on his shoulders. Like, he's such a good teammate. You hear his teammates talking about him in practice, how hard he goes. So Pred, without question for me, was the #1 shout, but also his teammate, Simp, has been nasty, aLLeY.
Yeah, no, I'm right there with you. I mean, that's a player, like, to have 2 candidates for Rookie of the Year on your squad, like, shout out to the Seattle Surge, but I think what's so impressive about Simp is he's always with his head down, right? Like, he's been one of the most composed players that we've seen this year, and he's always just about getting the job done. Like, we need to get better. We always need to be improving and playing our game, and he's shown it with the numbers as well. Like, when we saw them playing yesterday, something that stood out to me about Simp was Pred in that first map was 34 and 15, and Simp was only 27 and 20, but they had the same damage. They both had over 3,100 plus damage, so Simp will always get his own. And not only that, like, the clutches that Simp will do on the map, doesn't matter what gun is in his hand. You need him to pop a 2 or 3 piece, he's going to do it, Miles.
And I would just say, though, for, like, Simp, it's just, like, the eye test for me, right? Like, you watch this guy play, and even in Challengers, it's just, oh, he will be a pro one day. That is, like, no questions, almost expecting to be MVP. It's like a Dashy and Cellium kind of, like, prototype-esque player. Like, it's just a disgusting skill cap this guy has. He just kills quicker.
He really does. Another player we want to touch upon, of course, from Boston Breach, Nero, man. He has been truly explosive, popping into the scene, making a big difference then.
Yeah, and, I always tend to lean towards the SMGs when it comes to this, like, if the stats are there, and Nero, like, he's been absolutely unbelievable. And if Pred wasn't this generational talent, I honestly would have given it to Nero. I'd be like, I think this guy's the Rookie of the Year. But Nero, I mean, we got to show him some love. He has been going off. I think it was like stage 3 where he really stepped it up, especially in the search and destroy. He just had some ridiculous performances, 15, 16 kills, taking over games, aces. And then in the respawn, like, once you added another SMG to be aggressive with them, do some more of that dirty work in Vivid, he's been lights out. So can't say enough good things about this guy.
I mean, he also has those moments where, like, oh, it looks like he's having a bad game, and then, oh, boom, 10 streak just, like, immediately starts taking over. Like, again, sort of like that eye test kind of player. He just has a gross level of skill, always fun to watch, and the kill record on bokash.
Oh, he does have the record. We'll see if someone can change that this weekend, though. But that's it, guys. No more speculating about who the Rookie of the Year will be. We now get to find out. It's to the stage with Guy Blaze.
Thank you so much, Miles. Los Angeles, how you doing? We have had a fantastic season here at CDL, and now it is time to commemorate our players out there. And to help me out, we have the commissioner of the league, Daniel Sy.
Appreciate that, Blaze. Thank you, everyone, for joining us here in LA, and all of you tuning in to help us celebrate this year's most spectacular players. I'm very excited to be announcing for the first time ever our Rookie of the Year award. This year's class was very, very deep. We had 9 eligible rookies. It's no easy feat making it up to the top of this list. But in doing so, this rookie actually made it onto our all-star first team as well. He's got that Aussie swag and the talent to back it up.
Yeah.
This year's Rookie of the Year is Pred.
The man himself, Pretty Boy Pred in the building, coming out with the Rookie of the Year award. Pred, you have had such a fantastic season. What does this award mean for you?
Honestly, this award means the world to me. At the end of the day, the chip is the most important, but this award means a lot. It determines all the hard work this year. Coming from Australia, you know, a league that's really not, you know, even looked at. Coming over from there and, you know, playing the way I did this year is make my family proud and my teammates as well.
Yeah, and I know they're all so proud of you. And coming over here and playing with the Seattle Surge organization, talk to me about your teammates, the org, the coach, and the guys that help you get to this spot.
Honestly, I wouldn't have a chance to even receive this award or even be on this stage if it wasn't for my teammates, my organization, my family, my coaches. Without them, they, you know, set me up for success. It was more about me just succeeding in what they presented me. So, you know, I think I did a good job of that. But without them, I wouldn't be standing here right now.
All right, all right, all right. Any last words you want to give to these crowds out, to the crowd that's been supporting you?
I just want to say thank you to all the fans, everyone that supports me and my team. You know, it's just the start of the journey, so I hope you guys are coming along. So I appreciate you guys, man.
Give it up for Pred one more time. Miles, what a guy.
What a guy. What an unbelievable season he has had. Rookie of the Year, truly well deserved. And for Pred, it turns his life upside down as well. It's not easy moving across the planet, you know, playing Call of Duty may be all fun and games, but that was a life-changing move. And wow, has he changed the league indeed. Guys, Pred, what a player.
I mean, I think one of my favorite like Pred moments from this year is like after he first started to have success, throws on the Twitch stream and just like he does a shoey. Like he starts to celebrate, having a grand old time. And it's just, I mean, the guy is comedy. His interactions with Temp, so it is like the caliber of player on top of the personality that he brings, always fun to watch.
And he's, again, Seattle Surge across the board, they're always so humble about it. They're like, you know what, the work isn't done yet, the job is not done, but overall KD first this season as a sub, like, once again, like, you just can't, like, say how impressive this is as a rookie to do what he's done. Like, he's got his first chip, they're now about to make possibly a decent deep run at the championship. Like, there's just not enough good things you can say about Pred.
And not only does he get his first chip, like, he wins MVP at the tournament. Like, this guy beats FaZe twice. He's absolutely taken over. And then he comes into champs, like the very first map of the tournament. Like, you have those jitters. This guy starts off like 26-7, just dominating the game, making a statement like, no, I'm not a one that I'm here to stay. So I'm pretty sure Seattle is happy to put the franchise tag on this guy and keep him for years to come.
They really should. And the only other player to do something very similar to that in their opening season was Simp. So hey, man, heavy, heavy spot to be in. Let's talk now about our regular season MVP, though, because again, another really important season accolade to give it away. Last year, it was Simp himself. This year, who knows, friends? We've got some very obvious candidates, guys. very, very obvious candidates. First in, Cellium. I mean, unbelievable from start to finish, no matter what the situation, he's the guy.
He is the Terminator. I'm talking about knows the game down to like every single little detail, shoots through walls, has the X-ray vision, the movement on point. Like, I mean, truly and utterly godlike. Even when like FaZe was, you know, quote, struggling at the very start of the year, he's dropping 2 3.0s in Search and Destroy. Watching this guy play, it is genuinely scary. However bad the situation might seem, I always have belief that he can pull something off.
And no matter what, he's positive. Like, no matter what, he is dropping a 1.2, 1.3 in the series. Like, I feel like sometimes we get so rose-tinted glasses when it comes to Cellium, because what he does is just like, we're unfazed by it because it is Cellium, because it is not surprising that this caliber of player is continuously getting the ace, getting the 12-0 in the SNDs, like the one that's double positive in the series. Like, Cellium is insane, but the one that's right next to him, we have to talk about it, is going to be Dashy. I mean, what a turnaround for this player, especially at the start of this year. Like, he's been coming out swinging in.
I mean, this guy, I mean, statistically, he's right next to Cellium. Dashy has developed so much as a player. I mean, you got to think as well, like, Dashy gets so much criticism on social media across it. He's had to shut that out, and he's improved a lot with this team. I mean, for this roster as a main AR, there were times where I questioned, like, can Dashy be a main AR? He just feels more like a Slayer type player. This year, he has been a phenomenal main AR, if not, you know, the best main AR in the league right next to Cellium at times. So Dashy, I mean, definitely deserves his shout. It's been the community argument, like, who is it, Dashy or Cellium? Dashy has the championship, Cellium doesn't. The performances there is just who has the bigger impact.
And I gotta say, it is is honestly comedy. Like, you can break down the stats map by map, pick a category, damage, kills, like literally everything. Insanely comparable, dude. It is literally neck and neck. So, I mean, they're almost the exact same player. Every good thing you say about one, you can apply to the next.
Well, the last guy we're going to be talking about today, Kenny, is one of our candidates for MVP season. aLLeY, it's been late, but he's a late bloomer, but boy, did he bloom.
I'm right there with you, and this is a player that I have to give so much props and flowers to. I have probably been one of the bigger Kenny critics of this year, just switching that role into that sub and having to learn that in the middle of the year and then pulling out a championship at the end of it. And since then, Kenny has just been lights out, specifically on the Berlins and Tuscans. I mean, he just absolutely takes over maps, and it is so impressive for me to see the championship caliber of Kenny.
Yeah, I mean, when you talk about valuable player to a team, like Kenny is certainly the most valuable player on this roster. Like, when he turned it around, I mean, they win a championship. And, you know, they've been competitive on LAN all season long. So I think he definitely deserves to be recognized because this guy made a role swap that is so difficult to do mid-season. And then to get to the top and get that championship whilst being the player who was, you know, statistically underperforming to then being top of the list, that is extremely impressive.
He did say that one of the sort of accolades he wanted to carry through the season was to be able to go up against some of the best SMGs in the league, and I quote, fry him. And let me tell you, friends, he certainly did. Kenny, another great standout there for the regular season MVP. However, guys, that is it. It's time now to throw back to the stage. Daniel, the commish, down there, ready to give the award out.
Now for the big one, Most Valuable Player Award. To be honest, this year's voting was pretty one-sided. This player earned 90% of the first place ballots this year. He knows how to maximize every spot on the map, and he's been an absolute force on this year's most consistent team. The 2022 Call of Duty League MVP is Cellium.
Cellium in the building. Oh my God. How does it feel coming out on top with this MVP award?
I mean, it honestly feels amazing, man. You know, I just want to say, like, shout out to my teammates. You know, all of them helped me, like just be the player I am and just help me and play the way I play. So I just want to shout out to my team, man.
Hey, shout out to Atlanta FaZe and the squad over there, Simp, aBeZy, Arcitys. And so when it comes down to being the most valuable player of the league, MC, how do you stay so cool, calm, and collected out there? What is your drive to be the best?
Yeah, I mean, like for every match, I always try to just play my game and just play comfortable. You know, I'm like literally on stage, I'm putting my leg up, so I'm just trying to play like at home. Yeah. And yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it.
All right, yo. Any shout out you want to give to Atlanta FaZe fans out there who've been cheering you all season long?
Yeah, I mean, I want to shout out all the fans that came out and try and support us. So, I mean, I appreciate every single one of you guys, and hopefully we take this tournament home for you guys.
All right, give it up for Cellium one more time. Coming out with your Most Valuable Player Award. Miles, let's talk about the MVP.
Oh man, MVP, Cellium. Could there be anyone else, An?
I mean, and when you talk about Cellium, his impact in the game, it's always there. He's taking over clutching, but also out of the game, the mental warfare that this guy has on the rest of the league. Like, if they weren't struggling enough against him, he just does things like that. Play with my leg up, like, I'm just gunning you. Like, and he just plugs his mic and says something crazy to throw you off. Like, this guy is an absolute Terminator, as Chance said, and he definitely deserves it.
Yeah, it's been a really impressive season for Cellium. I mean, without even picking up a win, you got to say it, Chance, they've still proven to be one of the more dangerous and dominant teams regardless.
And look, I mean, I know they haven't gotten a win, but I think they're just saving it up for champs towards the end, right? Like, it is comedy. The past 3 years, it is just Atlanta FaZe members, like, trading off MVPs. You could make the argument for just about any of them, so it'll just be MC this year, but I don't know. He is just like comedy. It's like the play style that he has is terrifying to play against. I don't know if I want to call it like trash talk necessarily, but you're right. There is mental warfare going on when he's on this map. Like, he is the last player I ever want to have to play against.
Do you remember the All-Star tournament we did a while back? There's the 1v1s and he was like fighting Attach in NW, and he was like, I'm going to kiss you. I'm going to kiss you. I'm going to kiss you. And Attach was like, wait, what? And then he killed him. We were like, he's a genius. Yeah. He's a maniac. Yeah. He's brilliant. And now he's our regular season MVP. Congratulations again to Cellium. Congratulations to Pred, our Rookie of the Year as well. Truly well-deserved accolades for those great players. Guys, guys. Now, let's talk fan pick'ems. You, at home, have all been voting who you think is going to win this whole thing. And what do you know? OpTic Texas are tippity-top the boards there in the pick'ems predictions so far. 49.7% of you. That is a solid chunk. I'm even more impressed by, you know, how heavy the drop-off is after Thieves, Chance.
I think that's honestly like kind of reasonable. You definitely want more of like an even spread across like at least the top 6, maybe 7 teams because of how competitive that it's been. But if I were to make sort of a power rankings, that is not bad at all.
I mean, Surge only have a 2%. It's a little wild there.
That's a little, again, you know, more spread.
Yeah, a little bit more spread, but honestly, yeah, they did all right.
And we'll see. You know, great job there from the fans voting, you know, who you truly believe is going to win, who is going to be added to our wall of champions powered by Scump. Don't forget, friends, if you haven't already, dive on down, take a look at that bad boy. It's very beautiful indeed. Great memories, or some tragic ones, depending on who you support. But the wall of champions powered by Scump and the 2022 championship trophy right there, all available downstairs. Have a little look and get a snap or two. Make sure to tag us in it. We love to see those sort of things. Now, don't forget, guys, we've got all sorts of goodies happening. You know, whether you're at home, whether you're here in the venue, don't forget, link your accounts. That's your YouTube account and your Activision account, and you can get all of these sweet goodies on screen. Weapon charms, emblems, calling cards, you name it. Sprinkles the weapon blueprint as well. I believe that's the Cooper Carbine, an absolute treat. And Nameless, you had a great idea. Actually, no, was it Chance? Someone had a great idea in the green room about a new calling card. Yeah, a new calling card.
I think it was me. Well, I was saying they should use the first blood at Toronto Ultra because they were getting blooded yesterday.
Oh!
We have some great ideas in the green room.
Toronto.
It was Eagle, wasn't it? Eagle Child. More on that later. I have butchered this joke. You know what we're not going to butcher, though, is MW2. Here it comes, friends. Don't forget, on Sunday, lots more fun to be had. Tune in on Championship Sunday for a special segment on Modern Warfare 2. Find out what is next for the Call of Duty franchise with a special guest interview taking place on Sunday. That's going to be a lot of fun. Very interesting indeed to see what happens there. And who knows? Maybe we'll give some things away along the way. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to go to a quick break. And when we get back, it is almost time to get today's matches underway. Day 2 of the Call of Duty League Championship weekend starts right after this.
But maybe it's time to get a little bit messy, a little bit rowdy.
Let's get it going! Let's go!
The crowd fired up.
Here we go.
This is going to be a spicy one indeed.
Oh my god! It does not get more intense than this, for God's sake.
Oh my god! What is going on?
How does he do it? Give it to him, he will take it. This is a heavyweight matchup.
I hit the ground running on the day I arrived. Now it's time to shift this whole thing into overdrive. Check the dash, tank full of gas. Everything's in place to dominate the race. In my mind's eye, I can see the finish line. Ain't no way in the world they gon' steal my shine. Walk how I walk, they can't do that. Talk how I talk, they can't do that. Move how I move, and they can't do that.
The 1v3 clutch. It is hard not to be a believer.
Do that. Come on, talk how I talk. They can't do that.
Shot from Simp.
They can't do that.
Absolutely destroying.
Here comes the glide. This is a special one.
He's done it. What? And for the king, Arcitys gets Chris rocked. One way or another, it was inevitable. That is unbelievable.
We got a squad, baby. Still looking like the best player in the world.
That is disgusting. Ice in the veins indeed.
It's done! It's done!
I'm ready to run through a brick wall after that video. Boy, are we hype! Almost ready to get the New York Subliners versus the London Royal Ravens underway here in the Galen Center, starting day 2 with an absolute bang. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the desk. Guys, this is it. Day 2, almost ready to rumble. Everyone pens down, finish your notes. We'll get on with the series in a moment. Chance, what do we think, man? We saw both these teams play yesterday. High-level thoughts?
I think these are like 2 teams that have been, what, top 3 in the game at different portions. Literally at the last major, New York was getting like 2nd place. So these are heavy hitters, and and one is going home, so they are staring down the barrel of heartbreak and who can show up on the day.
Well, we'll find out who shows up on the day, and now we're going to find out where they're going to shop. Maps and modes, ladies and gentlemen, now as the vetoes are all done, Gavutu, Desert Siege Gavutu, and a double Berlin to close out the series, because let's face it, guys, Game 5, it happens, aLLeY.
Yeah, and again, this is one of those series where most of the maps, I mean, these teams are really squaring up on some of their best, except for that Game 5, Miles. Now 3-10 on the side of the London Royal Ravens, so they want anything but a Game 5 when it comes to this layout.
Yeah, I mean, I'm interested for that Gavutu control. Like, I mean, we've seen New York play well out there at times, but also, like, that's a map London, like, at least the control at times have been good on as well. So that's the big one for me in this series.
Yeah, London is going to be a tough one. Chance again, we saw them yesterday, a bit of a heartbreaking defeat for them. I think it would have been a lot more fun if you're a Ravens fan to, you know, have that cushion in this tournament. But, you know, they find themselves staring down the barrel of defeat. Do they have what it takes?
Well, they have what it takes, but I think the question is the ARs, right? Like, Gizmo has not been the same player from online to LAN. We've yet to see it. And I'd say, honestly, for both of these teams, I trust all of the SMGs. It truly is the ARs, especially on maps like Gavutu, where we got two in the mix that I just want to see if they can show up. Like, obviously, Trey, one of the most legendary EU players of all time. We have high expectations for him, but it is really just that AR counterpart. That is where I'm staring at. And, of course, the same can be said for Paulehx. It is two guys that have underperformed.
I'm right there with you. And when it comes to the game fuel keys to victory, they need a rebound series from Nastie. He had a .77 versus Seattle yesterday, but a 1.0 at Major 4. What's interesting about a player like Nastie is I feel like he always gets better on land. So to see that KD for me is a little bit surprising, and I am expecting a big bounce back today, but also in control. I'm not that worried about it because it is Gavutu, and Afro is one of the only SMGs in the league that is very comfortable on that map. When London is doing well, it's because Afro is in his element. He had a slow start yesterday, but he was absolutely frying by the end of that series. So unfortunately, they still lost it, but I'm hoping he got his first series jitters out of the way.
Well, if you're not worried about the Gavutu control, I won't be worried about the Gavutu control. New York Subliners, though, will they be worried? And I mean, for them, heartbreaking loss against FaZe yesterday. Put on a good show, has to be said. Yep. How are you feeling about the boys coming into today?
I mean, just a tough draw. I mean, there was opportunity for them to win that Tuscan hardpoint.
Oh, yeah.
Close that series out. I mean, they just kind of threw it away on a couple sloppy rotations. Also, like, trying a one-by-one challenge on the P3 for the break just didn't work out for them. But, you know, if we're talking about individual performance, like Kismet, he just wasn't exactly the same in the second half of that series. Then also Paul hasn't been able to get that same slang that we've seen from the online hardpoint New York team. Like, even on land, those first couple matches were kind of easy, realistically. And then also for the game fuel keys to victory, Chance, what does New York have to do?
I mean, I'm just going to even focus on the second point, just to keep hammering home, like the Gizmo versus Paul. There have been significant drop-offs from online to land, so I just want to see him break it out. I know Paulehx after Major 4 was talking about having like hand issues, and obviously that can play a major factor, but a couple weeks have gone by. There's no more time for any sort of excuses. All four players have to be ready to play, especially with the map set that we have, and even still, like, as good as New York has been at hardpoint, still for the Gavutu, it's one of like their least played. I know you get a big one against FaZe, but also they nearly blew like a 100-point lead, so I think it'd be very fun to see him run it back.
Well, it's going to be fun to see it. aLLeY, final point?
I was just going to say, like, obviously it's hard to compare a team like London to the Atlanta FaZe when it comes to that Gavutu hardpoint, but to Chance's point, they had like an over 100+ lead, and Atlanta FaZe flipped the switch, and there was almost nothing New York could do about it. I mean, it ended up being like a 7 or 8 point game, so even though London has been struggling in hardpoints, if they come out hot, we don't know what New York we're going to get.
Whoa. Well, it's time to find out which New York and which Ravens we're going to get. We're ready to roll. The walkouts are ready. Guy Blaze, let's get it.
Let's get it, Miles, and let's get it, Los Angeles, as it is time to kick off day number 2 of Champs, and it's going to be an elimination matchup coming all the way from the east to enter this stage first. Let's see what London is all about. Call of Duty fans all around the world, help me make some noise for the
Ravens. Give it up for Zero, Nastie, Gizmo, and Afro, the London Royal Ravens.
Not just the city, there's a whole country on this team's back. They want to make their hometown proud. They want to pop off here. We saw Afro midway through the series yesterday. He started to pop off. If he can do that early on in this series, they have a good chance to get that lead. Let's bring out the other team, Blaze.
Yes, it is. It's time to bring out the boys from New York. Stand clear, because here comes the Subliners.
Y'all think too small, I got big dreams. You just starting, I'm way ahead at the end scenes. Started reading and dodging all of the quick schemes. Money like your Spotify, boy, I got 10 streams. And I'm still looking for more. My people, they got a soar, I'm putting that on the Lord. Ain't accepting, ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids, just kids. That's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finish this bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big, jobs that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the grind on the cars is real big. I gotta do it big, the only way that I can live.
Los Angeles, give it up for the New York Subliners. We got Paulehx, Hydra, Kismet, and Crimsix, your New York Subliners.
They did the impossible, but the story is not done yet. And honestly, all eyes are on Paul to retake the crown. And you know what? What better team to take it from than the London Royal Ravens? The loser's bracket run has to start here, Blaze. Let's get this match underway.
I am so ready, aLLeY. One team has to go home, and we're about to find out who it is. To cast the match, give it up for Ton and Bryce.
Thank you very much, Blaze. Yes, we are live here in this beautiful day 2 of Champs. And make no mistake, yesterday was one of the best days we've ever seen at the championship for all of Call of Duty esports. But today gets even more spicy. One of these two teams we are going to say goodbye to straight away. For London Royal Ravens, they have tried to get themselves into a position. The promise, the potential has been there, but it has not been realized. And today, they need every single scrap of it. For New York, the Cinderella story was written at the major, but it could all come crashing down. Does the glass slipper fit? Have they got that carriage, or is it a pumpkin here at the championship time?
You have prepared that this morning, my goodness. You know, the storylines are beautiful heading into this one, though, as you said. You know, for the side of the Ravens, it is very much that promise that we have not seen when it has come to the stage of being on LAN, whereas for the side of New York, it was like that for a while as well, wasn't it? We didn't really see what we did expect from that team when it has come to LAN, but both these two teams now at this point need to bring everything they possibly can. Looking at the map set, I'm sure we will do in just a second. I agree with aLLeY, there has been some ego channels on this one. There has been a couple of occasions where people are like, oh, you want to go on your best map? Yeah, bet we'll do it. No problem whatsoever. I definitely feel like New York Subliners, though, will be looking at this. I was talking to Jay backstage. These guys have went for the AR side of things as best as they possibly can. They want to try and nullify Afro, if at all possible. He was firing yesterday, and he's going to need to be firing today if London want to continue their season.
They certainly will. The pressure is on. Make no mistake, you do not want to be the first team to leave Champs. Going into this one, we actually looked at the statistics before this. It's pretty good for both teams in the first half of it. The problem is going to be statistically in the second half of this series, it will favor New York. So London need to start strong and try to convert that into a win early.
It's a tough map, number one, it has to be said. For the side of London, we need to see more from them on the hard point for just overall how good they were in the online stage during stage 4. Needs to translate here to LAN, or they're done. The same applies to New York as well as we get into Gavutu to kick off day 2 of Champs.
All right, let's get right into this one. Straight into P1, you can see both teams, the nades are raining, and the players are trying to break straight through. Obviously, New York first in, but it will be Afro. Managed to get in and get it, and there's a few kills already going down for London. But Hydra and Kismet, they stop the bleed.
It's such a huge matchup, isn't it? When you're thinking about Hydra, you're thinking about Afro. Two of the best SMGs in the league. Both from Europe, going at it up against each other. Good play from Nastie here as well. And again, I agree with Dashy. We need to see more from him. Typically, he has been one of the more consistent players when it's come down the line for the side of London. But to kick things off, it is New York with a slight lead and heading over towards P2. New York already thinking about that. Want to try and lock down this last final 15 seconds here for the side of Ravens. They'll get a hold of that.
Yeah, they have got it. You can see already on the minimap. Nastie's going to try and make a little bit of a play towards green. I don't know if he has been seen. He has Hydra. Gets him before he can do any damage, and both will be fully in New York control. As they try to get this lead back, it's obviously very little difference between the two teams at the moment, but they are trying to put them into the blender here, Ton.
Trying their best. London going to have to fight their way out as best as they can. It's a difficult position to be in. Kismet now, front door. Is he going to be able to find two? Yes, he is, all on his own. And London really in a tough spot here. New York has set up this up quite wonderfully. They've got control over towards P1. The gunfight is continuing over there. Afro will get the better of Hydra, so we'll be thinking about the rotation over towards P3. Kismet was doing a great job. Eventually will get taken down. But this is great time for the side of Subliners if they had somebody inside the point.
Well, they're trying, but unfortunately they haven't let the players get through. They're now going to execute straight back onto this point. Nastie, the only player left alive, has to stay and get into a position, but New York shut that door right in their face already. And at the moment, you've got to say New York may be taking a little bit of the momentum in this game.
Yeah, you would think so, but you looked at that spawn trap that they had. London were nowhere near the point. New York running up 20. We didn't see a lot of time actually being picked up for all the map control that they did have there. So best case scenario for London, I suppose, but that rotation over towards P3 has been there for the Subliners as well. The rotations have been somewhat flawless so far. Plenty of Gabutu left to go though. Having a look over towards the side of the London Royal Ravens. 2 and 7 from Afro. It's a hard map for an SMG. You guys at home will know that. Let's see if we can get things going. Not going to happen this time, Ro. On the other side of things, look, Hydra 8-4, make it 9 possibly. Not going to happen.
A little bit of sat there, shuts him down, and now Kismet at the back though, it's Nastie, he finds the first, and now New York are isolated. They have not got the position for it, they're going to try and go through. Kismet is still alive somehow, eventually goes down to Gizmo. It will be the scrap time for the Ravens. They've got to be careful, they do not want to give away the rotation that is just on the cusp of being crucial.
Yeah, this next minute or so is super crucial for the side of London. He'll start to flow through though, and New York will pick up that final 20. If you're London though, you want to make sure you batten down the hatches. This kill could be important. If Kismet can find it on a Gizmo, he gets taken down. Rotation is going to be there for the side of the London Royal Ravens. Taking a step back though, so far so good for New York. They're being the first ones there to pretty much every single hill outside of P1, and they are the team that are finding the most points. But we know how much time can be made up over towards this back P4 side. Pressure starting to come in from New York though. Big kill from Afro.
Kismet's now going to be a good position. He's going to be looking for a kill straight out of the gate here, and Crimsix gets one. But it's shut down. The spawns have flipped away. And I think London are going to realize, you can see them pushing through Cliff now, trying to lock this one down. Players going to go towards Dark. London are putting bodies in position to try and shut this one. And even with the stack from New York, it is difficult to get in a position. Gizmo shuts it down.
It's such a tough one. We see so many teams do this to the opposition. They forced them to spawn over towards the back. It was a really good push from New York, but it didn't work out on the other side. London survived at the point, and all of a sudden New York spawned towards the back. Kill still coming through here for the side of London. 13 and 7 coming out from Nastie. He's on a 4 spree. And London have done so well since New York got that back spawn. They haven't had a sniff.
They certainly haven't, and I tell you what, New York, they are going to lose the lead here. Let's find out how they recover with the New York Subliners. Listen in.
Take your time, take your time, take your time.
I got
Be careful crossing beach.
He's watching the cross. He's got a bomb, he's got a bomb, he's got a bomb. I got by.
I'm getting a sub.
I don't see anyone, R1, R2.
I'm taking Ivy.
Pushing up mid. Nice.
Yo, push up. I don't have any tax.
Pushing up close strong. Yo, one's R2, R1 going S1, and one's weak. We got time somewhere.
Back green weak Gizmo. He's top green Gizmo. He's not picking me, I dropped that one.
I don't see him.
One guy's gonna be S1. I got one
top green. One's gonna be S1. Gizmo dead. I'm watching over you.
I'm pushing up. They're gonna be close to you again. Location, let's see.
All right, the patience from New York as they try to apply the pressure here onto London, but London are holding strong at the moment, but Paulehx tries to make the hero play, but it's not good enough.
It's 2 back-to-back hills that have been fantastic for the side of the London Royal Ravens. New York were sensational over the first 3. I said those rotations were crucial, but when they've lost the rotation, they haven't been able to find a way through. Speaking of rotations, though, P1 is under their control. If you're the side of Ravens, though, keep an eye on Zero. He's going to be the one pushing on the flank, but the rest of the team go through the front door. Here they go. Gizmo through there. He's not going to be able to find it. A 92% hold rate for the side of either one of these two teams when you get there first. Sorry, I wasn't sure if it was anybody in particular, but it is one of the highest hold rate in terms of hills. But it is going to be London to break through with 40 to go.
Well, they've got it. Adira's trying to get out of there. They know exactly where he is. He needs a little bit of reinforcements from up top. You can see the guns of London are swinging this way, but already the trade has come through. They've got to lock down the stairs. Kills going back and forth. New York are slowly but surely trying to make their right position. Nastie's got the awareness, and thank you very much. And London hold it down.
So much of a better game here from Nastie so far. 20 and 11, and he may well be the difference maker across the board for each two teams. Looking at what London are doing now, though, they're pretty much doing what this side of NYSL did to them. They're forcing them into those back cliff spawns, and there's Zero with all three. There's another player pushing him as well, as Crimsix going to be the next on the chopping block. It does not matter, the damage is already done. Zero is just refusing to die outside cliff. Eventually will fall down, but is the damage already done? That rotation's in for London.
They have it, but they don't have the numbers. Keep an eye on that mini-map. You can see New York are here in force as Paulehx pushes straight through with 6 health. And now London, we're in a great position, and they are in a great position on the scoreboard. New York will be looking to drag this one back with as much time as they can physically squeeze out of both.
There's a big fight over towards P3. That Nastie wins up against Hydra. Stops the push coming on through for the side of Subliners, and Ravens can just about hold off. Nastie still having a hell of a game. Subliners not out of this one yet, though. Good 25 seconds left to go here. The pressure is on for them to push through P3. They want to try and get control of green if they can. London have been very stubborn here, though. They have not pushed themselves forward. They have not overextended. They want to lock in the spawns for P3.
Yeah, London would have liked a little bit more P1 control, and they don't have it. Hydra is here, though. Gets that first kill, and now London are reeling. They don't have the bodies. They don't have the position. Afro has to stay alive. Keep that available for his teammate to get through. As Hydra keeps cutting his way through London. He now gets onto the point. One more chow. Of course, the French Phenom breaks this open, and London have taken a step back. 80 points in the lead has evaporated.
The Subliners fan said, "Viva la Francis." Hydra pushes his way through all on his own. The rest of the team doing the job over towards green, but London, we talked about them being stubborn over towards P2, not wanting to make that push. Nastie gonna have to call this in to help his team out. He got this, well, nothing, as he pushes them towards P1. London have stopped the bleeding momentarily, but New York are not in a bad spot.
Yeah, it's actually a really good recovery from London. They managed to find the kills. They pushed it all the way back. It was looking disastrous for them. But now they have to be careful. This rotation could be crucial. Hydra may try and take the scrap time away. I think that's his plan here. Just don't get London any more points. He flies about in here and has stayed alive. Eventually goes down, but it has denied London time. We are off to the races. We are going to P4, and it is crucial that New York dig their heels in.
It was London who were here first last time around. Subliners looking to lock in a good amount of time here. Just keep an eye on London, which side of push they're going to go for. It's looking like it's a full cliffside break. Hydra's going to be the first one to try and defend. Yeah, Gizmo will be the first one to fall. He is. Shots are in. Hydra defends on his own. Nastie still continuing up his good form. Will find another, but he's the only one on London who can find a kill.
I'm trying to look at the spawns come in. I don't think New York know exactly they're about to be pinched completely out of oblivion. But no! Paulehx, Kismet, and Crimsix have shut it down. London are now spawning halfway across the continent. They have to go so far. This is looking like New York taking the lead.
The thing is, though, London did not want to spawn towards the back there the second time around. When you got 4 down, all of NYSL can spin around and stop you even getting anywhere near this next hill. London took their time on the kill cams. If you noticed on the minimap, they did not come in quickly. They are now there for the rotation over towards P5. So smart play from London, even though they did get wiped. It is going to be New York with an ever so slight lead as we head over towards green. It's always a good first half point when we're on the cast price, and we're getting a good one here.
And it may not be the slaying that is New York and Hydra, but he has been crucial. He's been making plays that matter, and they need him once again to break this. Finds one on the boat. Now the spit knows exactly where Nastie is. It's Hydra again. He is cutting it down London. He's giving his team the opportunity to flood boat and get towards it here. The time is ticking away from him, but London have not got the point.
I love that from Afro, though. He's managed to push his way through boat. Now he's going to start causing all sorts of issues around this area, trying to just cut off the head of the snake, stop New York getting in. Makes a good movement through P1. He's found a couple of kills on his way there. Eventually, Hydra will deal with him. Nastie, though, in the position over towards P1, will have to back on down, but this time is going over towards London. They cannot quite win it here, but look for that P1 control. There's 20 seconds to go on P5. We're thinking of P1 shortly.
Nastie trying to cut everybody down. Found it. Afro found another one as well. It's pressure for New York. They have to worry. They aren't going to get this rotation. They aren't going to get the scrap time. And Nastie's ready in P1. New York have everything to do. London have to get the reinforcements here.
It's a mountain to climb. They've got to go if you're New York. Nastie inside the point. London 4 away.
And now they come. Here come New York. Seconds are ticking. And Paulehx is trying to make him. It's not going to be good enough. New York were not fast. They were too slow. And London have taken the hard point. The first blow has been struck in this elimination game. And while New York had the opportunity, they had the methodology to try to come back in that game, it was just not enough. They couldn't break through, they couldn't get in position, and the game has ended.
Consistency from the ARs of London helping them out there. Afro not necessarily having the best of games, but I loved the play at P5. And again, what led up to that? It was a really, really nice hold from New York. They wanted to force London towards the back, but London took their time. They did not want to spawn it instantly. You know what it's like? You don't want to be back in there immediately. Take their time to get the spawn out, they get the rotation from P5, and they lock in every single point that they possibly can. I said, Afro didn't have a great game, but it's that rotation through boat. He finds 2 kills there as New York was starting to heat up. All of that time goes over towards London, and it is a mountain to climb for the side of Subliners from there. A couple of big kills from Nastie throughout that game, actually, is a 30 and 21. Not quite the highest damage in the game. Gizmo having a good time as well. We talked about his performances on LAN. Not quite replicating what we've seen online. That's a bit more like it from the Octane.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that can be quite frustrating about COD Esports, right? We talk about the KD, we talk about the slaying. Nastie obviously had a good game. But the reason we highlight so many other plays is they are important. You can get 1 or 2 kills, and it can translate to about 30 seconds of time. Yep. That's why we highlight Hydra. Obviously, not dropping the biggest of numbers, but big kills matter.
Yeah, they absolutely do. It's not about all the kills that you find, it's the important ones. And I wonder if we'll maybe get a look at it here. Nastie was holding down the middle of the map, but it was actually Afro, as said, number 4 on the minimap. You keep an eye, he actually pushed all the way around P1, got behind them at boat, and that just slowed down New York Subliners because it looked like they had the pressure there. And as soon as Nastie finds this rotational kill heading over towards P1, it's so difficult for New York to get themselves back in. It was pretty much done and dusted. The number 2 hill when it comes to rotations of teams locking down the most of the points is this one. And London did not let a single one go over towards New York.
Yeah, unfortunately, like I said, a big hold from New York there, and they trying to come back into the game, but the fact they couldn't get through both, the fact that even with Hydra making kills and staying alive, they couldn't apply the pressure onto London. And when that pressure released, London went, let's rotate. We have the scrap time, we have the opportunity. They didn't even have the most numbers. New York were trying to get bodies in the area, but it was not quite quick enough to force London into a defensive position. London had everything they needed. They were proactive, and they held on, because for a little while there, it looked like they could have come back.
Yeah, and that's breaking the duck there for London. We haven't seen a hardpoint win from them in some time. So the fact that they find that will give them so much confidence in the rest of this series. Now heading into a Desert Siege Search and Destroy. It's a fantastic map for both 2 teams. For London, the number 1 team on the game, on this map specifically, will have a lot of confidence now throughout this series. Hydra, as said, when we talk specifically numbers, not necessarily the most fantastic game by his standards, but at the same time, had a very solid time in terms of finding those points. But Afro, for all he did not have a great map number 1 necessarily himself in terms of KD, the KD on Desert Siege Search and Destroy is not something to be sniffed at.
Yeah, he has been the X factor for London in some very crucial situations, and they can do with him here and now. If he can put on the performance he is capable of on Desert Siege, London could potentially go up 2-0, and this this is the story of the statistics. And it looks good for London.
And that 4v3 win percentage just went up. They were so good at it yesterday, up against Surge. Every single round, even if Surge were in the better position, looked like London were going to win it. There were so many clutchable moments that they somehow found a way to find. And when they are in that prime position, when they are in that 4v3, 91% of the time that round goes their way.
All right, so there was something I forgot to mention. Yes, so there was something I forgot to mention in the intro for these 2 teams. You got to remember, back at Major 3, London were the team that basically broke the back of New York. They are the team that forced the Cinderella story to really start to occur. They knocked them out, they got no points at the Major. New York then had to do the business in the qualifier and at the Major again. New York were the team that fell to London at Major 3 for no points. And they could kill that Cinderella story again right here and now. And this is one of the things that people have been a little bit critical about Gizmo, right? The online to the LAN hasn't performed as well. But I have said this, and I will reiterate this. We believe the first half of the series is actually good for both teams. We do believe the second half is better for New York.
Yeah, London need to find themselves a 2-0 lead, you would find. Even though 2-0 over the last 2 in control, you're still not too sure on how that mode is going for them. Look at this aggression from New York, though. Afro will quite literally revel in the moment. This sort of play is very much up in his wheelhouse, and he will happily fight fire with fire inside of Palace. He gets the first blood that London need. 91% of the time, they are converting these 4v3s. Let's see if they can maybe make it further towards 92%.
Well, you can see they try to get a little bit back there in the palace. Hydra was taking on Nastie, and Nastie didn't actually get a hit marker on him. But now it's intense for New York. They need to try and get a little bit of position back for them again. Here comes it. Oh, it's the worst possible timing for him. Goes for the pistol, and Paulehx ends up winning it, bringing it back to a 3 versus 3. Gizmo trying to get that trade coming through, but it hasn't worked.
New York do even the odds, but their A breakoffs have not been fantastic so far in the attack when it has come down to Desert Siege, only 33% of the time. Are they finding rounds when they are heading over towards that because of those first bloods going the opposite way? But if A don't work, well, you've got 2 bomb sites. B is going to go down 3v3.
Okay, New York have a little bit of an advantage now. They just have to defend this site. 36 seconds on the clock. Nobody really moving. It's a very slow execute from them. And I'm going to see whether or not New York can figure this one out. You can see London trying to reinforce. They need to get towards this bomb site now. Crimsix going around for a different position. And it's a ninja defuse! Oh my goodness! I'm sorry I didn't hype it up, but at LAN you keep quiet and you watch it unfold. And New York had no vision. The stretch came in.
That's a misplay. That is a misplay. Crim is in the position to be watching that. I don't know if it's a bomb carry, if the bomb's not planted in the right spot. Is Crim in the right spot? You can't let that happen.
Well. Some of the fans in the area are not entirely enthused because that did not go the way they were thinking.
Good. Well, here we go. Then London on the attack. They do prefer an A site hit themselves. For all that New York have their struggles here, London do not. 79% of the time when they are attacking A, they are finding a round. Which is, when you think about that, that is quite substantial.
It is Kismet though, first blood, and Nastie's going to try and thread the needle here. Paulehx might find his ankles bitten away, but no, he's been traded down. Kismet is looking over his teammate. He is safe, he is good, and now New York have the advantage.
2v4. So we've seen yesterday from the side of London, though, they're quite happy to take their time, find these picks. Desert Siege, well, they may well not find one here. Gizmo will get taken down. Afro inside of Palace is where he likes to apply his trade, but I don't think he's going to find much here. Shots ringing on through the Palace, and Afro now trying to get out, trying to find something. He surely will be taking down New York, even the odds.
Really good regain there from New York, getting it straight back into it. Let's have a little replay of that ninja defuse, and like I said, we were trying not to give anything away here in the arena. But Afro, patience.
So Crim, you can see he's looking at it. You can see he's checking it from where he is. You know, honestly, I think that bomb's just a little bit too close. You maybe put it up closer to where Afro's player cam is, a little bit further towards that side, and Crim would have had views, and he would have been like, well, I couldn't see him. I think, honestly, that comes down to the bomb plant, but when it does come down to New York, Kismet, 4 kills to his name, Paulehx only the 1. Only 1 for the side of Ravens, but they have a round. That's the more important thing. That's it.
They do. Here come New York again, though. Looking to convert this one more time.
Yeah, breakoff's not working for them usually.
Oh, Hydra gets across, though. And Afro isn't able to convert anything for this. New York in a better position. Mack controls slowly but surely, swinging their way. And they're going to want to do something around this bomb site. London are stacked against it, though. They know what is happening.
Yeah, London have actually played this wonderfully. Gizmo will find the kill on the Crimsix as well. Bomb though will go down. Hydra will get it. Will he get out as well? That's the important thing. Yes, he does. Still a 4v3, now a 4v2.
And New York will now put as much pressure onto this side as possible. They know New York have to check it. Keep an eye. Kismet is all the way around the back, and that's going to hurt them. Afro finds one more though, and Kismet is not able to escape. London had too many bodies left alive. The defuse in the end is easy, and they go up 2-1.
Yeah, Kismet just a little bit unfortunate at the time in there. Finds the first kill, but needs Paul to stay alive in that moment. Because he's run from behind, because now he makes it a 2 versus 3, of course, still in London's favor. That chaos is then created, though, isn't it? You're behind them. If you fall, you just stay alive as best as you possibly can at that stage, but London forced it out. Good play from them. And once again, it's another round over towards A that does not work out for New York. Attacking rounds have pretty much been their downfall, I'm going to say, on Desert Siege, albeit one of the better teams on this map. So far, so good for London.
Well, London now on the attack again. They won't want to let this one go. They'll try and get this lead as far forward as possible. Zero with the sniper. At the moment, New York only really have 1 player over towards B, but London are playing a little bit coy. They are waiting to see if anybody gets aggressive.
First blood over towards New York. We talked about those first bloods for London being so influential. Not going to find them this time, Afro. Be careful. Shots through. That's big. 3v3.
Gizmo's in a little bit of no man's land. He might need some reinforcements. Hydra's already gone down, and Gizmo's going to try and get out of this one. He's folding! Oh my god! How on earth did Gizmo stay alive there? Nastie gets another one, and Paulehx is left alone in a 1 versus 2 with the sniper. He cannot believe his teammate has gone down, but he gets the first one. Brings it down to 1v1 versus Nastie. And the boomstick is banging. Can he find one more kill?
Nastie will find his way out. 40 seconds to play with here, and he just has to be patient. He's holding the angles. He's going to see him. Oh, the hit marker comes in. Nastie survives.
And now Nastie's going to be a little bit worried for it. Does he hold this? Does Paulehx hold it? Exactly where each other are, they don't know. They come into it as well, and it will be Nastie in the end. Holds it by the skin of his teeth, the hit marker. Devastating to New York. Paulehx did basically everything right. A millimeter, a pixel further up into the lethal area, and it would have been the clutch.
I think it might have been his arm, to be honest with you. It's a tough one, isn't it? One of those situations you just can't really apply it, can you? It's one of those where you expect him to drop if you hit this shot. And a shake of the head there, yeah, that is tough. That's a round difference. That him, I'll get 3-1 now to the Ravens. Nastie on a 5 spree, continuing his good form in this series. Big hit though, coming from London. Look at the aggression.
They're being aggressive, but they haven't traded effectively. London now down a man. Hydra gets out of there as well, and he stays alive. Nastie's worrying about it. I don't know if they can do anything for this one. Nastie's going to try and play this! 6th streak for him. He does not want to give away his life cheaply.
A round loss, and a glide bomb would not be the worst thing in the world here for London. Of course, they will still try and go on and win it. Zero trying to look to find the pick to maybe then release Nastie to do something. Paul, watch your head! He jumps on up, and Zero will say thank you very much, 2v2, but look at the flank.
Kismet gets him, and Nastie will probably just play this one for the glide now. Doesn't really have the time. He's going to find Hydra. That's the glide in the pocket.
15 seconds. He can now try for this.
I don't know, Ton. I really don't know. Time, when it's that short, it causes all kinds of issues. And realistically, he knows it's not going to go for him. Kismet just says, all right, thank you very much. The clock killed them in the end.
Yeah, I meant more so the fact that he finds that glide bomb, it kind of releases that pressure. I wonder if London maybe play that a little bit differently if he's not in that situation. But I think, you know, in that scenario, you're in a 3v4, the bomb is down. Anything you can do, anything you can find is fantastic. Kismet 8-3, Nastie 7-3. Both these guys really going at it here on Desert Siege.
They are, and it is very, very close between them. We said this map was good for both teams. Obviously, London have a ridiculous kind of opportunity to keep that first stats in line. Basically, it does favour them, but this is champs. Anything can happen as Kismet goes straight out there.
Traded.
Back to a 9-3. It will go down to a 3 versus 3, but there are bullets flying anywhere. Afro finds a second.
Good with the SMG and also with the auto. Who'd have thought? Zero having a little peek around the outside over towards B. Still a bit of a neutral attack here for the side of Royal Ravens. It does work out for them quite often as well. The attacking round's very solid, but the defense even better. If we can find another attack here, they will feel super confident heading into the rest of it. But New York just trying their hardest to slow them down. But Ravens quite happy to be slow. Crimsix has been spotted, tagged up. Plenty of health left remaining, but we'll have to back on down.
And now, with the time remaining, New York have an opportunity here. If they can find a pick and slow down the Ravens just a bit, they can bleed off that advantage. Oh, Zero finds something, but it's not going to be enough.
Is that going to give the moment, though, for the side of Ravens to possibly do something here? Just a little bit of pressure. Unrelented slightly, and New York have a 2v3 on their hands.
Can New York find a pick? Can they open this map back up for the retake? Crimsix, veteran of so many champs, trying to find something here as well. Paulehx tries to get against Gizmo, but they haven't found anything yet. 28 seconds left to go. He finds the first, and it is going to go down. London Royal Ravens, they convert it. They had all the advantages. New York were trying to headbutt that wall, and it didn't work out.
A really, really good example of patient play on the side of London. They know they have the numbers. They don't have to force that issue. As soon as that bomb does go down, though, in the advantageous situation, they sit tight, they wait for them to come to them, and it's an easy round in the end. 4-2 now. If London can hold this defense, they are in prime position. New York need to find something. Hydra 1-4 has not been able to get things going. Neither is Zero on the side of London. Maybe expect a little bit more aggression out of Subliners now. Here we go, in the pause we go.
It's aggressive. They can try and change the tempo with this one. It hasn't been working for them, but Hydra's going to find Afro. There's going to be a reach out coming straight through. And Hydra says, all right, thank you very much. Here's the pre-fire. Afro eventually brings it back to a 3 versus 3. The pressure continues to mount as both teams go down to 2-2.
Look where the bomb is, though. New York have lost that in a terrible spot. I'm not too sure if London Royal Ravens are too aware of it. Oh, Paul gets terrible timing. And all of a sudden, Crimsix on an island, all on his own. 1 versus 2 for him. And that is not where you want to see the bomb if you're an attacking player.
They've never needed Crimsix more. Can he be the magic they need? Can he be the man everybody has been talking about? He made it a chance. He had the story. And a 1v2 would help them bounce back.
You can see Nastie on Overwatch right now. They must have spotted, they know what's going on here. Crimsix comes for the push, and Nastie is ready and waiting. Continues his dominance over this series. Just has not slowed down.
I think he was a little bit upset yesterday, actually, about his performance in that very first game. So giving himself a hell of a pep talk to come back into this one, and is putting New York down at the moment. One more round will give London a 2-0 lead in this series. But New York have done the impossible before. It's the entire reason they are at champs. They need it again.
And a lot of people talk about London. You've got the veterancy, the leadership of Zero, Gizmo and Afro, youngsters coming in. But Nastie's kind of, I want to say, slipped under the radar at times, but he has constantly been doing his job for this team. 4 from him, 5-2 for London Royal Ravens. But look at the setup here from New York.
They've gone aggressive. They've taken all the map control away from London. The nades are raining through for both sides. Afro trying to get away from that one. He is going to stay forward.
I was about to say, remember that he's got a glide bomb. You've got to be careful of your subliners. At least somebody dies. Yeah, surely, no, he finds nothing. So maybe a little bit of a misplay by London, but nonetheless, that gives them that pressure to then push over. And here we go. The bomb's going to be going down. A 4 versus 4 retake for subliners. You need it.
Can they get in position in time? Kismet's going to be found as well. Zero opens up with the first blood. New York have to move now. They have to be greater than London in every single trade. And Paulehx is looking, and London are throwing shoulders. London are setting up. They are wondering where the subliners are, and bullets start to fly for them. Hydra's making a move. Zero's about to be caught. Surely, no, Afro finds another one. New York in a 2 versus 4. Paulehx trying to get it. He goes down as well. And Crimsix, last alive, drops. And the Ravens go 2-0 up against the subliners. And they are happy, they are smiling, and they are locked in.
A really good performance from London. All the way through, it never felt likely. Immediately from the word go. If you're the subliners, you let that ninja come through in round number 1. Does that just set the precedence for the rest of the game? A 6-2 win for London. But look at that score. 10-6 from Kismet. Somebody help him. Somebody help him. He had a good game, but nothing else to be offered from the rest of subliners. Nastie and co have their way with them. Look at the damage out of Nastie. 1,200 in 8 rounds of Search and Destroy. That's such a solid game out of him.
Yeah, they were just unable to really find anything going, and the trading didn't go their way either. We said there were a few opportunities for London, but hey, maybe that was all sold in that first round. A ninja defuse, 3 versus 3. And since that point, London did look like the better team. There were flashes of brilliance from New York. They were on the cusp a few times of winning a round here or there, but it's not to be, and now they find themselves in a horrible position.
They do find themselves in a horrible position, Bryce, but you're going over towards control. London's recent form, though, 2-0, so maybe the tides are turning for them, but recently it has not been fantastic. I think that's 2-6 over the last 8. Yeah. They have turned it up, but heading with Gavutu control, we have not seen from London in quite some time. New York still have a chance.
They certainly do. We will find out exactly how the rest of this series plays out. All map 5s yesterday, and New York will be hoping to go that distance again. They'll be hoping for a reverse sweep to keep the dream alive. But the truth is this, one more map loss and we say goodbye to New York, and London move forward. We will find out what happens after this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this.
Too exhausted, I needed the energy, needed a pick me up. I'm in your movie, but this is my cinema. I got the power, I'm built to devour. Anyone coming against me, I tower. I don't care when the pressure. Some of y'all leaving here in the stretcher. Took my time to go and get better. I was reading in the red letters. Ay, hit me with your best shot. I got time today. Feeling like a matador with that Red Bull. Oh yeah. No, you can't stop me. I'm running my own play. For the game win, I came to pin anything that gets in my way. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We been here, we done that. We done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. I'm in the game like EA. Been in my prime since pre-K. Shooting my shot from long range. Going over heads like a toupee. Treat every day like payday. Y'all been living so mundane. My work week is Sunday to oh wait, that's every day. Putting in overtime. Punching the clock, I'ma get what's mine. While everyone's sleeping, I'm living my dreams. I got a coin that's so divine. Lord, take the wheel like 10 and 2. I'm losing energy, I'm overdue. I've been on the top ropes, hitting my pros. Watch me hit the power moves. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew and Zenny. Armor your eyes with Blocks gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League Championship weekend. The London Royal Ravens and the New York Subliners are going head-to-head at the Garland Center here in Los Angeles. If you are just joining us, first of all, where have you been? But second, at the moment, London are leading 2-0 against New York. And one of the reasons is going to be our scuff play of the game. The man, the myth, the legend, it's Nastie.
Player of the game, if anything, yeah, he was absolutely sensational for the Ravens, not just in Hardpoint, but also in the Search and Destroy. But this is the kind of performance that we have come to expect from him when it has come down to land. We did not see it yesterday up against Surge. We are seeing every single one of the examples of it here up against the Subliners. A really solid performance from Nastie so far in the comparison that we have seen from him from yesterday to today. A 1.56 over the first 2 months.
Yeah, and that's a big bounce back from yesterday, dropping like 0.76 or something along the lines of the Seattle Surge. But London and Nastie has come to play, and that is a dagger in the side of New York. But everything is still to play for. It is not over. It is not done. Reverse sweeps are possible and probably more than plausible, considering something like 21 of the last 29 games have gone the distance.
Yeah, they very well could happen here as well. Looking at that map set, we've talked about it a few times already. The start of it favors both teams. Both these two teams are very solid on the first two maps that we've seen, but it's London with the advantage. But towards the back end of this series, things are looking good for the side of Subliners. We were discussing, though, in the green room about the AR side of things for both these two teams. New York very much went for the challenge on the AR-based maps, but for the side of Nastie, performing like this, is that maybe a mistake from them in this sense? Because he's been so good. When you looked at this map pool in particular, you thought, right, okay, they want to maybe try and nullify Afro a little bit after his performance yesterday, but then they've got Nastie showing up against them now, so it's a bit of a pickle.
Something we forgot about.
Oh, go on.
Gizmo. He did it yesterday, that same position on Desert Siege. We forgot to highlight it, the challenge against Kismet. If you remember when he was outside towards the trench.
Yeah.
How on earth he keeps doing that, I do not know. But anyway, from the S&D into the control, Ton, you are very right. Obviously, it's been a little bit of a meme, a little bit of joked about for London, the fact they could not win a control. But the last two have been good. And if they want to go 3-6, this would be the best possible time for them.
I think, honestly, the stats that kind of compare for me here, last in round win percentage if you're London, but third in average ticks. It's not that they're failing completely, it's just those clutch little moments here and there. Some of that kind of applies over towards map 5. If we get there, we'll discuss that as well. But nonetheless, the KD, the stats don't necessarily look fantastic for London, but if you were to look at the last 2 games that they played, you would think great. However, when it has come down to Control and Gavutu last time around these 2 teams played, 3-0 for New York Subliners. We have not seen this game mode from the side of the London Royal Ravens since Gizmo came back in, or sorry, I should say the combination of map and mode. Subliners, we've only seen it once from them over stage 4 as well. They lost that too, so neither one of these teams with a win on this map in particular over the last 6 weeks.
Yeah, it's kind of a little bit of an unknown variable for the both of them, and that's what makes it so exciting. But I have said it, pretty much after every single map, London kind of need to do this early. It doesn't really favor them in the late half of this game, so
map
we'll
4,
have to see.
Yeah, map 4 is a bit of a toss-up. Map 5 is not, though. And honestly, I mean, if I'm going to save it. I've got a couple of stats about map 5 if we do get there. We'll maybe talk about it then. We've got a Gavutu Control to get through first. As said, when it has come down to Control, it has not been good for the side of London. But if Nastie keeps playing this way, it is going to be hard for the side of the New York Subliners to bring this one back. Overall in this season, the offensive win percentage has been there for London. Recently, it has very much not. The average ticks is not necessarily being a problem. We've seen a couple of good games on this map in particular, although over the major, can we see something special here from both of these squads? Subliners, as you said, the dream was somewhat continued after their own major. They found themselves here in Champs, but they are now in do or die territory. As we head into map number 3, they're 2 down, they lose this, they are done.
If you're a New York fan, cross the fingers, cross the toes, and get ready. Glory is 3 maps away. Can they hold on as we go straight into this Control? New York going to be on the attack first of all. And he's not got that first blood, but there is a bit of pressure coming over towards B.
Big over commitment for the side of New York Subliners towards B. London Ravens didn't send anyone over there momentarily, but eventually Zero will clear it out. P1 Control is something I talk about so often. It's about this fight. It's been a very slow push from Crimsix. He's going to get caught out though. Zero with a good start, and all these kills starting to come through. That's big for the Royal Ravens now. They can clear Kismet out as well. It's dangerous scenario, but it's a big kill from him. They could have got spawn trapped there.
Yeah, Kismet, absolutely crucial. Had to stay alive, had to make sure that door remained open. That blender was starting to spin, but it is no good at the moment. New York is still trying to get out of this one as well. Hydra definitely trying to stay alive. We're getting a few more kills, but New York are battling with this one. They are not going without a fight, and they have made their way in a boat.
Eventually, the trades do work out in their favor. A little bit of map control, a little bit of presence over towards A. Zero on the longest, fattest flank you've ever seen. They have to be careful when you overcommit to something like this. If you're the Ravens, you open up other areas of the map. Zero needs to execute here, as this has all been for nothing. Kills starting to fall through, though, for the side of London. Momentarily, it's only Crimsix in any sort of position to do something.
They managed to get a bit through here.
Relieves that pressure.
And Crimsix finds the magic they need. Afro going to find the first, but Crimsix is still alive, and slowly but surely stopping that clock and doing the work he needs to. Crimsix finds a kill. Crimsix finds a second! They've opened up B. London were on the cusp of locking this one down. And now they have to commit resources. They have to get over to B. They've stopped it. But A is slowly getting towards that first tick.
He needs to stay alive. There's only 9 seconds left to go. Kismet is going to fall. Is anyone else there from New York to even get anything here? There's not been a single tick to be spoken of if you're New York. It is a perfect defensive hold from the side of Ravens.
And that's the way to open up. New York will put it into the blender early and never really recovered. But attack is one thing, defense is quite another. They can, of course, redeem themselves, bring this straight back to 1-1. The difference might be ticks, but we are nowhere near that yet.
They are still there for the side of Ravens. 7-2 from Gizmo. Nastie 5-3, 5-1 from Zero. These are such big numbers already. And round number 1, New York had no answer to that. After everything that's happened, after how they found themselves here, are they going to go out without a whimper like this? Surely not a team like this squad. Ravens, a big hit over towards B. Are New York ready for a Kismet? Is it at least there's 2? Is he going to get taken down? He is. But the trades work in the favor of New York. Good hold so far. Zero, good shots.
They got to be careful though. New York trying to put them in the blender, but they haven't managed to get the kills down yet. Kismet's going to be a 5-3. He'll be looking for that glide bomb as well. His trades have just erupted across Gavutu. London do not want to give away the position they've got.
Alive and ticking over towards P1 is something you want to see from an AR when you're on the attacking team. And there you go, there's number 6. A little bit of presence over towards B now here as well. The control's been so much better from the side of London over this past week. They looked fantastic yesterday against Surge. They're looking good here against New York. Could this be number 7 for Gizmo? Not going to happen. No glide bomb for him.
No, going to stop the clock though. Going to have Zero alone onto this one. He knows he's been contested. He's looking for the player, but it is going to be Kismet again. Pulls him out of fire. 8 and 8, the biggest player from New York at the moment in terms of slaying. And London will have to settle for boat control. They will have to settle for trying to get those ticks on the way.
Oh, good shots from Paul. He's going to be able to now clear this out as London continue to pressure. Lives all even. Tick in for London though, so it's in a better attacking round. A relevant one happens, but 35 seconds left to go. They'll still want to see more than this.
New York trying to get him that spawn trap that we've seen time and time again on Gavudu. Got to be careful. Zero actually just guns Paulehx off it as well. There's another kill going down towards Ring. London are not pushed back into their spawn. They are going to go try and go for B one more time. That clock will stop. Nastie finds 2 towards the middle here. Afro's going to try and stay alive. Doesn't have any reinforcements though, and he's being all banged. He's trying to stay alive. Goes for the chow because, of course, eventually will go down. The amount of bullets ricocheting.
But look what he does there. He makes that pressure over towards speed. Everyone from New York commits over to it and opens up the A side of the map for London. Is it maybe a potential misstep, or can the retake be good from New York? Afro on his way there is going to get caught by Hydra, but surviving nonetheless. Still inside it. 12 seconds to go here for London.
Trying to stay as well. They get a few kills going down, but Paulehx gets another one. London will jump back onto this point and expose himself potentially to Paulehx. Doesn't get a Zero, and Afro
kills.
That's the first 2 coming through. London will probably just settle for this one, get that time on the board. For New York, defenses will now be thrown up. Ring control, beach, and make sure nobody gets through green.
Whatever happens here for the side of Ravens, though, it is a win. 3 ticks in their favor. They're going to be feeling good about it. It's a good attacking round so far.
It certainly is. Can London break this puzzle down? Let's find out with the London Royal Ravens. Listen in.
Beach, I'm watching you close heady, okay, bro? You know heady? Wide child.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's what you want. Set up.
Come our side, come our side.
Wait for you on Hydra.
Come on,
Come on.
You kill Kiz and Hydra, they both just got 2 kills.
Yeah, we need to fucking make sure they make it. Nate, listen, Nate, you want, Nate, you want. Nate, you want.
It's top boat. Is that top broken? Yeah, top broken. There's only one P1. There's only one P1. He's weak. Should be dead for a Nate. One shot. Check. Nice, you're looking at Crim. You're looking at Crim. Crim is broken. Crim absolutely broken, guys. Absolutely broken.
It's a 4 versus 5. Time is ticking. They're trying to get into this one. Kismet's going to try and hold them down. It's going to be Afro who gets into it originally. They have opened the puzzle. It's tense now. Nobody can afford to lose anything, and it's going to be Kismet with 2. Finds it. It's a 3 versus 2. Zero gets another one. It's Hydra and Crimsix to try and pull this one out of the fire. Hydra's there. Kismet goes for the chow. Hydra gets the first one. It's a 2 versus 2.
But the thing is here for New York, they're the ones that have to move. Nastie covering the next gunfight is absolutely massive. Oh my god, it ships in the night. Hydra gets away. And all of a sudden, Crimsix towards the back surviving. Hydra now on the flank. Finds another 2. It's a number 3. Zero still alive. He goes down. Huge kills from Hydra. Just about surviving as best as he can. And New York continue to survive here at the championship weekend.
London were on the cusp of having it. They forgot about the Phenom waiting in the wings. They clutch up, they hold it down, they deny London an easy 2-0.
If you were to take an outside look of that one, though, for the side of London, it is still a massive win of what they found in that attacking round. New York no takes London. Minimum of 3. I'm not too sure if they actually got one over towards B towards that end there. I was too concerned at the gunfight, to be frank. But nonetheless, London in the lead in terms of ticks. Defense is currently in their hands if we do get to a round number 5.
It's a big push from New York, straight into both this time around. No messing, and Zero gets a team kill. And already New York trying to make this progress very, very quick. They know they're behind on ticks for that defense. They have much better position. This attacking round has already gone better than the previous.
Those ticks going to come on through for the side of the New York Subliners when it comes down to the attack. Nastie may well have found that kill had he managed to find the jump. This Moko trying to retake here. New York are really dug in. Good shots from Nastie as he'll be able to find the second. Kismet is tagged up from the pressure in mid-map is Zero. Hydra trades it. Back and forth we go. London with a little bit more support here though. A little bit more map presence, but that is very much short-lived as New York find a way in.
New York take this one away, and now it's going to be on the London. How much they commit to this, how many lives they throw into the bin, trying to deflect it. You can see they've got for P1 control, but Hydra's going to go for this one. Finds Afro as well. He's putting London on the back foot. They eventually trade him out, but it has given New York time, that he's going through on A.
London may actually have a sniff at this now. Or is it going to go over? No time to get themselves over towards it. So that's 3 ticks in now for the side of New York. Over towards A. It's about map control from London. Gizmo's going to get caught out here as well. So all of a sudden, these next couple of gunfights are crucial, and Hydra's going to find one. It's a lot of map control here for the side of New York, and a lot of time to push towards B.
New York can smell this. They know everybody from London's coming off that respawn, and Paulehx is going to be there. He's causing issues, he's causing problems! Paulehx just gets around the back and they have to deal with him. They have to try and find him. The kills are all New York. Paulehx finds another one and New York are in.
It's been such a poor performance for the side of London on this round, but New York have been sensational. Every kill they've needed to find, they have found it. The bullets have rained on through, though. You still have to get it done. When it does come down to this attacking round, but that's at least one takeover towards B. Paulehx finding more. And there's number 7. And there's the glide bomb as well.
And this is so dangerous now for London. They are down live significantly. They are being gunned across Kavoodoo.
Here it comes as well. They want to secure this. They're not quite happy with just a couple of ticks. There's the kills, and look at the lives remaining. This is all but a New York round. It would take something quite special from London here.
So they're trying to do something. Zero trying to hold it as well. Crimsix laying down, finds Kismet towards the back, and every single kill that New York find is devastating. Paulehx gets on the point, he stops the clock, and Afro eventually trades it away, but London can't afford to trade. They don't have the numbers.
They need a perfect 4 down, and they need to be able to shove up the map. Nastie will find the first one, though. New York will have to slow down as that time does tick. New York may well just get a little bit more tense. Kills starting to come through for London, Brycey.
But this is the problem. London have to be almost flawless. It is not about holding them at this point. It is holding them for the full 45 seconds.
Nastie's not going to get out. No lives remaining now for the side of London. 11 v 4, 39 seconds remaining. The time is on the side for New York here. They do have time. London, as said, need to be perfect.
Afro trying to be careful here, but Crimsix has found him and New York have the advantage. There's only 3 players from London remaining. They will now apply the pressure. Gizmo is in no man's land. He's trying to stay alive. Hydra gets away for just a few seconds, but it's Kismet. Kismet through the back, finds one! Not going to be in second, though. It's now a 2 versus 8!
Oh, that's
Gizmo
big!
finds another!
The time, there's only 15 seconds to go, even though it is a 2 versus 7. New York need to go quickly.
They're pushing this, they're going to try to hit every single angle at the same time. They have to move. New York are running it down. Nastie finds the first one as well. You can see Crimsix is in a position as well. Hydra gets it. It's now just Gizmo. Gizmo finds one and not anymore. New York make sure they get their attacking round they work so hard for, and they go up 2-1.
I think it's got a little bit scary if you're a New York fan there. London held so well. Because New York had so much time, they were taking their time. And that's what made things scary in a certain sense. But because of the fact that they took their time, London pushed up into guns that were already ready and waiting. Really good job from New York there. And for all the good work that London did on their first defense, it is completely nullified by the fact you lose your second.
And now London. How the momentum has shifted. They were so close to being up in this series, and now they are so close to losing it. They have to win an attacking round.
Just think back to the second round. They came quite close to being able to find something over towards that B side themselves. So this one is not cut and dry yet, Brycey.
Looking for it. Nastie finds one. So they're trying to get 8 in a minute, not lose too many lives. Still a long way to go for them. This is New York's to lose.
Bear in mind, as said, that first round still may well pay dividends for London. If they can find an attacking round here, they should have defense for round number 5.
Oh, that's going to be 3 down. Crimsix going to try and stay alive, play his life. At the moment, not really a big commitment coming in towards the boat here. They're just going to try and make sure they don't throw this one away at all. Hydra just checking every single angle for it.
The shots. Sometimes you can be a little bit tentative, and that's not what they're doing now. The shots coming on through. Zero staying alive inside the point was crucial for London. If you can find a second, that would be huge. Gizmo is there. The backup is there. Kismet just trying to slow them down, though, on the way in. Concentrating on trying to find these kills. Nastie will be the first on the chopping block, but Gizmo inside the point. The time will be stopped from London. They get themselves inside in just a second. They're 1 tick away from getting a hold of A and extending that time by 1 minute.
Being careful. Gizmo finds an absolute beam on a Paulehx. No, the pressure's going to come through, but the reload's going to get it. It's Hydra again. That tick will slowly be trying to come in. They're putting the pressure on them, though. I don't think they want them to get this. It's been contested, and it has. New York have stopped it. And keep an eye where Kismet is. He's going to try and put them in the blender here. London may not have an opportunity to get anything.
A crucial moment in this map for the side of London. They can't get rid of Kismet. He's been ever present for the side of New York, and with 25 seconds to go, they need to get rid of him on beach. They have everything to do. 22 seconds to push towards it.
They cannot find the trades. They cannot find a position where they want to get to. Afro channel around the front, eventually does find it, but time is still ticking. New York just need a few kills, and they will put London down in this control. Looking for it. Kismet finds another one. They're desperately trying to get into the stop this clock here, but Hydra holds them off. Nastie has to make a hero play, and he knows he has to. And by the way, London are on B.
They're on B. They've stopped the time. But here come the rest of New York now. push will start coming through. This is still doable for the side of London. The live's not in their favor, the time not in their favor. They need to find something over towards aBeZy finds nothing there, but he's detracted away from the goal for London, which was extending that time they're going to get to do so.
Now London do not have the live to throw away again. 8 versus 13. They had to bleed everything just for a chance to tie this up. Will they hold their nerve? Is there anything left for London, or have New York done the damage?
We know though, when it comes down to control, you can dominate a round and all of a sudden a 4 down can change the tide. Hydra on the outside will find Zero. He will slow London down just that little bit. 7 lives remaining, 35 seconds on top.
They've got to dig Hydra out. They've got to find their way through so many here's. It's all New York. It's all about New York at the moment. This is their game to lose as Hydra stays alive and finds another one. Crimsix gets one more, and it's a dagger as Hydra refuses to bow before London's pressure. And London have to be flawless. They don't have the lives, they don't have the time, and they don't have this map.
A really solid performance from the side of New York. I don't know if London are going to have the time. They're not going to have the numbers. That attacking round.
New York have been glorious. They have taken the control. They have stayed alive here at Champs. And this is what we were talking about. It ain't over till it's over.
We knew control could be a bit of a swing. We knew it was going to be difficult. But for London, it's lost in that defensive round. You cannot let that slide. And Crim7's happy about that one. 2 more maps to go, my friend. The maths is not difficult. New York know they can bring this one back. And the job has only just started.
The magic is still in the air. New York remain unbroken. Hydra holding them down. Like I said before, 29-23 for him, but crucial kills. A 2 versus 3 clutch by him and Crimsix, staying alive, playing London like a fiddle. This is what makes New York so dangerous, and with a little bit of momentum on their side, this could go all the way. This could be a reverse sweep. We could be seeing more magic at Champs.
Yeah, we might as well just send it to map number 5 at this stage, might as well. I mean, look, that one, London was so good on their first defensive round. So good. The second round, where it looked like they may well find an attack, and it was a clutch up from New York. Remember that 2 versus 3? It's not long ago. But considering the round after that, New York then find an attack themselves. 2 rounds that just do not go London's way. And all of a sudden, New York, driving position, need to hold your defense. It is a good control, and the end from them. But London will rue some mistakes there. They had chances. They had chances, Bryce.
They did, but New York were just better, like the ice, to hold down that attacking round.
Yeah, Hydra went huge. Absolutely massive from him.
And they just got the slaying on board. You got to remember, New York, they just kept putting themselves in a great position. They were winning everywhere on that map. That's one of the things we expected for them. Of course, London, they were 2-0 in kind of controls recently, but they've lost another one. That is now 2-7 for them.
Both on Berlin's. Haven't seen much from Gavutu from them. You know, it makes a difference. It does make a difference. It's 1-1 over the stage 4 for New York Subliners when it comes down to Gavutu. London yet to win it over the last, what, I want to say 2 months or something. So it was always a map that was going to favor the side of New York. I think London would have known that. But looking towards the last 2, Berlin Hardpoint, we've seen London lose it yesterday by the slenderest of margins to the Seattle Surge. They want to right that wrong here up against New York, though.
Coaching coming in now, make sure all London stay on track. New York will be doing the exact same thing. Full regain from London and New York. They can smell a little bit of blood in the water. And that's what they want here. They do not want to go out like this. They have avoided the 3-0. But still, 2 more maps they need to move forward in this tournament and realize the dreams.
Still very doable for the side of New York here. London will have the lead, but sometimes that momentum can just swing, can't it? But I think they would have known heading into this that Gavutu is not necessarily a map that favors them in any sense of the imagination. So I think they would have known that this is not going to be an easy 3-0. They would have prepared for Berlin, a doubleheader to finish things off. It's map number 5 that scares me for the side of London, Bryce. I honestly feel like they do need to close it out here. Statistically, it leans towards New York. We've got a few stats that will throw your way if we do indeed get there, but map number 4 is a scary one too.
It is very scary. We said we think London need to do this early. New York, probably, the favour is swinging their way. They have a lot of support here in the crowd as well. In fact, there's some sort of pep talk going on at the front. I don't know what's happening, but somebody is pumped up in the Garden Centre.
They're trying to get the crowd hyped up.
They're trying to get them on their feet. The pep talks. We love it. We love the energy.
It was a wonderful, wonderful major back in New York. Crim 7, all the New York staff did such a good job. Best event of the year so far. Sorry, every other franchise that we did see.
They're trying to warm them up, trying to get everybody hyped, trying to get the fans behind their team to just give them that tiny extra bit of difference.
Is that £5 note?
It's a £5 note. Well, it looks like the crowd's a little bit more divided here than in the major, but it doesn't matter. What does matter is the gameplay. What matters is the hard point. What matters is the scoreline. We are going to find out. Here are the series stats for them. You can see Nastie slowed down, gives him a Nastie both for the 1.2, Afro a 0.78, but Berlin is a little bit more his kind of map, 0 on a 0.96.
I mean, how good did Afro look on this map yesterday? Has to be said, but for the New York Subliners, the slaying hasn't necessarily been there. Hydra and Kismet, though, have been the only ever present. Kismet had a good map number 2, Hydra had a decent map number 1. They've been there, but they need to be more than that here when it does come down to Berlin hardpoint over the season. Of course, it is a 12-9 record for the side of London, 13-6 for New York, and New York 5-1 over stage 4. London are going to have to bring the heat here.
They're going to get into P1 first, of course. That is the preferred side. But New York looking for this. It could be Afro opens up instantly. Paulehx from the back. Nastie gets one onto Hydra as well. They've got to be careful here. Paulehx is trying to stay alive. Crimsix finds another one, and the pressure will now come onto London.
I think it's something still like an 8-1 victory record for the side that starts on the good side when it has to come down to Berlin. New York just trying to find a route through here. Kismet alive and kicking though. Inside the hill, needs a little bit of support. The flank comes in from Kismet. Can't find a second. Nastie inside the point. He finds another of his own. Good job from New York. Break on through. 20 seconds to go. It's a nice break.
Huge from New York to get in there at that point. They executed perfectly, bringing this back to a tie game. You can now see both teams going over it. New York is going to try and get in a fire and cut off the reinforcements they know are coming from London. And Kismet gets this one as well. And they are now opening up the taps onto London. They are gutting them down left, right, and center.
That's a lot of kills in a row coming in from the side of Subliners at the perfect time. London, because of that beneficial side, though, do get a good chunk of time, even though they pretty much get wiped off the map. Now the rotation over towards P2 is important. P3 also is something you have to consider, but London have to consider winning a gunfight at some stage here. Hydra skating around inside of P2. Crimsix will help them out. Still time towards New York.
New York have stacked this heavy as well. Every single way they go, there are just bodies ready to cut them down, and London can't find anything. New York are just getting gunned. There's Hydra now on a 4 streak, and they have clipped the spawns as well. New York are playing perfect hardpoint.
A disastrous start, though, for the side of London. Nothing has went their way so far. Spawning towards Dock side. Paul on a 5 spree. Hydra on 5 spree of his own. Can he keep this one going? 2 more for the glide bomb. Can he manage to lock this one in? There's number 2, and not there. Now the spawns have flipped again, though, so both teams being very haphazard in terms of locking down these fire spawns. We know how important they can be. 10 seconds to go on P2, London on left P3.
Huge gunfight for Paulehx. He's into fire now, and London will have to react to it. They wanted to push them back as far as possible. Nastie eventually shuts him down, but still the pressure coming in from New York. They are unrelenting. They are hunting down London everywhere they find them. Kismet takes one down to the docks. Nastie goes down into fire, and New York again puts the pressure onto the Ravens.
The spawn's out, going to come on through. Zero now behind. He is going to very much find the kill on the Paulehx, but nobody else from London able to survive. For all that, it has felt like New York have dominated. It is nothing in it score-wise. 4 spree now coming in from the side of Kismet. The slaying has been on point for New York, but can they find something to count for it? Through the front door, Nastie going to find nothing. It is a perfect break from New York in the end. 30 seconds to play for. London are chalking it up.
They should do as well. They haven't really got going into this one, as they've got Hydra to try and battle against. He's 11-4. Crimsix is 6-4. Slaying is paying the bills here at the moment. And New York have caught fire.
After 3-10. How good he looked against Surge yesterday. He's going to have to start turning it up here for the side of London pretty quickly, or New York. Things will maybe get a little bit silly. It's a slow, meticulous way through the middle of the map here for the side of New York. They've trapped London in, but the gunfights are the ones that are important.
They're looking for them. This is still very, very slow. They are trying to find that first blood, trying to find it open as well. There's a kill towards the back. Crimsix is now closing this gap. Crimsix is going to go straight in, and that is unbelievable amount of shots coming out of Kismet. Just completely destroys him, and now New York are in.
And that was the glide bomb coming in from Kismet. It is all orchestrated by the side of Crim. Finds a kill towards the back, and the rest of the team then collapse on down. But London have found a few of their own. Can they find a route through here? Time on the board for them. And as we said, though, it has felt dominant. You've seen that kill feed is mostly looking exactly like that. But all for that, New York, yes, they've got a lead, but you would have thought it would be more.
Well, I'll tell you something, at the moment they look fully in control. New York have come alive in the second half of this series, and they are gunning. Hydra is 14-5. London are looking lost on Berlin.
SMG's making the difference here. Hydra, 14-5. Afro, 4-13. Up and close and personal. Hydra just is not missing bullets right now. The confidence seems to be there. Afro will find one. Paul will trade that one out, but importantly for London, they do have the side of the spawn that they started Berlin on. They need to make sure they make this count though. P5 time, going all the way over towards Subliners. That lead though, now is starting to grow. Spawns are so important for London to hold here.
It is, but there's a huge soak actually coming in from New York as well, and they're trying to just get this one. They want everything. They want P5, they want P1. Zero's got 9 health, eventually find something. And London stop the bleed for a few seconds. New York will try and push through, get them off a P5, and then go for P1. And London are trying to open this one up. There wasn't a great P1 from them to kick things off. They'll be looking for a much better second rotation.
It's a good start to it though. 10 seconds remaining here on P5. London have control of that. They have control of the spawns, control of tickets, everything you possibly want. If you're the side of London, to try and start the comeback here. Nastie getting aggressive for his team, just trying to force the issue up against New York, but that first hill is now ticking, and New York need to find a route through, and could it be through Hydra?
Well, he has been the man over and over again, and he is in the position. Keep an eye on Hydra as he goes to work over and over, and nobody's actually shooting at him into a gunfight, but Hydra's found it, found the gap, found a second, and still staying alive as he just refuses to break. And they have broken London once again on P1.
It's just far too easy. The flank's always going to come in from someone. How often do you see teams just push through the front door when it comes down to P1? Never is the answer. It's always about the flank. London not watching it, they get punished for it. New York once again inside.
Oh my goodness, New York are taking over. This isn't even close.
P2 rotations starting to come in now for the side of London. They need to find a good hold of some hill at some point. They've kind of been chipping away, and it's not impossible. It is a 70-point game. New York have very much been in control throughout every single second of this one. But one good hold from London puts them back into it.
And they need it sooner rather than later. Wasn't great P2 for them last time around. Afro going to try and hold this one down, but Kismet already getting a few kills for it, and Afro tries to make sure nobody comes through him, and Nastie eventually will trade him out. And you are right, Ton. London are looking to lock this in and try to bring this game back to the realms of reality.
New York can maybe be ruining their mistakes, I want to say, for all the presence that they have, for all the pressure that they have. They have not been able to put London out of sight yet. That P2 hold from London has been fantastic so far. 25 seconds remaining though. They're going to have to be even better than that, as there comes the kills. There comes the spawns out from London as well. New York in a good spot, but that deficit has been reduced by London. Can they find themselves a way through towards P3? Can they disrupt the flow? That's not been working in their favor so far. It's a good amount of time at P2, but there's still plenty of work to do. The spawns are there for New York.
And this is going to be the problem. You can see the pressure from New York. They have that rotation. They have it locked. It's a long way for London. And while they brought it back a little bit onto P2, they are going to let that lead increase the longer they don't get to P3.
London notoriously fairly solid when it comes down to this P3 hold, but they haven't been the first ones there. Look at this break now coming through front fire. Everybody there from London.
Just locked in, trying to hold this one. Nastie going to go down as well. Paulehx and Afro tries to get through, and Afro finds two. They managed to get into this point here, but the reinforcements are not there. They don't have the spawn either. New York will be looking to get the bodies here at the same time, and Afro, who has not been having a good series, is coming alive when they need him.
That's 4 in a row. 5 in a row! Oh my goodness, Afro! And we talk about these amount of kills that you have. It's not the amount, it's the important ones that are now coming through from Afro. It's a good break from London. They're still 40 points behind here, but it's felt like it's been all New York, and it is going to be all New York in that kill feed as the rotation starts to come over towards P4. London are not out of this yet, but New York, they're about to touch 200 points. London still 50 behind.
New York have had all the slaying, and they must continue this and not let this lead slip. They have not been as far ahead as we thought they might have been at this stage.
It's felt very one-sided, but yet the scoreline's not showing.
They're coming though. They are putting the pressure on. Afro's going to come through, and Kismet now going to use this glide bomb he earned so long ago. Afro, you're going to take this one to the takes, my friend, unfortunately, and down he goes. And the pressure, Zero's going to try and stay alive. It's Zero versus Crimsix, and he does eventually get the gun, but it's not going to be enough. There are still too many New York players here. Hydra finds two, jumped out of the window, somehow finds a third, as Hydra continues to be a pain for London.
4 in a row from Hydra, and that third one looked absolutely disgusting from the other POV. Make it 5 from the French phenom. Gizmo eventually stops him. But again, all this control from New York, they aren't getting too much time from it. They are in the point now, 10 seconds to go. London thinking about P5 and then ultimately P1, where they have stunk the place out. Crimsix around the outside though will slow things down over towards P4. It is a 30-point game. Somehow, some way, Hydra will find another 26 and 18. His nemesis and Afro has not quite been there for the side of London. The kills are there for New York once again though, but the spawns are there for London.
The problem for London is they have to commit to P5. They can't allow New York to soak as Crimsix drops one onto Kismet's head.
Hydra again.
And he's looking for it. He wants to flip these spawns all the way back again, and unbelievable. Hydra has been a force to be reckoned with, and now New York are just putting the pain on. Crimsix is on 5. They are on to P5 as well, as Hydra finds 2 more.
It's been an absolute enigma on this map so far, 29 and 18. May well have found himself with a slow start to the series, but my goodness me, is he heated up yet. London still within this one. 40 points is the difference. They need to flip these spawns. There's 15 seconds to go before we head over towards P1. And it looks like New York in complete control of the map. Berlin is looking like theirs. 210 to 173. P1 control is there for London.
Oh, London look like they're spawning on map 5 because they are so far away. And now we go into P1, something London haven't been great at when they were there first. They have to have a basically perfect break, but they don't have the spawns. The spawns are going to go for them as well. Nastie's going to try and stay alive, but that time is soaking. 25 seconds for New York.
Nastie staying alive around this area will be crucial, as the pin set is now set up from Ravens. Here comes the pinch. If Nastie can find something that would help, but now they just have to go. They have to go through the front door, 14 seconds away for New York, and they are finding the kills, Pricey. Map 5 is pretty much beckoning.
Oh, Kismet finds 3. London are reeling. London are lost. London are 7 seconds away from being taken down and gone to a map 5 as Crimsix says, all right, I might try and get a glide bomb. Doesn't really matter. The game is done. It's dusted. It's map 5 for New York. The reverse sweep was always on the cards. It was never counted out. And they have pushed, and they have fought, and they have bitten, scraped, and scrapped. And they have made it to a map 5 ton.
As you said, it was always on the cards. With the control record coming in from London, it was always going to be difficult when we're heading into a map number 4 that suits New York. Hydra has arrived. The last 2 maps he has been so crucial to the side of the New York Subliners. And for all that game, it felt like they were in control every single moment of it. Maybe didn't take them as easily as they would have thought that they would have got through it, because yes, the scoreline reflects that, but they were dominant all the way through. Honestly, if London had not got 100 points there, it wouldn't have humbled them by any sense of the imagination. They were not good there in map number 4. And now on map number 5 on the cards, Pricey, a search and destroy that does not look good for the side of London. It looks great for New York. The reverse sweep is well and truly on the cards.
It certainly is. We have been to map 5 already 4 times at this tournament. What a way to start off day number 2 by doing it again. It seems like map 5 is the name of the game at the moment. But of course, the stage has been set. One more map and we send a team home. Be it London or be it New York. One more opportunity, one more chance to get this job done and move forward or go home. The pressure is on, the intensity is in the building, and tears might flow. But all that and more is to come right after the break. You aren't going to want to miss it. A great day yesterday, maybe a better day today. We'll see you right after this.
One more round, let's fucking go! Let's fucking go!
Call of Duty League is brought to you by TeamSpeak, the official communication partner of the Call of Duty League. And AimLab, official first-person training partner of the Call of Duty League. Unleash your potential.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League Championship weekend. And yes, do not adjust your set. There is a dance-off going on in the arena, ton.
Oh my goodness me, Guy Blaze is getting his money worth here, isn't he? Really, it has to be said. I mean, the ghillie suit and everything. My goodness me. FaZe fans can move. Who would have thought it? Oh my goodness. Oh, I mean, I don't need to say a damn thing here, do I?
There is not a lot to add to this.
I mean, I honestly commentated a few crazy games in my time. That was not up there with what I thought I'd be commentating over. But nonetheless, it is a fiery map 5 potentially on the cards here, and what has been an absolute bomb burner of a series so far. We knew the reverse sweep was potentially on the cards, even when London went up 2-0. It was not done and dusted. New York bring it back. Map 5 we go.
They certainly do. Back to map 5 once again. Seems to be the way things go, but speaking of the way things go, we will find out. It is warm in LA, it is warm in this building. But right now, both teams need a little bit of ice, a little bit of patience, a little bit of calm, and a lot of gunny to make this one go their way. A reverse sweep for New York, or do London bury one of the favorites early on?
Stats tell a scintillating story for the side of London specifically, I would say. Having a look at the overall record, London are 3-10. New York 5-5 themselves. Over stage 4, London 0-1. One of the big ones for me, London. 6 round 11s, they have not won a single one of them. They are pushing teams far in this one, but can they go the step further, or can New York continue the dream?
We're about to find out. That's a horrible stat to bring up at this point, but already it's coming down. It's going to be a big push coming through. Hydra finds Gizmo as well, continuing his run. And this site is now open. Nero trying to deflect as much pressure as he can, but London have lost 2 players already. New York have the advantage. They have the bomb planted. Is there anything to do for them? Can Zero get a 1 versus 3?
Looking like the reverse sweep is off to a perfect start for the side of New York. Hydra, the one with the first blood, gets them inside of A, and then from then on out, it is mission impossible for London. They fold early. And if he can continue the way he's been playing these last 2 maps, Pricey, London are in such a bad spot.
Well, this is where we talk about intensity and the emotion behind these players. They will be feeling it on this stage. Every single kill that goes against them, every single round they bleed off, will add to that feeling of dread that is slowly but surely creeping up the spine. But we will see who comes out on top. London now on the attack.
I said, I've spoken to London about this map before. They kept playing it, They were having struggles on it because so many round 11, so many clutch situations not going their way. And Crimsix setting up very passively has caught them off guard. Afro will find one to rebuttal that, Gizmo will find another. So there you go, 3 versus 2. And Gizmo gets away just about 6 HP, but for me, look at this, where that bomb is. That is disastrous for the side of London. Why on earth is it there?
Well, London have decided to play a bit of sabotage, put the bomb a million miles away. How on earth does Zero win that with first bullet? Now he's running for his life, and Paulehx hasn't seen him properly. London have the advantage, a 2 versus 1 of a quite outrageous gunfight from Zero. Paulehx looking to clutch up. And the fans are getting behind them. The fans trying to scream out for their favorite player. But will it be enough? Is Paulehx the hero?
Oh, if he puts the shots in, the info will be there, but that bomb is down. 1v2 for Paul. London, what's the setup going to say for them? Well, they're sitting tight. Seems that way.
He's still looking, still trying to figure this one out.
He's got no information, not an ounce of it.
Probably forgotten what they look like. It hasn't been so long.
And the problem is for him here is the thing, London can set up in a few different directions, can't they? But they've chose to just go back to back. Paul, here we go, 19 seconds to go. Shots are going to start ringing on through. Gizmo will survive, and ultimately that might be his downfall. Paul still with so much to do. 13 seconds, no time on his side. It's ring around the Rosie, and London find the round.
I have never seen a player look in more corners and more directions and somehow just not get lucky enough to find them. Every single time. By the way, this was an unbelievable kill. Kismet jumps out onto him and Zero just rips his eyebrows off and puts him away.
It's a massive kill as well. It's not just the gunfight that Zero had being outrageous. The fact that he finds that as well makes it a plausible situation for London. He then gets out. Wonderful, wonderful player by Zero. 2 streak for him. He'll look to continue this one as New York now onto the attack. It's a big B hit coming on through. They've been aggressive with their attacks so far, and it's the same old story. Get the bomb down. Kismet inside, waiting for Nastie. The overcommitment from London, and now that bomb will go down.
And that was a great play from New York. Held the nerves, knew exactly that somebody would be coming to chow, and with that bomb down, it firmly goes in their favor. New York just have to hold the right angle, find the right kills. Kismet finds the first player, and he's going to get him down to a 3 versus 3. But we all know this is a horrible place to attack.
All that grenade in, is it going to hurt? No, it isn't. Not even the hitmarker, so no information. Crimsix is going to be the one to hold, but for all that pressure that comes on through, Kismet is then distracted, but still work for London to do. Gizmo gets up close and personal. Crimsix knows he's coming. The distraction tactic is maybe potentially there. Crimsix towards the back will fall. Does find one, 2v1.
Looking for Paulehx, they're going to go for it. Paulehx holds it, keeps firing, tries to get it as well. Zero has to throw it down, and Paulehx has held his fire! And oh my goodness, they clutch up. The pressure was on, but New York, they do enough.
The fact that Crimsix even finds one there is what pretty much wins them the round, because then Gizmo is the only one who can challenge Paul. The AR in that position. This man's not going to lose that gunfight. Fantastic work from him. Stays alive. Time's on his side. And New York find the round.
New York up now, 2-1. The reverse sweep, still just a little twinkle in the eye. They will go on the defensive here. We can already see it's going to be a big hit for London. They are pushing straight across. That information will come through them as well. They're going to know there's numbers here.
Look at this aggression. Afro, has he really got going in this series? It feels like that hasn't been a bit of a problem for London. For all that Hydra has then started to heat up, Afro has not been as ever-present as we so often do perceive him to be for the side of London Royal Ravens. But there's a lot of pressure here over towards A. New York already set up, and well, you wonder if they're going to stick a twist. Twist seems to be the answer, but look at Zero towards the back. Is that info going to be there for him? I don't know if it is.
I think he's going to be careful. They obviously will be called out. Zero's looking for these players. But it has got a little bit quiet on Berlin for an aggressive start, and Zero almost catches it in the teeth. Hydra gets the first blood. And now London are struggling to try and figure out exactly where they want to go. As Kismet finds his way into the side and already takes him down. New York have the advantage again.
London just choose not to commit to the control that they have. New York tighten their grip, and all of a sudden it becomes a little bit more difficult, but Afro just says, right, screw it, let's get the bomb down and see what we can do. 2 versus 3.
Outnumbered here, London, and Zero's going to go down. It has to be a clutch for Afro. Finds one towards the back and gunned. New York go up 3-1. London, a little bit of shaky hands in the Berlin at the moment. Cannot find anything.
And I think, honestly, for me, that comes down to the fact that New York are closing the gap. They're not allowing London to plant. They have plenty of pressure around the site, and it's just the eyes in from there. Really, really good job from the side of New York. They find another round. It's a 3-1 lead. And with London's statistics on this map, are they just going to go out with a whimper again? Their game against Surge yesterday, they were solid all the way through, forces to map 5, and it was just a lackluster performance on this map. And once again, we are seeing the ugly head of Berlin, Search and Destroy, rear its head for the side of London.
London's already a push coming through, and this time Nastie is faster.
Much better. But the thing is for London here, do they bite onto that? That pressure that comes on through, they do not. They do not overcommit. New York now playing with an idea. Which way are they going to go with this one? London sitting tight.
They're looking for this one. Afro is going to be the player with any information.
Doesn't see him. Doesn't see him.
And Afro's going, all right, that guy's planted a little bit cheeky for me. New York have that bomb down. It almost, not quite negates that player disadvantage they have.
Keep an eye on Crimsix though. He's the one now playing an island. Is Nastie going to be aware of this? He probably is. It's very standard position as the rest of London now start to set up Crimsix. The shots are going to rain on through. Is Nastie going to be there to maybe try and trade this one out as the shots do ring on through? Nastie though, oh, up and down they go. Crimsix still surviving. They need to start doing something soon, London. The shots are not there from Nastie. Crimsix towards the back. This is a big gunfight to go for. Nastie finds one, Gizmo another. Paulehx left alone.
They're going to try and take him down. Paulehx holds his fire again. Shot, he gets 2, but no! So close. Paulehx throwing bullets at that bomb site. Has a 5 streak, but London just had too many players.
So crucial that Nastie eventually does find Crimsix towards the back there. If he falls, then all of a sudden Paulehx surviving. Yeah, he just needs to survive until Crim gets there. Time was on the side for New York, but Gizmo and Co had the numbers. And the bomb defuse comes through. 3-2. London with signs of life here, Bryce.
Tell you what, Crimsix almost made the play as well. That was very close to him completely destroying the London setup. But just wasn't to be, and now London go on to the attack. They'll be looking to try and tie this one up 3-3. That is easier said than done. There's a little bit of information. Nobody's going to drop there. Too fast.
Aggression coming through. Afro is yet to really arrive on the stage here on Friday. You could start doing something here if you're a London fan. Kismet and Co though ready and waiting. Inside of A. Push is going to start coming on through. There it goes. Nastie is going to find anything. Absolutely not. And I don't like that push at all. He pushes in. He's got no support, Bryce.
That bomb is now down. London are struggling. They know there are going to be players around as Hydra continues to do his work. He's found 2 already this round, and London have a 2 versus 4 to contend with.
Bomb in no man's land. Afro needs to find a good fight on the Kismet. He sees him first. The bullets are in. He has to back on down. A lot of work to do here if you're the side of the London Royal Ravens.
Be careful. Zero's trying to even these odds, but it's not going to work. New York are patient. They are calm. They know they hold all the cards for it. But Hydra doesn't care. That's 3 for him, and he's not going to get the ace as Paulehx eventually sweeps London off the board. 4-2 now for New York.
Just so solid from them, and honestly, these attacking rounds from London, they look lost at sea. That push through from Nastie, I understand that you've got to do it. You've got to break into the site at some stage. But there's nobody there even from a support angle to help him. If he goes in there, there's nobody there for the trade. To me, it looked like maybe a bit of a misstep from the side of London. So far, so good, though, for New York. They have been solid. Reverse sweep is well and truly not just underway. It's very much on the cards. A 4-2 lead now for New York. 2 rounds away from surviving. And London need 4 more to continue their Vanguard season.
It's aggression in spades. New York looking to execute very early on in this. The key player. We can see it. It's already. Kismet finds 1! Not the second! It's shaky, but it's okay. Hydra has found 1 back, though, but it will be on London to have the numbers this time.
Nastie's going to have to make his way around here as Hydra and Co are really putting the pressure on. Hydra on his merry little way once again, though, just finding routes, finding certain angles, and just toying with the side of London. Is he going to be able to toy with them here? Zero's going to be the first one. The chopping block gets out as well. 2 versus 2.
He has just been unbelievable the last 3 maps.
He's played like just being such a pain all the way through it. Oh, Crimsix, that is a grenade on a Nastie. He may well be in trouble here. Is Hydra going to challenge? Nastie has to back down. 35 remaining.
Trying to figure this one out. Nastie's probably going to call his teammate, at least give him some information on what's going through, but they are unsure if both players are there. Hydra comes straight out for it as well, and the will get taken down, and Crimsix will get that trade coming through as well. Gizmo knows where he is and will eventually hold it down for London. That was a very stressful round for both teams. It could have gone either way. But London get 3, and they are still behind against New York's 4.
Hydra has been an absolute menace on this map, but so is Gizmo. 9-4 from him. He's just everywhere. That's the problem. When you see an SMG player with confidence like that, he's pushing through routes that may well be being watched, but he does not care. He knows if he can get through undetected, he causes issues. That looked like a comfortable round for London. In the end, it was very uncomfortable. They find it anyway. A 5-2 scoreline would have been very different to the 4-3 we now have, and the aggression from London's going to start coming through. First blood is there.
That opens it up for a little bit. They know where Crimsix has been playing so far on this map. It might mean they feel a little bit more confident to commit to this, but right now just trying to hold on to this advantage, not give anything away. You know, sneaky. Hydra, he's got 2 players there. They open the door and almost gets it back for them.
Look at the aggression. Look at the aggression. Is it going to pay off for them? Kismet will find 1 at Afro, and now if you're London, what do? You commit towards it, and look at the wolf packing from New York. Zero's got so much to do, but he's done a good job at doing so. Get out as well. It's a 3v2 now for London to tie it up.
That could have gone disastrous for them, but Zero holds his aim true.
And the thing is, he got so much info.
He's calling this one out. I think Gizmo has done it. He's Simp Paulehx as well. But New York are going to try and execute onto this one. They don't have an awful lot of time. They are putting the pressure on. They're looking for the skates. Where on earth for London, they're thinking. Got to get full. Gizmo already finds 1. It's now down to Paulehx. And they're 1 versus 3. He's on the bomb site, but he's alone. Zero goes for a Chow, wait 7.5 seconds, Chow again. Zero actually goes for a straight away, doesn't matter, the numbers are there. And London tie this one up.
And Gizmo plays that one wonderfully. He sees the information, he gets himself into fire because they know the information they get from Zero around the outside. He then pushes through fire, knows that the other commitment is coming through mid-map, so he wraps around again and ultimately just pinces New York into a tough position. It is 4-4. Gizmo is 11-4 on a 5 spree. He is really showing up here. How much have we talked about all season long? He's not translated online into LAN. He is very much doing so here to help London stay in the game.
Oh, it's intense. I don't know which way this is going, but I am looking forward to finding out. You know where it's going. If it goes to around 11, I might just have to have a nap afterwards. But at the moment, it goes quiet on Berlin. Neither team willing to step a toe out of line or throw the wrong shoulder.
And honestly, it feels like the slower players been working out for London a little bit more. The aggression is where New York Subliners have been plying their trade very, very well so far. Gizmo, though, on that 5 spree, no longer. First blood goes over towards the side of New York. Zero cannot even the odds on the Crimsix. That bomb will surely go down. London need a retake here.
Crimsix just thread the needle, but eventually Afro has to get out of it. But Hydra gets another one down to it. It's all New York down at 2 versus 4.
This is crucial. Oh,
the timing.
Terrible timing, and Hydra will find him. If he finds that, it becomes maybe a little bit doable. This is not. It's 1 round away now for New York. They've found number 5. Can London answer? Can we get around 11?
And here it is. The sword of Damocles is dangling above the Ravens. One more round for New York, and the reverse sweep becomes reality. Hail Hydra, I'll tell you something. Hail Hydra the last 3 maps.
Yeah, he's been unbelievable. Turned his series around. And now London, it's do or die, and oh my goodness me. Let's just get into B and start swinging.
There is a stack coming through. Hydra gets the first blood as well. Kismet looking for the second one. It's still all advantage to New York. They're going for this one. Crimsix finds the second! And London now in a 1 versus 4. It's only Zero. He's the last man alive. Hydra's coming to Chow. He's coming to say hello. He's found the first. But is there anything for him?
If he had the bomb, then maybe he had something, but Zero in such a bad spot.
And the hopes of a nation rest on this one man's shoulder. He will be sweating buckets. He will be nervous. He will be in trouble.
I just don't understand how he is able to do this. Look at the setup from New York.
Oh, here we go. It's about a kickoff. They're looking for it now, New York. They found him already! And the reverse sweep! London has fallen! The Ravens have been reduced to rubble! And the Cinderella story is still alive! You shall go to the ball, New York. You shall stay alive at champs. And oh my goodness. Champs does not disappoint.
5 out of 5 for map number 5 we go. Champs has been unbelievably close. And this one was just that as well. What a fantastic series out of both these two teams. Disappointment for London. They were 2-0 up, but we knew the control had been an issue. We knew maps 4 and 5 suiting New York. It was essential they found that lead, and then just somehow find one of the last 3. They couldn't get the job done.
I like you.
And New York, as you said, the fact that they found themselves here at Champs was somewhat of a miracle. And the miracle may well just continue here as they find the win to kick off Friday.
They are happy and justifiably so. A reverse sweep to keep them alive, to keep that little bit of a dream. As they try to march forward in this tournament, they fell at the first hurdle, but didn't stay down. They got back up and they fought. And of course, we went to another map, number 5.
Of course we did. New York will advance on through, but it's a touch on London of a season that I want to say offered a lot of promise. We've seen them in the beginning of the game. Everyone kind of had them way down there in the pecking order, didn't they? I think a couple of people are like, was it 12th in the power rankings heading into the season? They proved a lot of people wrong. They did prove a lot of people wrong, and I think this is a young roster who will start to go on and develop their careers, but it just wasn't to be for them this year, was it really? We've seen some flashes of brilliance, but that was pretty much it, unfortunately. But again, there's players on that roster who have a lot of their career left to go, alongside Zero, who has been a great leader for this squad. There's still time for a lot of those players in Lone Royal Ravens to write their legacy, but it will not be here in Vanguard.
It certainly will not. A disappointing end to the season for the London Royal Ravens. Potential unrealized is probably going to be the story of them as well, but that is probably the worst way to lose. There's 2 great maps from the begin with, and they just could not keep a handle on New York. Every player had their story to tell for New York in that. And we highlight Hydra a lot for probably obvious reasons. That man was skating, Tom.
Oh, he played so well in those last 3 maps in particular. The control in the hard point and the S&D to finish things off. He started heat up. We didn't see it in maps number 1 and 2. We really seen the Nastie show, and he was fantastic, but they just couldn't continue. It felt like the wheels fell off just a little bit as soon as that control goes towards New York. And that is the story of that series. I know that map number 5.
It certainly is. Well, we say goodbye to London here at Champs, but we do say hello to Blaze on the stage. It's a Crimp of you.
Hi, Blaze.
Thank you so much, Bryson Tun. Give it up for the New York Subliners surviving elimination in a map 5 banger once again. We're 5 for 5 here at Champs Crim, but you've been in plenty of series like this before, and I know you don't like it. It was a lot of pressure right there after you guys lost map number 2.
Yeah, I mean, man, it's just so dumb. Like, it's Champs. Everyone loosen up. Loosen up. That's all we got to do. And, you know, there was a situation before we even started playing. Hey, Scott, if you're back there, I'm wearing fucking shorts tomorrow. I don't care. Oh, shorts! Because here in California,
it's hot.
AKA diarrhea butthole of the United States.
Well, yeah.
Sorry.
We love LA, Crim.
Hey, enjoy your 54% taxes. Hey, anyways.
We love LA.
Hey, we all agree that sucks, but let me get to my point, right?
Yes.
Only in California, right, is it 74 degrees outside, and they have the heat on. Yo, it's hot in here, right?
Hot, though.
Is it hot in here?
It's the city of champions.
They don't believe in AC.
Now, is the AC gonna affect you if it comes down to win another champs ring?
I mean, I saw Simp. Hey, watch your profanity. Who said that? Anyways, point is, I saw Simp drenched in sweat, okay? He's a $110 on a good day.
Yeah.
Okay? That guy's got no muscle, no fat, you know.
But his shot is superb.
Dude. Too soon.
Any words you want to...
I can't fucking beat him, dude.
Hey, but you know, hey, could it be this weekend? You know, you guys got a tough matchup coming up here in the loser side of the bracket. Any words you want to give to these fans and everyone who's been supporting you on this Cinderella journey if you get another ring?
I got some words. Yo, Nade Shot gave me confirmation. There's going to be a new LAT merch drop. So, like...
Oh.
Yeah, go line up. What are you guys still doing here?
Hey, you heard
by the way, yo, Scump's in the 3rd level. He said he's doing autographs.
Are you gonna do autographs? I think you are.
Wait, I just want to see who goes.
Nah, well, they here for you, okay? They here for you.
Hey, appreciate it, guys. Love you guys. You know.
There we go. Everybody give it up for Crimsix.
Hopefully you enjoyed the show.
One time as the show continues.
But at the end of the day, it was a good thing that it went map 5.
It was good for the community.
Shit's weird, man. USA.
All right, as the USA chants start, let's take this one back to the desk. It's a lot to break down.
There's a lot to break down after that one. I don't even know where to start.
Listen, Crim is the main character, and we're all just we're all NPCs. That's all I gotta say.
Well, I mean, look, let's try. I'm going to do my very best to reel it back to some level of reality here. London has fallen. The Ravens will be the first team eliminated here from COD Champs in the 2022 weekend. Wow, man. I mean, a reverse sweep chance, a tough one for the Ravens. I mean, they started so strong.
I mean, and it's almost like poetic that their year ends on Berlin S&D, because if you go back and look at it, you know, 0-6 in round 11s on that map, literally from stage 1, if they could have more success on their map, their year would be radically different. But from the start of the year to literally the bitter end, they just didn't have the ice on Berlin, and yep, that'll be their year.
I mean, no, Chance totally touched that point. It's just their map pool that beat them in the end. Like, they're 0-5 in Tuscan S&D, so obviously, you know, they don't want to square up with New York Subliners on that map, but I almost would have taken the risk, to be honest. Having the loss on the Berlin S&D yesterday, obviously having that stat of being 0-6 in round 11, 11s on it. Like, I feel like at champs, like sometimes you just got to risk it. And unfortunately, they played the safe Berlin. It didn't pull out in the end. And it's really unfortunate because I feel like we saw a different Nastie and Gizmo in this series when it came to the London Royal Ravens. So not a horrible year, but definitely leaving a lot to be desired.
I mean, it's just tough. I mean, they get knocked out in 2 double Berlins, Hardpoint and S&D, both
Yeah.
their last 2 series. And, you know, looking at this one, they had to close them out on that control. Like, they had the opportunity to do it. You cannot lose a defense on Gavutu. Like, later in this series, you know you've had troubles on those maps as of late. So for them, I think it's a tough loss, man. And then also for Afro, he didn't have the best performance, but it was a lot of AR-heavy maps there. Still would have liked a little bit more out of him in this one.
Yeah, tough one. But that is going to be some of our segments here finished on the game break presented by Prime Gaming. Now to the bracket. We go further, deeper into this tournament. Subliners find themselves to elimination round 2. We bid adieu to the Ravens. Their campaign here on Vanguard comes to a close. Up next, though, Ultra versus Breach. Another elimination matchup. We will be saying goodbye to another team here in the most insanely exciting and tragic at times tournament of the entire year. Ladies and gentlemen, time to go to a quick commercial break. We come back and we dive in back into brand new action here at the Call of Duty League Championship Weekend 2022. Don't go too far. It's only a tiny break. In fact, you know what? Stay where you are. Don't move. We'll be back.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can. And upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Amazon Prime members get free games every month and a slew of free content for your favorite games like Call of Duty. Claim yours now at gaming.amazon.com. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We march onwards through champs here in day 2. We already said goodbye to the Ravens, and in this series, ladies and gentlemen, oh boy, we get to say goodbye to one more team. The Galen Center here in Los Angeles having a wonderful time, despite what Crim said about something about buttholes and diarrhea, something about that. It's still a lovely day. It's a wonderful time here at COD Champs, and we may or may not ever let him do an interview ever again. They're just the wildest. God bless him. Incredible. Tiny joining us on the desk, mate. Welcome after that crazy cast. How you doing?
I'm good, mate. I was just wondering what you're feeling about his thoughts on your city, mate. That's what you.
It's now my city. It is indeed. I mean, look, it's neither of the things he said, but we'll just let that one slide all the way through to the keeper. Ali, it was a crazy series again for New York. They march onwards and feeling good surely after that one.
Honestly, I'm really happy to see New York be able to pull out a reverse sweep. We were worried about their stamina when it came to longer series, like in the best of 9 at Major 4. They went up 2-0 and weren't able to do anything after that. So I'm happy to see that they are still very resilient.
Yeah, we'll see how that resilience goes because it's a long weekend, ladies and gentlemen. Up next, though, we do have Toronto Ultra taking on Boston Breach. We'll be saying goodbye to one of these. Again, our lovely Zenny's at the ready. We'll see how the predictions go a little bit later on. But guys, high-level thoughts about this one before we get into the maps. Actually, not screw it. Maps and modes. Roll it, baby. Let's get into this one. This is going to be a banger, no doubt about it. Tuscan Desert Siege, Double Berlin, and the Cage to close it out, Anne.
I mean, these, the Berlin Control, Berlin Hardpoint, I mean, at first glance, you'd be like, Toronto likes that, but also Boston has been good at both those maps as of late. And then for the Search and Destroys, Boston is last in defensive win percentage on Desert Siege and Bacage. So the S&Ds, I mean, it's been a world of pain for this Boston team in general, especially in their last matchup and throughout Stage 4. So those will be the maps that we're looking at. Once again, we're probably going to go to a Game 5. It's happened in every single series, so they have to come with better strategies.
Well, it's just happened every time, and I don't see why it should stop now. It's been very exciting and riveting Call of Duty all around. I mean, Game 5 on the cards. Let's face it.
You would think so, wouldn't you, with everything that has gone on. But I think for the side of Ultra, they'll be looking at this one and happy that Bacage is nowhere to be seen in this scenario. You know, they don't have to play like they did up against OpTic. Lost first 2 maps there yesterday. So it's a bit of a better map set for them to maybe continue there. Yeah, you know, again, I just feel like, I mean, Chance always says that there can only be one good EU team. So let's see maybe if they can go. I think he just says it to dagger us.
He does. He's a dick. Ali, come up, though, after this one, we are going to be talking more about Boston Breach, the fastest submachine duo in the league, Vivid and, of course, Nero. Excited to see them run things here today.
Yeah, no, I'm right there with you. My biggest thing when we saw that map set was for Boston, their side of things, they do not want to get to that map 5. Obviously, the Search and Destroys in this series heavily favor the Toronto Ultra, specifically in that boat cage, though, where Toronto has a 60% defensive win rate, where 40-40 on the side of Boston Breach. So when it comes to the game fuel keys to victory, it's a rebound series of Nero and TJ. TJ put up a 0.8 KD. We saw what he was capable of in the beginning of that series. Unfortunately, didn't follow all the way through. And Nero, once again, one of those players that was up for Rookie of the Year. He was a candidate. Can he be more consistent? We will see, as everything is on the line. And be prepared for Toronto's slow neutral setups on Desert Siege. We saw Boston Breach play Desert Siege yesterday, and it did not go their way, but to give them some sort of grace, they did go against an LA Thieves team, who is one of the best S&D teams in the game. So we'll see what they're able to pull out.
Yeah, and you know, that stat 50% neutral offensive setups, it's the same thing on the other side for Boston. They're right behind them at 47%. So it's going to be a slow, methodical search and destroy. A lot of adjustments are going to need to be made. And we saw Toronto trying to do it yesterday. OpTic just wasn't biting.
Well, OpTic, though, very dangerous search and destroy team. See if they've managed to learn a lot going into this now matchup. I think time now for Toronto Ultra. Let's get into this side of the corner. And as far as we're concerned, a team with fantastic composure, a team that know how to survive a tough situation. How do you think yesterday's loss shook them up?
I think it would have shook them up because they were so close, but they've played relatively well. It's kind of been a case of close but no cigar for the side of Ultra all year long. But I think, you know, just as an overarching side of things, there will be pressure on each of these players. We know what kind of roster they have waiting in the wings here. We discussed it. I've said it a couple of times this weekend. What happens to this roster with players like Scrappy who are ready there to step in? All these guys have got pressure on them right now this weekend.
We'll see how the pressure comes through, though. Keys to victory now, the game fuel. Keys to victory for Toronto Ultra. Let's talk about CleanX. Carry that momentum from yesterday. He was an absolute menace in every map and mode, and the boy did it all.
No, Cammy as well. Like, both of them. Those have been the guys that have been in question for the Toronto Ultra. They really stepped it up yesterday and honestly put together a hell of a series. I mean, winning 2 respawns, you know, especially in Hardpoint, where that's been a struggle for them over the last few months, and then take advantage of weak Boston setups on the map. 1 Tuscan Hardpoint. Boston last in hold percentage this season on Tuscan. We see CleanX just pop off on that map time and time again. With the added confidence from the respawn performance yesterday, he certainly can do it here.
I will issue to that point, though, with that game for Keys to victory in all season. Yes, they are last, but if you just take stage 4, they actually have an 85% hold percentage, where Toronto Ultra only has a 17% break percentage in stage 4 on Tuscan Hardpoint. So a lot of improvement from the side of Boston Breach. So do not get comfortable with that stat in that game for Key to victory.
Well, we've thought a little bit about now who we're going to be picking to win this one. Ton, we'll start with you, Geese. Who's it going to be, Boston or Ultra?
Just woefully biased once again. Ultra it is. No, I think it's going to be a really tight game. I think both these two teams have had their moments throughout the year. I think when it comes down to these moments, though, it's the experience, it's the class. We know that these two teams have not necessarily had the same journeys. We know Ultra have been together for a long time. I'm going to go with Ultra.
Again, Ultra looking to get back-to-back grand finals for champs. Who knows? aLLeY, who have you got?
I think I'm going to go to the likes of Boston Breach, mostly just because of the way their respawn has been looking. Toronto Ultra has been struggling to pull out any sort of footing when it comes to that game mode, and the fact that CleanX had an incredible series yesterday, and they still couldn't pull out the win. I thought the moment CleanX had a good rhythmic series, Toronto Ultra was going to look insane, but they weren't, and they still got to lose. They lost both Search and Destroys against OpTic. Granted, OpTic, one of the best Search and Destroy teams in the game, but Toronto Ultra at one point was as well, so I think I'm going to go with Boston Breach in this one.
Oh, and we're all tied up. Where you going?
Yeah, I'm going with the Toronto Ultra. I mean, I think they have the composure and the teamwork. Yesterday, a couple moments away from winning that series, and then also at Major 4, like one situation away from beating OpTic. They just keep running into them, but OpTic is a different beast than the Boston Breach. I think Toronto Ultra with CleanX and Cammy performing like they were in yesterday's series, they're going to come in here and they're going to take this one in Game 5, though. It's
well, it has to be a Game 5, doesn't it? Right, well, ladies and gentlemen, you know the deal. I've taken off my Raven Zennies because, let's face it, they're out of the tournament now, and I am going to be diving back over towards Toronto Ultra. I just think they're strong enough to get the job done, and I think that Destiny is going to be willing them back to another grand finals here at Champs. Toronto Ultra, they're on the little arm, and hey, I tell you what, you can grab a pair of these as well. Head over to Zenny, the official eyewear of the Call of Duty League, and you get these lovely little cloths. And if you are an actual glasses wearer, like most of us are, these things are amazing. And look, it's got your favorite Call of Duty team on it. Right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get this series underway. Guy Blaze, he's ready on stage to walk him out.
Thank you so much, Miles. All right, Los Angeles, this is another elimination matchup coming to the stage. It may be set up for another Game 5. The first team coming out, you don't want to mess with them. They got that Boston grit, and into the breach we go.
I could not be more happy with like the way this year has gone.
It's all about this new identity for Boston.
Capsule, Methodz, TJHaly, and Nero. Let's meet them. Boston Breach.
Take a look at the stats. Yeah, Methodz is doing well and the stats are pretty, but what does that mean if you can't beat the best?
How did you feel coming into this?
Well, I felt pretty, I think Nameless hit the nail on the head. I was feeling Boston just with Vivid on the team now.
Vivid's got some serious fire under him.
I introduce to you the Boston Breach.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the Boston Breach. Make some noise for Vivid, Methodz, TJHaly, and Nero, your Boston Breach.
Coming off of a Game 5 loss, they still have confidence. These guys were popping off. Vivid had a ridiculous performance in the control. They're going up against a tough team like the Toronto Ultra, but let's not forget, this is revenge for Methodz. Years back, he was dropped by them. He wants to knock them out of champs. Let's bring out the Toronto Ultra.
It's time to bring them out. The stage is hot, but it's time to cool it off a bit. Coming down from the north, here comes Toronto.
pipe down. Or it's lights out. Zeros on the debit, baby. All I do is swipe now. Gucci sweater 5,000. Stunning, buzzing. I be going up, no ceiling. Wow, ballin', running. Getting to the paper, I'm peeling out. They gon' know me as legendary. You in the stands, I ain't need no commentary. They gon' know me as legendary. You in the stands, I ain't need no commentary. Ain't no option, ain't no secondary. I just throw it out like a Hail Mary.
Los Angeles, get loud! Here comes the Toronto Ultra.
Haters talking to me, tell them pipe down. Or it's lights out. Zeros
We got Kimmy, Benz, Insight, and Kleenex, your Toronto Ultra.
Teamwork made from the ground up. The Toronto Ultra is a team that will never go down easily. And if we saw the Kleenex that we saw yesterday, that we have been waiting to see all season, this is not going to be a team that you can put down easily. Blaze, I am ready for this matchup. It's going to be one of these teams last. Let's get it started.
Let's get it started. A battle of fire and ice here on the main stage, but only one can win. Now, Los Angeles, help me make some noise for your casters. Give it up for Lando and Study.
Thank you so much, everybody. Oh, my word. Boston Breach, Toronto Ultra. Somebody, Jay, is headed home, and it's so terrifying, too, because both these teams are off of Game 5, Round 11.
That's the scariest thing, is because one little mistake could have got them into that winner's bracket, but they both lose around 11. Obviously, on the side of Boston, with a fairly new team, they lose both Search and Destroys. The biggest thing was they were getting multiple non-first bloods. They kept getting taken down, playing a majority of these rounds in a 3v4. And on the opposite side for Toronto, they just went up against OpTic Texas. When you start off on a bow cage, you fall out short there, you get destroyed in the Search and Destroy, but then they start to bounce back. The biggest thing that I took away from them was their mid-round adjustments yesterday in Search and Destroy. They just were allowing OpTic to do whatever they wanted. They were just so delayed on their pushes, so delayed on their play calls that it eventually costed them. They need to make sure that's on point today.
Yeah, both teams are going to have to make sure that in this short turnaround that they have coming into this matchup, that the little things that you struggled with are ironed out, because this very well is going to be your last series. It's going to be for somebody. Somebody's getting eliminated in a top 8 fashion. And it's so crazy too, Jay, because I'm looking at like who both these teams lost to. This could be OpTic versus LA Key if one round goes differently for either side. But now, Boston versus Toronto. It's going to come down to this. Somebody's year will come to a close once this match has ended. And on top of that as well, buddy, I know Nameless was touching on it a little bit. A revenge game for Zinni.
Yeah, man, definitely a revenge game for Zinni. He's the guy that was dropped from the Toronto Ultra roster in place of Insight, so he's probably playing with a little bit of extra fire. Yesterday was TJ versus the Thieves roster, but today it's going to be Methodz, the leader. But this map, number one, at least in my opinion, is so much more important for Boston Breach, because you're going up against a team in Toronto Ultra who have been able to prevail in a lot of situations due to their teamwork. If you're Boston Breach, you have to answer early.
Yeah, and we also talked about as well, this could be Toronto, this 4-man lineup, their last series. I mean, we've talked about it a ton, how close they were to potentially making a roster change around the Pro-Am Major 3 time frame. It could be their final series, but they are coming out of the gates hot here on Tuscan. A clean 4-man wipe and a lovely 20-0 start.
Yeah, that was beautiful teamwork. They have Cammy cutting off the middle of the map, and then Insight and a combination of him and Vance were able to take down those players attacking through field. And a lot of kills are just going in favor right now of Toronto. This has basically been a flawless hold towards P1. If you're Boston Breach, you eventually have to try to cut your losses, because you do not want to allow these guys to develop some sort of streaks.
Yeah, 2 players who are currently on a spree. Insight does hit the deck, but he and Vance run a nice little 5 combined there. 2 guys you definitely want to see have a solid performance for Ultra, because yesterday, man, it was all Kleenex.
Yeah, it was literally all Kleenex, and it hasn't been all Kleenex in quite some time. Throughout stage 4, he was sitting at like a 0.94, but in that series yesterday versus OpTic, a 1.22, the only player over a 1.0 KD. So when he's playing like that, someone needs to help the man out.
They've got to absolutely do that. Boston currently set up and ready to go when it comes into pillars. TJ, the sole man in the back, is going to have his hands full. Put the few bullets in, eventually gets challenged and does not find anybody. Invests a lot in that push, and now the Toronto trio lingers now toward the back lines. Nero and Methodz, as well as Vivid, combining for 3. 1 man here is going to be Kleenex. Walks away with 2, but eventually handled. Methodz coming away on the 5 spree now. 20 very valuable seconds still left to call him.
Yeah, it doesn't even matter if Toronto Ultra currently have the spawns, because Boston Breach is putting a lot of pressure through the middle of the map, not allowing him to get any time off of this P2. Final 15. You See Toronto still spawning in towards the back. Gonna have number one, which is Vivid. Early off the rotation, Boston Breach are just one step ahead right now.
There indeed. Good work coming in from Boston off of this rotation. Next trying to lead the troops in toward middle, but Breach doing a great job ultimately just handling business, right? Cutting down the forces from Ultra, trying to eliminate that defense that continues to try to extend itself forward. Great job at locking down some time. Current lead change now granted back over toward the Breach end, but here comes the first push out of Toronto.
Toronto, they execute the break, at least for now, until Vivid is able to slide down from top fire, get that two-piece. Methodz finds two of his own. So that's going to be 4 dead. All of the Toronto players off respawn, spawning towards that field side. But with Vance winning that one gunfight, he can be the potential player to set up the pinch. He's going to slowly try to work it, play for these guys all spawn, knowing that he's timing this beautifully as his team is putting a lot of pressure on towards field.
And that's one of the more difficult spots about Fountain. It's not an easy hill to break, but if you get your nades to timely land up, it can be all out chaos in the back of the spawn. Still 10 seconds. Insight finds himself in the 5 spree. Vance trying to cut a few players off of that rotation, but will not get it. Insight extends the streak to 6. However, Breach, maybe the more important factor of the two, continue to drive themselves through this side of the map. And player number 1 actually just spawned behind. Vivid can make a play here on the flank.
Yeah, Vivid's the guy. He's going to potentially flip these spawns for Boston with number 8 spawning where he just hit towards that P2 side. You know that at least some pressure is coming in towards the back as Boston from multiple angles are able to win the trades, able to break in for now. But a huge one-on-one between Nero and CleanX. Nero is able to win it. Boston's still spawning out, but Nero, he's trying to do everything he can to just hold this down.
Ooh, he's looking to press the envelope. Nice and aggressive is Nero, fiery as ever toward the backside of Church. 25 still left over at Church as TJ looks to handle business. A little bit of a shooting gallery going out toward the outside of field. But man, I'll tell you what, it is just an exchange of fire back and forth. Both teams continue to battle as Toronto getting ever closer toward 100 seconds. Methodz looks to contend, he drops, and now it's about the rotation toward P5, and looks like Ultra are there first.
Ultra are going to be here early. The only player here for Boston Breach is going to be TJ, so you have to slow this one down. He's trying to play for a pick, because right now Toronto, at least on that P3, P4, and P5, have been in the lead on these rotation. As CleanX does take down 2, it's going to ease up some pressure on this P5. A huge one-on-one between Insight and Nero. Nero's able to win it. Boston gets a break.
Boston are able to jump in for a moment. Communication's going to be fire. It's going to be electric, especially in a hard point like this. Let's step aside and go to a listening with the Breach.
He's not challenging. One shot, right corner. There's 3.
Absolutely.
I'm through. I'm gonna go towards them.
I'm on pipe. They can be green.
I'll watch green here.
They're gonna be green probably.
I'm on new.
I see them green.
Yes, I'm on mid.
Yes, I got mid.
I'm gonna go bottom church.
I'm new dead.
Nothing mid.
There's a blocked. They're blocked inside.
You need cross church alley. Or you want to
side. I need him. He's going outside you, I think, Bets.
It's one top church. Or top fire.
Let's go be outside you.
I'm gonna need outside you. I'm gonna need outside you. Outside you close.
I'm outside you.
Chummy, Toby. I need him.
I'm on that.
No one. Toby outside you.
RCD right now. Push on ourselves.
There's no one outside you. Toby.
I don't see him. There's side Toby.
A huge moment in this game, that rotation from P5 to P1. It's been a constant battle back and forth for all of these spawns, whether we're in P3, P4, P5, or back at P1. It is a continuous battle when it comes down to the slang. And we imagine that the comms are also fiery on the other side. Let's check in now with Toronto.
Yeah, stun him. He's here. Nice, that's you. That's you. Upside the heading. Nice, good shit. Okay. Are you re-pinching or what? What are we doing? Someone help me out. I'm above you. I'm on left, boys. They might try and hit me. He's slide to the tree.
They had to wrap deep.
But they did, Ben. I'm good. Oh no, teach on left. There's 2. There's Vivid and teach on left.
Wrap deep. That's one.
Nice, go in. Yeah, we spawned out. Vivid and teach on the left. They're going to spawn out.
Yeah,
I'm spawn out. They spawn out. Go to the tank. Let's play for tank. Let's play for tank.
Keep
tank. He's Vivid. He's got an AR. He's praying for the tank. Nice good shit.
Watch out, re-wrap. It's like one pitch dead.
Yeah, nice good shit.
And the comms right there from Toronto. Usually when we go into a listening with that roster, I'm ready to grab a sleeping bag, get real comfortable, because it's usually going to put me to sleep. But right there, the intensity is there. They know what's on the line as they find 3 in the feed. They were able to get a good chunk of time off that P1, flip these spawns over towards P2, and now Boston Breach are spawning towards the back. You cannot get trapped back here.
You can indeed. Oh, a great shot coming in from Cammy. He takes out Methodz. And now sits on the 4 spree. Toronto continue to lock down this time. And if you're Breach, you continue to knock on the door, but you are not getting anything for your efforts. Another snappy angle as Ultra continue to watch over their teammates. Last few seconds are going to be awarded toward the breach, but again, it's another positive once you walk away from this hardpoint, Jay. You did a great job at limiting time, at least getting all that you needed out of column, and now you're prepared for P3, one of the best hardpoints in this game.
Yeah, Toronto Ultra this time around are going to have those spawns. They do have a lot of map control. TJ with that opening two-piece is going to put pressure over towards this roof side. CleanX all spawn though, does take him down. Now 2v1 versus Vivid. Vivid has to try to go big in his position, but he eventually gets traded. So now Toronto, they hold strong at least for the first push. All of Boston Breach trying to attack this from that field side. They do execute the break, but there's more bodies here for Toronto, ready to get it right back.
Oh, the great opener there out of Benjamin Bance, 24 and 22. Breach still here, still lingering with Bance. It doesn't matter. Now at 5, can he find the 6th? TJ at least able to limit him for a moment. The nades tossed over for Boston, but it is all out desperation at this point, considering how much the advantage is starting to grow for Toronto, but that sense of urgency is being granted in the back of their minds. They managed to break for the final few, and now it is a battle over at Church, a current 2 versus 3 at this hill.
And so far, what Boston Breach have been doing, this is the same exact thing that they were doing yesterday versus the LADs. The final 20 seconds, they're able to break on, but Toronto Ultra, at least initially, they're holding strong for the first 25, as Methodz finds that opening two-piece to secure the back spawns for Boston Breach. Now Toronto has to run all the way through the middle of the map, but with that opening two-piece, that should be able to relieve some pressure. But more Boston players here, they just have to win their gunfights. Bance and Cammy combined for 2. At Toronto, they get the break.
It is all-out chaos going on right now on the map, and we can just tell, we can feel that sense of urgency, what it means to walk away with this opening hard point for either side. A current 60-point advantage as CleanX looks to strike again. The tissue is causing all kinds of issues now for the breach. Nothing to sneeze at. It's 30 seconds left before Toronto can call this one theirs. I tell you what, Jay, Breach, they are in a world of pain coming into P5.
Right now, they're just on the back foot every single time. Boston cannot hold down that hard point. Toronto win their gunfight, and then early on, 25 seconds into that hard point, they are sending 2 players off the rotation. They do not win their gunfights initially now, so Boston are going to start off with this initial P5 time, and look at the player going on the flank. It's going to be Nero. He can potentially hold this down, be the cutoff man for Boston.
He also just has to stay alive. I mean, Toronto, they continue to win their fights. Pistols, nades, everything in between. Ultra can do no wrong. Boston continue to strike out. And with 10 seconds left, it just feels like Ultra are finally gonna be able to get that game 1 hardpoint victory that they have so desperately been looking for. And there it is.
Pretty sure, ever since stage 3, Toronto Ultra have not been able to win an opening hardpoint 10 in a row. They were starting off series down 0-1, but this time around to go up 1-0 does a lot of confidence for this team. If you're Toronto Ultra, it all just simply just came down to teamwork. Right there, Boston Breach, at least initially, they started off using a lot of teamwork, but then when you got towards the later half of this game, that's when a lot of individual plays started to happen. You saw Nero trying to always go for that route. If he doesn't get that kill, eventually it comes back to bite them. And Ultra, they are a team for a reason. 2 years this squad has been running together. When they see those mistakes happen, they're able to capitalize on it every single time. And pretty comfortable map number 1 if you're Ultra. Now go up 1-0.
Yeah, and you look at the stats, and it's a welcoming sign. I know CleanX does go -1, but the positive, quite literally, is that everybody on Toronto went positive, right? Yeah. +7 from Cammy. Bance and Insight looked great. We saw some very critical gunfight victories as well for good old Benjamin Bance, just all the way around, man. A very impressive start. Not only is that Toronto's first opening hardpoint victory in their last 10 series, or make it 11 now, but it's also their very first opening hardpoint victory versus this Boston team.
That's huge, because I'm pretty sure these guys have matched up 3 times throughout the season. Boston Breach were able to beat them twice, and believe it or not, all of them went to a game 5. So if you're Toronto Ultra, you're starting a little bit more comfortable here. Now you have the Desert Sea Search and Destroy, which is usually one of your better S&D maps. Going up against the Boston Breach team, who you watched play it yesterday, they are dead last on defensive win percentage. They do struggle there, and sometimes their offense isn't going to work either. They cannot allow the Toronto Ultra to slowly pick them apart. I'm really excited to see what the battle between TJ and Insight is with that sniper, because we know all about that B-bomb. That's where that action is going to be.
Yeah, and you told me coming into this series, I mean, when we discussed that Game 2 Search Destroy, given the maps and modes, given the map set, who is this opening hard point more important for? And he said, absolutely Boston Breach, given the map set, but more specifically because of this game too. It's been a struggle for Boston ever since they made the roster change. They bring in Vivid. Great, the respawns have improved. The hardpoint's gotten better. The control, at least in the qualifiers, has gotten better. But these game twos, at one point considered one of the best S&D teams in the game, has absolutely plummeted down the standings.
Yeah, and that's the thing that's costing them a lot of these series, especially at the last major. If you rely on Search and Destroy in a bunch of your series, S&D does win you championships. Yeah. When you're not winning it, you see what that causes to that team. They lose both Search and Destroys yesterday in their series versus Thieves, and as of recent, ever since they formed this team, that has been the mode that they have been struggling in. So if you're Toronto Ultra, this is usually your bread and butter game mode. You have to just come out here, use your teamwork to the best of your ability, and try to go up 2-0 into this series, because you saw what Boston were able to do versus LA Thieves yesterday in that barrel of control. 3 offensive wins, you usually do not see that happen.
Yeah, and I feel like too, like for this Boston Breach team, like I feel like when we just saw the shot there, like Methodz is really gonna have to try and orchestrate the troops, because you know, you and I had the cast yesterday versus Thieves. The constant problems with losing those first blood engagements. It felt like at times Vivid getting a little over aggressive, TJ, Nero, whoever it was. Whenever the round starts to slow down for maybe 30, 35 seconds, you know, nothing's really going down, they just gotta go. Like they just feel like pressurized, like they have to get something done. Versus this Toronto team, they're gonna punish you for that.
Yeah, they definitely are. They just slow and steady wins the race. Both of these teams are pretty sure on this map. It's all gonna be about the neutral setups, like 50% for Toronto, 47% for Boston. But if I am Boston Breach, what you took away, at least from that series versus Thieves, is that they were just slowly picking you guys apart. Once they get that first blood, they get the bomb down, and then you just play your man advantage at that point. But if you are the young SMG duo on this Boston Breach team, player that I really want to focus on is Nero. On this map specifically, he's a .68. He definitely does struggle, but you see, ever since stage 4 for both of these teams, Toronto Ultra, a little bit better, sitting at 5 and 10. Round win percentage is basically lined up, but the biggest thing you take away is that first blood.
How are they second in first bloods, yet are 5 and 10? How are you losing that many S&Ds, but getting first blood that often?
I'm pretty sure a majority of it in these Search and Destroy records right here is against OpTic. And OpTic is a very, very strong Search and Destroy team.
But still, right?
It's just, they don't have no clutch in them. When you get that first blood, you have to make sure you're closing out these rounds. So
they do have insight, though. Like,
yeah, they do have insight.
It's just somewhat of a, I guess, a sloppy S&D performance for Toronto as well. It just kind of strikes you a little bit to see a 5 and 10 record, a 4 and 10 record for Boston, at least as of late. Maybe not that dramatic, but again, on Desert Siege, eager to see how this one plays out. I know we talked about it. Boston Breach trying to rewrite the script. Saw them lose this yesterday versus the LA Thieves, went to a round 10. And overall yesterday, man, Boston 7 and 14 in total first bloods in that series versus the Thieves. That will be something that we discussed, but at the same time for Toronto, you gotta make these first bloods count. A lot of the time, it's going to come down to these opening engagements, as Toronto will kick off round number 1 on the attack. It looks like Cammy is going to have that sniper in hand. However, it's Cleanex who strikes first.
Cleanex with the first blood onto TJ now. Toronto have that information that B-bomb can potentially be open. So Insight can slowly try to work his way through trenches. Nero does take a couple shots onto him, gives him his positioning, forces Insight to back down, but a minute to work with. If you're Toronto, just take your time, try to play for more information, but Vivid, he evens up the numbers at 3.
That's a perfect instance right there. Toronto get the first blood, Boston instantly reply, and now we've got ourselves a very slow and steady round. Cleanex picks the bomb on up. Cammy continues to fire out shots just to make sure nobody's hiding behind that top side area. He eventually gets a few bullets put in the backside. Lives to see another day. Time continues to tick away, and that bomb is yet to get planted.
Yeah, right there. Once Insight puts down those shots onto Vivid, we force him to relocate. You get this bomb down. Now 45 seconds to work with. If you're Boston Breach, you have to potentially try to set up a pinch. Vivid was able to spot one into Cleanex, but it's a lot of time to work with. Insight's in a great position to just keep them off that site.
Yeah, Nero's gonna get a little bit of work done. Able to find the first. Nice headshot, but again, time continues to be a factor. And take a look at Vivid. He's on the defuse. Nero's causing all kinds of problems. Insight doesn't see him. How does he not see him in that spot? Vivid is on the defuse, clear as day. And I guess that is just miscommunication for Toronto on where that bomb was planted.
It's definitely miscommunication on the side of Toronto, because Insight, he doesn't even move. He's thinking that he can see that bomb from that position between both of those barrels, but Vivid pulls it away, gets to defuse, and I think It was all on Nero. Once he got that kill to make it a 3v2, you're forcing the player who was watching over Insight to now watch his flank, and then Insight's sole focus is simply towards that bomb. Could not get the angle. Boston Breach, 1-0.
What is it with these sneak diffuses on Desert Siege?
Always on B-bomb.
Yeah, I don't know
Always.
what it is. It's like, I guess it really is a mirage. It's the sand. I have no idea how this map exactly works out, but tell you what, we continue to learn more and more each day. When it comes down to this game, when it comes down to this very map and mode. A nice little angle coming in from Nero. He's able to strike. Current 2 versus 3. Bomb down, and it's all up to Cammy. Position known, and he will fall. Boston pick up that momentum from round 1 and carry it into round number 2. Vivid and Nero starting things off well. And Jay, we're going to take a look at this one again.
Gotta just see the angle. Because right here, Bomb is planted
you
towards
have got to be
backside.
kidding me.
Pretty sure it's the same thing that Afro did versus New York earlier. Just hides right behind this pillar and gets the defuse. Like, that's truly unfortunate right there for Insight. But let's talk around that round number 2. Ultra get first blood, but the player on the opposite side for Breach, which has been Vivid, equalizes it again. Takes over that round, finds himself on a 4-3. It's going to be all out aggressive in towards bottom palace.
And we know just the explosive potential that Vivid has. He can just take over maps, take over series. Thankfully has some teammate support. The ever scary SMG duo of Vivid and Nero, and especially around this palace area, is going to be a headache and a half if you are Toronto. They lose Kleenex. The Great Dane start off round number 3, and they are in desperate need of getting one on the board. A slow and very methodical push coming in toward A now.
Just going to crouch his way up towards this bomb plant. Methodz not in a position to at least see if they're going to be planning it, but they do have the man advantage. So now in the 4v3, 45 seconds. You know what, these players are going to be all around this great area of advance with a huge one-on-one. Makes it a 3v3. Nero with the trade.
Oh, he missed the shot. He missed the shot, and he'll pay for it all on the inside. And this round has Nero all over it. A round of applause is what this man deserves. 3-0 now for Breach.
The young guns not messing around so far in this search and destroy.
Hey, look at the scoreboard. Look at the scoreboard.
Nero statistically on this map is a .68, but obviously starting off 6-0, one off that glide bomb. The biggest adjustment that I see is that he whips out that automaton. He does not keep that MP40 in hand, slows down his pacing. He's allowed to play for a couple picks and eventually just dominates that round. For now, Boston Breach up 3-0.
Boston has 10 kills, and Methodz and TJ don't have any. It's literally Vivid and Nero. That is it. What is happening right now? These guys are taking over right now on Siege, and imagine if Methodz and TJ were able to find defuse. There you go. There's the glide bomb, and that is bomb planted on top of it.
So now Boston Breach into 4v3. You have a glide bomb to work with. Just do not allow an into defuse to happen. You have one player committing on that site, but Cammy at least finds one. CJ with the trade, and both of these players just run right by each other on the site. All left up the bench in the 1v3. He does spot Methodz, but he's just going to play his life. Allow his teammates to assist him in this gunfight, or not. Or just going to run away, leave it to himself. Methodz has got it. Great round right there from Boston. They finally get a first blood.
They do. They finally get a first blood, and Methodz and TJ arrive to the map. They didn't have to rely off Vivid and Nero doing absolutely everything, but these have been some very, very clean rounds. I mean, outside of the ninja defuse that you could argue, you know, maybe if Insight doesn't get the worst COD timing ever, hey, you know, that could probably be around for Ultra, but the other 3 have been absolutely superb from this Boston Breach team. A roster that we talked about has been struggling in search and destroy, have turned their gameplay around, and now firmly up 4 rounds to 0. Toronto have got to get something going, Jay. Like, this is just unacceptable if you were to go down 5-0.
Yeah, definitely, if you're Toronto Ultra on a map like Desert Siege, where they do have an overall record of 8-7. They love to play this map, but Vivid again takes down Insight. Already a 4v3. So now this is going to slow down Toronto's attack. What are they going to do? What are they going to try to play for? They do get some information of where Methodz is going to be, but time is still ticking. This is going to open up that flank for TJ as he's slowly approaching towards that trenches area.
He gets dealt with now. Methodz TJ versus Cammy and Kleenex. Current 2 versus 2, and as we said, a much-needed round, a necessary round at that. If you are this Ultra team, one player on one side for Boston and one on the other. TJ very carefully making his way up toward the back. Cammy where the flank could be inbound. Caught timing again. Granted in the favor of Boston, and Cleanex just tries to get out of dodge. Keeping things in mind, he's also got to plant down that bomb. He's got players who are aware of his position on top of it. And good night, Toronto. 5-0 now.
Boston Breach with the first blood, even though 2 of the players do drop after they get that. Once they get that kill, it opens up the positioning for TJ to eventually work this flank. So the 2v2 gets some great timing onto Cammy. And then right there in the final 20 seconds, Cleanex knew he cannot have enough time to plant that bomb. He has to win the gunfight versus TJ to commit towards A, because they had everything cut off. Right now, Boston Breach playing the best search and destroy I've seen them play ever since 4 in this roster.
Yeah, right? Like, this is just, I mean, obviously it's 5-0, but considering who they're facing off against in this Toronto team, who also did lose both of their S&Ds yesterday, a very scary sight for Ultra. If they can even move forward in this tournament, it's how shaky the S&Ds have been as of late. Bomb goes down and 2 players hit the deck early as Nero continues to bring the numbers in favor of the Breach, and on top of it, he also has that glide bomb. The rich continue to get richer. It's just rather just gonna be a crater formed over toward that side of the map. Toronto begin to scatter, and now it is all on to Insight. Found out and conquered, and Boston Breach with the cleanest of search and destroys, a 6-0 here on Siege.
And Boston Breach, they changed the narrative right there. Yesterday it was 7-14 versus Thieves in First Blood. But even after they were getting First Blood, they got 4 of them throughout this search and destroy. Toronto got 2. Every time Toronto got 1, there was a Boston player always there for the trade to at least even up the numbers immediately. But the Young Guns just took over, man. Vivid, he starts off this game 4-0. Nero starts off this game 7-0. Uses the glide bomb. Everyone has cold-blooded. Does not even matter if he gets a kill or not. Ultra just came out so damn flat in that search and destroy. Definitely was not expecting that, but now we have a series.
Yeah, and that's just the perfect example of what this Boston team can do, right? When we talk about the issues that they've struggled with in search and destroy, a lot of the times, as you mentioned, getting first blooded, maybe the fast SMG duo getting caught off guard, and it just felt like they were gonna pay for that. They were gonna have their aggression really be paid for on the Siege, but not at all the case. I'll tell you what, man, I feel like when it comes to champs, like, we just have all these stats, we have all these numbers that we've accrued throughout the season. It just doesn't matter.
Literally doesn't.
I mean, realistically, this is just gonna go game 5.
Yep,
right?
another game 5, guys.
All right, it just feels like it's gonna go that way, but no, ladies and gentlemen, Boston versus Toronto, a current 1-1 score line. As when we come back after the break, we are headed to a very interesting map. Berlin Control after this.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew and Zenny. Armor your eyes with Blocks gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
Howdy ho, Galen Center. I'll tell you what a great game that we have going on right now. Day 2 of COD Champs 2022, and the crowd is fiery. It's an elimination game going down between the Boston Breach and the Toronto Ultra, and we just saw a smackdown happen on the Desert Siege, a clean 6-0 from the Breach, and now it's time to take a look at our Scump play of the game. And Jay, it's really not a particular play, you know, to point out, but it's just the all-out dominance that we saw from Vivid and Nero.
It was just the young guns, man. Obviously, the first round, Vivid gets that ninja defuse. He does not slow down. Every time Toronto got a first blood, he was there to equalize it every single time. And then when he's having such a hot start, it allows Nero to turn up to a whole different level. He finds a 3-piece in this round, finds himself really close to that glide bomb. You can see the energy on the little player cam on the bottom, starting to roar for this young man. Right there, they were just playing perfect search and destroy. Yeah. Everything that Toronto were trying to do simply did not work. The thing that really threw me off, though, is that Cammy was running that sniper. Usually Cammy has that auto in hand. He likes to get aggressive with Bance and Kleenex. Yeah. Usually you leave that sniper all to insight at that B bomb, but that was not the case, and unfortunately, the game plan did not work. They got 6-0 smoked.
Yeah, it's a very scary situation if you're Ultra, because again, that is your third S&D loss, third straight S&D loss here at COD Champs, something that you want to try and improve on if you can even get through this game, which probably will be in a Game 5, just the way that I think it's gonna go. Regardless, at the same time for Boston, you just saw your 2 SMGs, your 2 run and gun players who they have absolutely adapted around, just have a lights out performance. We were 3 rounds in. Methodz and TJ were just happy to sit in the backpack and allow for those guys to carry. But now, being at a 1-1 scoreline, heading into this Berlin Control, Jay, how do you feel about both these teams on this map specifically? Is there a favorite, you think?
Oh, there's definitely a favorite. At least in my opinion, it's going to be Toronto Ultra. They have played this map a total of 11 times. Their overall record of 8-3. They are second overall on their attacking rounds, but this Boston Breach team, the way that they came out yesterday versus LA Thieves, winning 3 attacking rounds, they're the #1 attacking team. So this is going to be an all-out battle on the offensive side.
Yeah, well, that attacking will be put to the test as Nero hits the ground early. And Vivid stunned, dazed, and absolutely demolished as Toronto slammed the door straight in Boston's face. However, Methodz, with just a crack of light, manages to find 2 and keeps this push alive for the moment.
Yeah, he's just keeping the pressure on towards A while his teammates are slowly working up that progression towards B. That's Methodz with the pistol. He finds a third. The challenge is not going to be ready for that gunfight versus Kleenex, but first tick is already in that B. You see the SMG being aggressive towards top flat. Vivid, huge gunfight that he could not win. So Toronto Ultra just going to give up that B point, play for the 2-minute hold at A.
Toronto will hold for the moment. Boston continued to win a few nice gunfights. Ultimately will be a 50-50. Coming in now toward that B zone. Favors Breach as they remain on this objective for a while. Stop at the time, and now grabbing an extra minute on the clock. It'll now be up to Toronto to try to lock this one forward. 3 ticks still to go before Boston can call this round theirs. And Cammy finds himself in a great spot, eventually challenged. Toronto with a little bit of light. We'll see what they can do. And see if they can set in somewhat of a spawn trap as Vivid's able to find the first.
That's a big kill onto Insight. Now that opens up that train alley. Allow Boston Breach to be aggressive through train side. Nero finds that huge kill onto Kleenex. So there's going to be 2 players on point from Toronto. Inside does take down 1. 1 player is committing towards the flank. Should be able to win this gunfight onto Vivid. Yes, he does. Great kill coming in from Bance, but so far Toronto, they're holding strong, up by 3 lives.
It's a very important situation as well, right? Because Bance is also able to stay alive, so he will be a constant thorn in the side. Kleenex could make his way through the window. Thankfully for him, his teammates are finding everybody else. The board wiped away, and now it is Boston back to the drawing board once more, minute on the clock.
Just have to take your time. Try to find a couple kills. Bance still has not been taken care of. He finds himself on a 5 spree. As long as you're Toronto, just keep the trades efficient in your favor as Bance actually gonna just try to sneak his way in through back warehouse. Oh. Should be able to catch Vivid, but Vivid with the snap, able to take him down, shut down that streak. So now, you know that Boston has to try to push this pressure, at least through train side, but Toronto Ultra just allowing that time to tick down, keeping the kills very stagnant.
And you can just see the dominance be based off the lives. And before those 2 kills came in, it was a 9 versus 15. However, Boston on this very map made some magic happen despite not being in the life advantage versus Thieves. This is where they can start to strike. Cleanex able to find one to limit the forces out of Boston. However, Vivid, the sole man in the point, will keep this time halted for the moment. What was that, like a fadeaway type of shot? Great work from him. Eventually does get dropped, but the rest of the teammates will pick up from where he leaves off. Time continues to pause. Another tick granted for Breach. They're happy to grab those, but Cammy tosses it a name. Here come Toronto.
Just gotta hold this push right here if you're Boston. Methodz has to go big. At least try to find two, but as long as they trade, the second tick is gonna be here. All of Toronto trying to put that pressure. Only 20 seconds left. Bance with that opening two-piece is gonna be able to relieve that pressure. 1 life left, and Boston Breach are not going to be able to walk away with the attacking round, but not going to be mad about it. You're able to get 5 segments done on that very first round. If you just hold strong on defense, which is usually a struggle for them, 10th overall on the defensive side on this map, you should be able to potentially set yourself up just in case it goes to that round number 5 for that defensive side.
Yeah, like you're a little frustrated. Hey, we didn't get the last tick, but at the same time, given how that round looked, being in a 9v15, they said it should get 5 ticks in total throughout the round. I feel like you'll take it. Boston Breach lose the round, but do great work, all things considered. Toronto now will start things off in their very first attack. It will be a 3-1 split. Great early gunfight victory there for Methodz and Insight. It's a little awkward from time to time when those two enter into an engagement. However, great work from Breach off the rip as Cleanex does get dealt with. And Toronto forced back to their spawn.
That's great work right there from Breach to find all 4 kills, maintain map control, and Vivid, the sole player at that B point, is winning every one-on-one gunfight he needs to continue this clock on the countdown. It's now all-out pressure from Toronto through this trade side. It's going to be an all-out battle. It's a big win. Trades go back and forth. 2 players left here from Boston, but now it's all left up to 1. What can TJ do?
Yeah, TJ's going to go big. He at least has to find 1. 2 would be great, Vivid. Able to find 1 in the meantime. Left the job to be a little easier. TJ, mid-reload, still wins the gunfight, and so will Nero. 30 seconds left in this round, and Toronto have nothing to show for it.
Vivid is just going back and forth. Like right there when TJ was the last player at A, Vivid works his way through the middle of the map to at least assist his teammate. Now 20 seconds left. Toronto have not been able to complete 1 segment yet, but they do take care of Vivid. They take care of TJ. Now the 4 stack is going to be here. B is going to go really quick.
Toronto's like, fine, I guess we'll hop on the objective, and you're going to continue to silence us over at A? Fine. We'll eventually hop on a full stack. However, the constant flanks, the thing that got that round number 1 ever so close was this very play. That's all 4 down, and only 10 seconds left. Toronto begin to scramble off a spawn. TJ is here, and you can see the smirk that he has on his face. Eventually does get dealt with. 6 seconds on the clock. Nero continues to fry, falls off the spree, but it's Vivid who will pick up from where he leaves off. A 2v1, and Toronto shut down here in this round, and only 1 tick to their name.
That was just great work right there from Vivid and the SMG duo in Nero. The fact that they were able to always cause problems at that B point, but just putting themselves in great positions. You take that 1 gunfight, you force them to slow down that pressure towards B. And then even when we thought Toronto get those 2 kills, they're just going to 4 stack, it's going to go really quick. Nero does not give up on the play. He executes the flank, finds that opening 2-piece, stalls enough time for his teammates to eventually get back in it. And they shut them down on that defensive side. 1-1.
I mean, if you're Boston too, like, you get what, like 4 captured? Like, you're in a great spot, regardless if this heads to a round 5. In such a great position are the Breach. However, they cannot squander the advantage that they have been given. We know that this Ultra team will take any mistake that you make and make you ultimately pay for it. Ultra nice and aggressive over here as Breach look to really usher their way through the front door. Eventually will find the opening. And now Methodz, turret light toward the backside of the office, does get dealt with. A solid opportunity there for Breach, and ultimately nothing will come of it. As now they may focus their attention back toward B. That's what Toronto thinks. That's not the case, Jay. They're still lingering over at A.
Yeah, if I'm Boston Breach, I just want to get those segments done at that B point and basically guarantee that round number 5 defense, but it's still a lot of pressure from Toronto. 50 seconds remaining. You have Bance, who wins this one-on-one in towards that B point. You have a player in Cammy cutting off towards water side. They have full-on map control. Boston Breach have to try to break out of their spawn.
They got to do it fast. This could be a similar situation to what we saw in round number 2. The biggest part about it is that Cleanex continues to roam in the back. Bance eventually does fall inside of B. Still a few players for Toronto moving, hanging out. A great gunfight victory for Insight, and he also, quite literally, has the information that somebody has made their way in toward that A zone. Here comes Insight, a current 2v2 on this objective, but it will be Breach who comes out on top. And with that, look at the arrows begin to converge for Boston at that A zone now.
They completely give up on that B point. They know Stack is going to be in towards A, so Toronto Ultra, they have to cut their losses unless Cleanix can go massive. He does find that first kill, which should allow the pressure from the rest of the players to come on in. That's going to be 3 down. Last player closest to this point is going to be Methodz. He does take down 1, but Toronto Ultra, they're ready for that pinch.
Ooh, a great gunfight victory on Cammy as well. 1v2 over in this zone. Try to hold it down for the team. Does get dealt with, but in the meantime, the rest of the Breach will be on that B zone. So the time will continue to tick away if they get off that objective, but that does not look like it's going to happen anytime soon. Still lingering, though, are the Ultra.
Ultra just giving up this B point. They're up by 3 lives. They need to just hold strong on defense on this push towards A. Vance and Cleanix a buy for 2. So they can potentially still put pressure on towards B. Vance exactly what he's gonna do. He does take down Nero. There's 2 players, all of Boston Breach running towards water. Vance is not slowing down in towards Closet. He's able to find 2. Cleanix with the 3rd, and they're able to extend this time by a minute, but look at how many lives are remaining for both squads.
Yes, 13v6. Breach are gonna be careful with all of these lives. A great gunfight victory on the Vance. That could set them up. Vivid really had all 3 players looking at his perspective. How does Nero win that gunfight? Thankfully, Cammy is there to clean him up and also put the pistol to good use. 2 versus 10. Vivid and Nero, it all comes down to them. But again, Jay, you look at the work that they did here on attack. It's gonna be a round victory for Toronto. But another round, if you're Boston, that you leave. Not all that angry about it.
Yeah, they just need to win this round to secure that defense going into that round number 5, because I'm pretty sure they're up by like 9 segments. So far, the objective minds for the Boston Breach is there. Just slaying is not. That's 2 rounds in a row on the attacking side where you simply do not have any more lives remaining to contest either one of these points. But if you're Ultra, you could potentially close it out here. Like I said before the map even started, #1 attacking team versus the #2 attacking team. Toronto Ultra have to show why.
Yeah, like normally on Control, we're like, yeah, you know, it's possible. It could get to a round 5. They could win the attack. But on Berlin, anything is possible. That is all that you need to know when it comes down to Berlin Control. This is your first time watching it. Anything is possible on this very mode as Toronto go back to more of the, normal strategy, the more passive strategy, making sure they get that B zone, the easier of the 2 under wraps. They've also yet to die, which is also going to help them out quite a bit. Not allowing for that time to get away from them. They'll send Cleanix to roam ahead and try to find a few of these kills. The scout over at A now.
This is the perfect setup right now. Initially for Toronto Ultra, they know that Boston are going to try to get aggressive through trains, but Insight was the cutoff man. Slow down that pressure, so the B capture is about to come in. An extra minute going to be added to that clock. But look at the pinch potentially coming in from Cammy. Can he get win this gunfight versus Nero? He cannot. So Boston Breach, they hold strong, at least initially. Still, Cleanix here, he gets taken care of, all off spawn now.
Yep, all players gonna be off the spawn for Toronto, and somehow, some way, Vance just instantly sprints through the street. Problem being is that Vivid is taking everybody down, all of the resources that Vance has been waiting for. Eventually do get dropped, same thing can be said for Vivid. Toronto, 3 members strong now through the street, and Methodz has got all that information now awarded to his team. This could be the play that Toronto have been waiting for. It's a great start to what could be a collapse today.
It's a great start. Now all of Boston Breach have to put their focus on their flank. Vivid and Methodz combined for 2. Insight takes his time to get that kill onto TJ, which is going to open up that train alley, but Vance finds himself on a buy spree. Just slowly dancing around this point, trying to take his time, open up a couple lanes for his teammates. He can pick up this glide bomb. That could be the game changer where Toronto have the ability to close this one.
And take a look, Paulehx is also going to be here with Vance. They're both on the flank. They're both here. Both the SMGs for Toronto. One of them does get dealt with. And so will Vance. Sweat off the brow if you're Breach. Toronto had something cooking in the kitchen. A great little strategy in mind, however. Time continues to tick away. A minute on the clock now. And it may be on the Cammy to try to lead the charge. All 8 players aware of what the strategy will be. Can Toronto find this opening pick? The answer will be no, but can the numbers still favor them? It's been breached up to this point. Cammy, the soul man, alive, and he'll get beaten down. Great little shot there from Vivid.
They were just dancing around that window, trying to hit free fires left and right, but Vivid right there says, I don't even need my gun. Let me just pull out the fist. Fist the Fury to get that kill as he's not going to slow down. Finds that kill onto Cammy. And with only 25 seconds left, Boston Breach just have to hold aggressively through trains. Methodz, the farthest player, pushed up 27 and 15. Taking over in this control for his team. But that's going to be 3 down. The flank is going to be here. The stack is going to be here. Boston Breach, you have to get to this point.
I don't think the Boston are aware of how many players are in this objective right now. Look at that progress bar begin to fly. That's cooping in. Methodz able to strike for 1. 2 more players left inside of this objective as Insight
need this one.
Desperately trying to help out his teammates, but Breach will get the 3 down. 1 more push at this possibly if you are Toronto, but they continue to fall, and Boston should be able to get us to this round 5, 0.5 of the clock, and there we have it, round 5 indeed.
And that was just a beautiful push right there from Boston. For all these players to come off spawn, no one attacks towards top plat. That's probably what you're expecting if you're Toronto Ultra. Let's just hold down the preamps towards top plat, get a couple players off the cutoff, and then potentially just have 1 player committing towards that flank. But all 4 Boston Breach players decide to not attack from that angle. They work through the middle of the map. Methodz with the initial kill and then stays alive long enough to allow Vivid to find that 2-piece. Boston Breach, they stay alive, forced to round number 5. Since they dominated on their attacking rounds, they definitely have this defensive side.
And what a massive round that sits in the balance now. This is going to be somebody's last control. This is going to be somebody's last control of the season.
Yeah.
Crazy to think about it. Right now, Toronto going back to the basics. As we said here on Berlin, getting that B objective captured nice and early, however. With that 1 player being on the time, you can see they start to feel the confidence. They start to feel the confidence. They'll send a few players forward, 3 strong. Now up and around that office area. Vance looks to strike. He'll take down 2 with the teammates sitting inside of the objective. Benjamin has done exactly what his teammates needed him to conquer, needed him to accomplish. Here come the nades. The tacticals tossed out. Bruised and battered are Toronto, but Cammy! Oh! Cammy comes away with 3. Oh. Nearly makes it all 4, but here's Vance. That'll be a 4 down for Boston. Toronto are in again.
Toronto right back on this point, halfway complete through this second segment. They had multiple bodies here. You just have to win your gunfights. Cammy and Cleanex combined for 2. That's going to be 3 dead. Boston, the last player up is going to be Nero. He's going to try to commit towards this flank, but this A is going to be done. Boston Breach now have to hold down this B point for 2 minutes, down 10 lives. Toronto Ultra just turned up to a whole different level.
Oh, somehow Nero.
Wait.
Oh, hello.
Oh, whoa. Huh.
That would have been bad.
Yeah, let's get out of action.
You're looking good in the round. You're looking good in the round. We'll give him that, but definitely walk away with those gunfights. Take a look at the lives for a moment. 21-12 right now for the Ultra. This would be a heroic effort if Boston were able to lock this one down. 2 more ticks is all you need for Ultra. If not, just claiming all of the lives. Every Breach member has got to make these lives count. A 1-for-1 trade as Nero will hit the deck and come off of respawn, hoping that his teammates can make sure that this defense is secure again.
Yeah, if you're Toronto, simply just playing TDM right now, put yourself in a trade situation every single time. With 17 and 9 in lives remaining, they still can win it off the objective. Second tick is already done. The third is about to be here. But Methodz and Nero combined for 2. That's going to be 3 down. Last player up is going to be Cleanex. He's coming off spawn. Cammy gets taken care of. They shut down that aggressive push, but if you're Toronto, just slow this down. Play for your kills.
Yeah, if you're Ultra, it's like, okay, let's actually get this objective. Let's make sure that we get this one finalized. A great gunfight victory comes in from Cleanex. That will be all 4. And Toronto answer back in a grueler of a Berlin control. Get it done in a round 5. And Toronto fans everywhere breathe a sigh of relief, knowing that they now have the advantage in this series, up 2 games to 1.
And right there, you can just see the struggles right there for Boston Breach. 10th overall on defense on this map. Doesn't matter how many segments you got done on the attacking rounds. If you cannot hold down that A point, That is where the struggle comes in. Right there in that final round, Toronto Ultra, they put a lot of pressure initially over towards that B point, but once they were able to get an initial 2-piece or 3-piece, they transitioned over exactly what Boston Breach were able to do and work towards that A point. But then when it really got away from Boston is when they allowed Cammy off spawn to walk up that alley, find that 3-piece, because once that happens, it's only one player left now for Boston Breach. Even if he gets that kill, it allows a bunch more players on the side of Toronto Ultra to get in that position. They win the gunfights, they close down that A point, and it's very, very difficult to just hold down B, especially when you're down by 10 lives. Toronto Ultra prevail with teamwork and now go up 2-1.
Teamwork makes the dream work, and just another grueler, another gauntlet of a control. Such a back and forth affair between both of these teams. Defense to start, it was offense opposite to close, but my goodness, man. What a crazy performance out of these two teams. Like we said, Toronto now sit in the driver's seat up 2 games to 1. And that has got to make you very, very nervous, buddy, if you are a Boston Breach fan, because, hey, you're heading to Berlin next as well.
Yeah, that's difficult because so far throughout this season, Berlin has been Toronto's best map. No matter what the mode is, control, S&D, hardpoint, that has always been their bread and butter. And we got the chance to watch Boston Breach on this map specifically versus LA Thieves. The thing that really cost them was that P5 to P1 chain. You got dominated on P4, but when you have P5, the initial spawns for top plat, you need to make sure you hold that down. You cannot afford to lose those spawns. And versus a team like Toronto Ultra, they're going to be able to take away with it. You saw what they did in that map, number 1, winning their rotations. Make sure they're trading every single time. No one's individually trying to make plays. They're just on point right now with their teamwork. This is the Toronto Ultra we have been expecting all year.
Finally able to see a glimpse of it, at least in that control. It has been respawn so far for Toronto. Can they make it 3 for 3? And at the same time, like we're talking about, you know, Boston fans are obviously nervous, one half away from their season being over. At the same time for Toronto, like you really want to close out this Berlin because of the way that last S&D win, you got 6-0'd off the map. I don't know if you want to see this Boston Breach team in another Search Destroy just 30 minutes later.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure it's Bouquets as well, so that's going to be scary. Yeah. Even though Boston Breach, exactly how they were on map number 2, are dead last in defensive win percentage on both of the S&D maps. They came out with a different kind of gameplay. It's definitely champs. This is where you're going to lay it all out on the table. But right there, at least based off that map number 3, one player that I definitely need to step up. This is his first champs. You're trying to make an impact. You're trying to make a name for yourself. And unfortunately, he does not do it in that control. Nero has to be the player to really set the tone. You see what he did in the Search and Destroy. When he starts roaring, when he starts filling himself, the game is a lot easier. He struggles in that map number 3, even though they force it all the way to round number 5. He needs to have a better performance to at least force game 5.
Yeah, and I remember, Jay, like at the very start of the season when this Boston Breach team was announced and we saw Nero and Capsule really for the first time, we saw the explosiveness out of Nero. We saw the potential. We saw the talent brewing. There's a lot of people wondering, like, you know, where did Capsule come from? Where did Nero come from? Like, apparently he's been like the LAG Academy team throughout last year. Like, what really, who are these players? And we saw it firsthand. The very reason why the Boston Breach management brought this player in is because of the explosive talent that he can provide. And now with the biggest map of his life in front of him now, on the brink of what could be elimination, last place from the tournament, he's going to have one of his best maps to date versus a Toronto team on the other side of the stage, Jay, that has seen situations like this plenty of times.
Yeah, if you're Toronto Ultra, you've been in this position before. Up 2-1 in a majority of these series. Obviously, last year champs, they fall short to Atlanta FaZe, but when you take a look at the stats between both of the AR players, both of these squads, obviously in this series so far, Methodz, he's having himself a great series. 1.34 overall. On the outside for Cammy, he does struggle in the S&D, but still putting up some great stats. That 3-piece that he got in that hallway was the reason why they were able to close out that control. But
that brought me, like, you know, like previous moments of like Cold War champs, like last year when he was doing that on a raid, like just an explosive player. Cammy having a great series for the team right now. We'll see if he can carry that into Berlin. But what could be the final map of Boston Breach's season, they've got to turn up, and they've got to desperately try to get to this game 5 and take a look at the stat sheesh. In comparison, Methodz leading the way right now for the team, and the guy that we just talked about who has got to perform, Nero, a .79 KD. Put those things aside and focus up. Berlin hardpoint, here we go.
And I'm pretty sure with Toronto being Team B in this series, they're going to give up that good side. on this P1, but pretty sure I had a great conversation with Chance. He's such a great mind to talk to. Tells me that Toronto Ultra, and I'm pretty sure London, even starting on bad side, are one of those teams that usually find a lot of success.
See if they can do that. Toronto, by the way, sent 2 players instantly on the flank. Cleanix was sniffed out. However, hello, also Bance is going to be here as well. Boston have done their VOD research. They were aware of that push off the rip. And take a look, actually. Toronto, because of that investment on the flank, now they flip the spawns.
Yeah, they have flipped the spawns, but Toronto Ultra have not been able to get any time. Huge one-on-one. TJ's able to win it versus Vance, so that's going to be 3 dead. Basically a flawless hold coming in from Boston as TJ almost snaps onto Cleanix. Eventually, Cleanix is able to find that kill. Now we're going into this P2 hardpoint, where Toronto Ultra, believe it or not, they have an overall record of 11-6 on this map. Really good hardpoint for them, but they only have 1 positive hill, and it's going to be this P2.
And these engagements are huge, especially off the rip. I think that was player number 5 in Cammy. He was the first one to try to engage. He had 3 Breach Pit members right in his face. He falls. And these are some very important gunfights early for Toronto. Back-to-back headshots as they come firing their way here into the library. A very timely pinch at that. Great work for Ultra because this one could have gotten out of hand early. Break when they have to, but Boston still just right around the corner from jumping back inside of the hardpoint.
Now you just want to maintain those spawns, but Toronto Ultra, unfortunately, are going to flip. So basically gifting those spawns for that P3 to Boston as they get the break as well. Great jump time if they can pick this one up, but more bodies here for Boston. Briefs, the trade comes in from Nero. Just stay alive, try to soak as much time as you possibly can, knowing that you're going into this P3, which can be a money hill, as TJ finds that kill onto Cleanix, but now it's all down to this rotation. If you're Boston, just have to hold your gunfight on this water side.
Yeah, this has just been clean, like P1, P2, P3, very well organized and structured so far from Breach. Toronto continue to be on the back foot.
That's 3 down though.
But here comes their opportunity. They will try to block the spawns. That job is going to be successful. Come firing to the back as Cleanix. He'll walk away with that gun engagement. Again, Toronto doing it the hard way, but it is their way indeed. Cleanix, a great little push there for him as Toronto starting to bring this one back.
And that's exactly what happened to Boston Breach yesterday. They were winning a majority of these rotations, but they could not win the gunfights. So they lose the spawns, but at least they're able to execute the break 4 now. That's going to be 3 down. Last player up is going to be Methodz, closest towards that fire position. All the rest of Boston Breach going to spawn out, start to hit that early rotation, but it's going to be Cammy. He gets taken care of, so Boston should be properly set up off this rotation. Toronto Ultra with a great hold to get them back into this game.
Much needed one at that. Still 20-point advantage, rather 10-point advantage for Boston coming in now toward trains. The biggest thing for Toronto, right, is they've got quite a few players spread throughout the map. They've got player 5 on the top side. That's going to be Cammy. Inside trying to remain on the spree that he currently sits on. Now going to be at 5 in a row. Cammy wins his gunfight. Toronto, everybody wins their gun engagements. Last player in the back is also going to be dealt with as well. Toronto not holding the spawns, but relying on the breaks. And we are inbound for what could be a lead change.
11th overall in hold percentage is Boston as Toronto Ultra are making this one look easy. Insight on a 6-3, finds a 7th, earns himself the glide bomb, and this is where the game starts to get away. If you're Boston Breach, you just have to hold down one of these money hills. Cammy, the cutoff man, cannot find 2, but in the final 20 seconds, Toronto are not going to allow Boston Breach to get any time off of this peak, or the spawns do flip, so this remaining 15 is theirs.
How often do we talk about that for Toronto? I mean, a team that has struggled mightily in hardpoint throughout the season. Supposed to be a team who would just master rotations. I have no idea how TJ is winning a majority of these fights. But on the topic of breaking, that is what Toronto has done so far throughout this map. The reason why they hold the slim advantage that they do. We're down early, but now sit in the driver's seat. P5 time currently going their way.
And right now, if you're Toronto, you just want to soak as much as you possibly can. Give yourself a nice, comfortable lead going into this P1. You do have a glide bomb to work with just in case you're going to any of these rest of these hard points, as Cleanix finds 2. Still just playing to keep Boston off of this time. In the final 30 seconds, if you're Toronto, you eventually have to get aggressive, at least through train side. You want to try to flip these spawns, but also they're going to be here. They're going to attack this aggressively through trains. They're winning the gunfights, but the spawns do flip Insight with that 2 pieces, able to take control of top plat, and it's not getting any easier for Boston. They continuously are playing from the back foot.
Yeah, I mean, we can just tell the strategy is totally a flip-flop. Like Toronto now no longer working off the back foot in every time. If they need to win a gunfight, they absolutely are. 17-10 from Cleanex, 17-9 right now from Insight. They have that glide bomb to work with, and now they sit in a pretty position over at P1. Toby eventually handled, but Vance reads the spawns, reads the positions. Oh, Vance! Beautiful work out of Benjamin. Toronto continue to roll right now. TJ at least wins the gunfight, but to no avail. Breach is working and having to strive for every bit of map positioning.
Yeah, this is so difficult right now because Toronto, they are just trading so efficiently, but Methodz with that kill onto Cammy can be the opening he was looking for, but none other than Vance able to find another 3 in the feed. Just consistently being in the face of his opponents is causing them so many problems. Toronto Ultra, at the end of that P5, we're only up by 20, but the flawless hold on this P1 is now gonna allow them to have a 70-point lead going into their best hill on this map, P2.
And it was just so sloppy. It's just so sloppy from Boston. Like, every time that we were looking at a Toronto player, it was constant 1v1 fights. Maybe it's the Breach just unorganized, or maybe somewhat frustrated given how that hill has gone. One player from the back is gonna be Cammy. This could be the break to decide it all. Great work from Vivid, able to cut him down. Toronto trying to be crafty, trying to be surprising. Nero from the skies is able to find one. Toronto numbers still continue to favor them, but 3 straight in the feed. Cammy still knocking on the door. Wants to make Breach's life that much more difficult, considering Boston working from the back foot continually. Methodz with 2, Cammy still here. A 1v1 in the point, but it will be Methodz who's able to claim it. Back and forth we go. Boston winning the gunfights that they need to.
That's a great hold right there from Boston to get themselves back into this game. And you're Toronto Ultra, you did not allow that spawn to flip, so they're going to be early towards this P3 hard point. Boston Breach only going to put themselves down by 20 points now. But you have to win these gunfights off the rotation. Insight and Bands combined for 2, so you're ready. Starting off on the better side if you're Ultra. Time is in their favor. The split is going to come in from Boston, but Nero finds one. He's going to get traded. Now there's no more presence towards that water side.
No more presence. And Insight, who's continuing doing the gunfights, the rest of his teammates fall. They're still gonna have those close spawns. So here come Ultra. Breach have got to be ready, but Cammy opens things up with 2. Last player alive is gonna be Nero, and because of those spawns, Toronto continue to see success. Breach working off the back foot, run again into the crosshairs of Cammy. Doing the work, the god of Glasgow, putting Boston on skates. Ever closer to that 200-point mark, but thankfully for Boston, they break in. 15 points is gonna be great, but Toronto, because of that push, Jay, now have spawns for new.
Yeah, Boston had to execute a break on towards this P3 because you know Insight does have that glide bomb to work with. Going into this P4 and P5, that could be so useful. So still a 20-point game. Have to win some gunfights off the rotation. That's going to be 3 down once again. One player setting up for the pitch is going to be Insight. He gets taken care of, but he allows his teammates to now lay down on this hill, properly set up for some much-needed time.
And they've got to be organized, right? They've got to be organized with this push. That's going to be 2. They realize it could be an opening. There could be an opening, but here comes Insight. Here comes Insight with the streak. Boston silenced again, but they are still here. Toronto locking down the seconds. An open hill for a moment. The force is limited, but Cleanex decides to extend himself forward. That's gonna be wide. Oh, Cleanex will put away the second. In this game, this lead continues to be out of reach.
Right now, Boston Breach has had to keep them off at this point. 10 seconds remaining on this P4, so if you're Boston this time around, I know you held those spawns. At least towards top plat initially going into that P1. You have to soak as much time as you can. Not allow Toronto Ultra to just play for kills on this P5. They're going to be here initially for this time, but you see Cammy already the route man. Going to push his way through water side. Going to potentially try to flip these spawns, but right now Boston, they're just so far spread around the map, just playing for these kills.
And when you do look at the time, I mean, it is still very possible, Jay, for Boston. Consider that they had that spawn for next. They get some good time at P5. This can be Breach. Slowly but surely getting back into this game. Toronto begin to send a few players forward, thinking about the long game. They're happy to have that P5 time, but they'd much rather have that rotation for new. More specifically, Vance, man who we talk about so often. One of the best in-game leaders in the game, trying to do that right now for the roster. Thinking about the future. Methodz there to drop him. Breach still here, and still with that spawn. It's 2 go away.
Those are big gunfights right there from Boston. They did not allow Toronto to get any time off of that P1. They were able to maintain these spawns towards top plat. But you cannot allow Insight to make this play. He's working his way up through the back alley. He gets in the point. Nero with the gunshot. Wow. Able to find that kill. So now spawns do still in favor of Boston Breach. 2v2 gonna be here, but Toronto Ultra, they have to try to execute this break. Tie game now. Boston have brought this all the way back.
It's 2 versus 3. Toronto with numbers, but they gotta move their way in. They've gotta move their way in. Boston will reclaim the lead only for a moment, but great work comes in from Nero. Oh. Gunfight victory 1 from Cammy. Toronto retake the lead, but everybody is firing right now. The sense of urgency has been made aware for Boston. They're still fighting. They are still here, and Bance will jump inside of the objective. 15 very valuable seconds left. This Breach, they'll go down, and now it's all about the rotation.
All about the rotation. 2v2. These gunfights are so big. Cleanx is able to start it off with the one-on-one versus Vivid. Methodz with the trade, but there's more bodies here from Ultra. Boston Breach, they're gonna at least stall a couple seconds for their teammates to get into play, but Ultra, they're winning the trades.
They're winning the trades for the moment. Cleanx trying to be careful with his position. He'll strike. He will strike again. Cleanx for 2. Boston starting to fall. Starting to crumble. 1 more second, and that will be it. Crisis averted for Toronto as they unmask the Boston Breach. And the Ultra 4, their journey together will continue here at Champs. And Boston Breach, the newest addition to the CDL, their first ever COD Champs, go out top 8.
Just unfortunate right there for Boston. They set themselves up to get back into this game, but they just simply could not win the trade gunfights. Cammy goes massive at that P1 in those final couple of seconds to find that final 2Ps to secure that extra 10 seconds. And then off the rotation, it's all about the 2v2. Vivid was a little bit too aggressive right there. Does not allow Methodz to assist him in that situation. He gets taken down. Now it's a 1v3 off the rotation. Methodz does take down 1, but at that point, it was just too late. 4 bodies there from Toronto Ultra. They were able to control the spawns 4 back warehouse. And unfortunately for Boston Breach, even though their first year in the CDL, they did put on one hell of a show all year long with such an unknown team. Remember, this is a squad who came in with scraps. The last team formed at the beginning of the year. They make it all the way to Champs. They do not get the performance that they do. But if you're Boston Breach, just got to look at it like we're going up against a team like Toronto Ultra who have been in this position.
Group of veterans, yeah.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough when you're playing against a team like that.
One of the longest lasting teams that we have in the entire league. Coming in from last year, basically the majority of the season together. The one man that was in the lineup was in fact Methodz. Falls to his old roster and does not get the final laugh here in Vanguard. Toronto lives to see another day, but as you said, Jay, got to give a lot of props to Boston, man. They have had one heck of a season, constantly counted out throughout a majority of the year, and they have really exceeded expectations, I think it's fair to say.
I'm just wondering, like, what would this team be like if they didn't have this roster only for stage 4? Like, what would they be if they started off the year with this team? How far could they have gone? I don't know. Hopefully we're able to find out. We probably won't. A couple roster changes going to come in.
It's going to happen.
It's all right. Boston Breach, good try. Toronto Ultra just got the better of you today.
Yeah, man. Toronto are able to stay alive. That's going to do it for myself and Jay. What a series it was. Toronto stay alive for now, as we'll throw it down to the stage. It is Blaze, joined alongside by Cammy.
Thank you so much, Lando and Standy. Los Angeles, give it up for the Toronto Ultra! As I got Cammy on the stage with the shades. What a star-studded performance you guys just had in that series. You come out, you take the respawns. The S&D was rough, but ultimately, this series got locked in. How you feeling after that dub?
No, I'm feeling really confident. It was a good win. Boston are a pretty good team as well, so definitely a good win. We're looking good in respawn, so I'm happy with that. I think we do need to do some VOD review on our search, to be honest, because it's looked poor the last couple of days. But if we work on that and we keep playing like that in respawns, we'll be spot on.
All right, there you go. And the respawns looked absolutely fantastic. And we know you guys got some of the best teamwork in the league. You come out here, you win a kickoff classic, but it's been a rocky ride since then. What do you want to do to win the first event of the season and the last event? What do you want to change?
Ooh, that's a hard question. I think we just need to be consistent in all game modes. Then we'll be spot on after that, you know? And it'd be unreal if we managed to get the win this event, yeah.
Yeah, it definitely would be unreal. And you guys got so many fans in this venue. Got the whole front row here dressed out in purple. Anything you want to say to these guys that's been cheering all day?
Shout out all the fans supporting us here, wherever it is, online. We love you all, and we'll try to do our best for you.
All right, give it up one more time for Cammy and the Toronto Ultra. Desk, break it all down.
Thank you so much, Blaze. Wow, commiserations to Boston Breach. Congratulations to Toronto Ultra. They continue to advance further into the tournament. And man alive, it was close to that Game 5, but no cigar. Ton, what you expected, didn't expect?
To be honest, it was kind of how we kind of orchestrated how it was going to go in a certain way. We knew that the search and destroy was going to be difficult for the side of Toronto to get something going, but other than that, the respawns were fantastic. Of course, you would say that map number 4 got a little bit shaky, it has to be said. Outside of that, though, pretty impressive performance.
I mean, yeah, Ultra's search and destroy and was not particularly impressive. Just getting 6-0'd, absolutely smacked like that is a concern going deeper into this tournament.
Absolutely. I mean, but the respawns were beautiful. I mean, the SMGs on the side of Boston Breach were completely shut down throughout this series, unfortunately for them. I mean, when you're able to shut down Nero and Vivid, you're going to have a good time. And we get into the back-to-back runs. The Control is probably the most important map throughout this series. Boston had an opportunity to win that, throw it away. But even at the end of the hardpoint there on Berlin, like they had control of P1. Bans time and time again gets those huge impactful kills. He gets a kill through side door, and they end up getting control, getting the majority of that time, and still having favorable spawn in the rotation of P2. So, you know, it's a couple mistakes here and there for Boston Breach, but these guys should have their heads held high, man. They fought very hard against a tough Toronto Ultra squad.
Especially when it comes to Cammy, though, I have to say, like, I feel like we got teased a little bit as he started to catch some momentum. We were like, Cold War Cammy is now making an appearance once again. Well, they had a little bit of a drop-off, and now that they are back on land, now that they are backs against the wall, we saw that Cammy again in that game 4. 36 and 22. I mean, Cammy was absolutely taking over. Kleenex across the board. He was continuing off from the momentum from yesterday. So it's great to see if you're a Toronto Ultra fan. Obviously, that search and destroy is not optimal, but this is a team based around teamwork. They will always play off each other and usually make the right decisions. So I think they'll clean it up come tomorrow.
And one thing I wanted to touch on as well, how good their search and destroy has been in the past. How often have we talked about how good they've looked? Insight specifically has been one of the best search and destroy players in the game. If they fix that, they have a good chance this weekend.
Well, they're going to have to pull their socks up a little bit firmer here, and we get through our game break presented by Prime Gaming. There are the stats on screen. This is how Toronto looked against Boston in that previous series. We do say a fond farewell to the Boston Breach here in the Vanguard season. We'll see what they can do on Modern Warfare 2. But until then, guys, plenty more COD to be played. It's champs, baby. It's getting lit. We're having a good time up here in the desk. You're having a great time down there in the Galen Center. And you at home, I hope you're having a good time as well. And I hope, sincerely, that you have linked your accounts, both your Activision and your YouTube. You can be earning all kinds of fun rewards, whether you're a camper, a spawn trapper, an ego challer, a first blooder, or a wall banger. We have got a calling card for you. All these goodies and more available this weekend. Plenty to be had. And again, don't forget, more fun and games tomorrow with the MW2 reveal teaser. All sorts happening, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be something special. Tune in Championship Sunday as we will be unveiling what is next for the Call of Duty franchise with a special guest interview. All that and more coming up this week here at COD Champs. And it has been spicy as hell. Spicy as hell, man.
The first non-Game 5, and it was still absolutely insane. So, you know, I want to continue down the trend in Game 5s, though. I was sitting here rooting for it because I just want to see who can, you know, turn up when the composure needs to be at its highest.
Well, composure, everything's been at its highest so far, ladies and germs. We're going to go take a very quick break and get ready for the next matchup today. It is bound to be a treat as well. Seattle Surge, Atlanta FaZe, all that and more after the break.
Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can. And upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Amazon Prime members get free games every month and a slew of free content for your favorite games like Call of Duty. Claim yours now at gaming.amazon.com.
Pull up all black, get it right quick. Ay, your girl on my side, she my sidekick. First round draft, that's the right pick. Ay, you already know, like a sidekick. Pull up all black, get it right quick. Your girl on my side, she my sidekick. First round draft, that's the right pick. 3, 2, 1, let's get it. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise. Okay. Just go with the motion. Hey, ride it like you would a locomotive. Cause I got the potion. Tell them this beat ferocious. Hey, I'm in the coldest. Pockets go deeper than the ocean.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to CDL Championship Weekend 2022. It is day number 2. And take a look at the incredible fans here at the Galen Center in Los Angeles. They are having a blast, and so are we. Lando joined alongside by Nameless and aLLeY, as well as Jay Stud. Buddy, we just came off of a very interesting match. Normally I ask the analyst who comes over the desk, how was that cast? But I kind of know how you feel, but tell the folks regardless.
Yeah, we did the cast together. You know what I'm saying? But now we find ourselves on
not
the
a game 5. Not a game 5,
not
right?
a game 5.
It was lit, though.
It definitely was lit. The only thing that really showed right there was Toronto Ultra's teamwork. Like the fact that they were able to walk out with all 3 respawns and lose the search and destroy. You heard Cammy in his interview. We got to go back and do some VOD reviews because that's unacceptable, especially versus a team like Boston Breach, who usually struggle in that mode. You cannot afford to lose 6-0 in search and destroys. When they got 3rd overall at the major, it's because search and destroys. 10-game win streak. They need to get that back on prime form.
Yeah, 0-3 in search destroys for Toronto. But now we got to focus into the big boy matchup that we now have prepared in front of us. Atlanta FaZe versus Seattle Surge. I believe we have our maps and modes ready to go. Let's go and take a look at how these vetoes went. Let me tell you what, Nameless, this has been one of the best rivalry matchups throughout the entire season of Vanguard.
No, listen, Lando, this series, I mean, these guys have played each other so many times. They have 30 maps played against each other throughout this season. Wow. That's the most between these guys. So, I mean, looking at this one, the Tuscan hardpoint, Tuscan control, that's really where Seattle was getting it done against Atlanta FaZe. They were dominating them in the control across the board, but that Tuscan repeatedly, then also that Tuscan hardpoint. But FaZe, I mean, they're confident. They're going into it. Obviously, for Seattle, they got to get rid of Gavutu, both things across the board. So, you know, it really comes down to, has Atlanta FaZe improved that much in that Tuscan?
Yeah, and that's one thing too, right? When we talk about Tuscans, I mean, that was like aBeZy's playground yesterday, aLLeY.
It absolutely was. That's why I'm interested to see why Seattle has decided to square up with them, because that's where they started their reverse sweep in that 3-0. So I get it to a sense, you know, it's better to just kind of go at it on a map like Tuscan, but I almost would have liked maybe a Gavutu or a Berlin for the likes of Seattle Surge, just because Atlanta FaZe know they're confident on that map. And like you said, aBeZy's playground, he was looking absolutely disgusting yesterday, and as the series went on, he just got better. And that's worrying if you're Seattle, because to match up on the other side, Mack has been struggling, and that's who's going to have to match aBeZy's pace.
And I'm pretty sure this is the first time as well that Atlanta FaZe decided to get rid of Bocat's hardpoint versus Seattle. Usually that's the map number 1 every single time. And they said, nah, I'm not taking no risk this time around. I'm not going to give Pred that early hype. You're like, we're going to go out there and play our better maps.
Yeah, and then talking about Atlanta FaZe, I mean, and aBeZy in particular, yesterday dropped to 1.4. His impact was there, especially in that game 4. Just so many bailout plays out of him. Historically versus Seattle, hasn't had a good time. I mean, he's 0.81, least damage in the lobby, both series that they've had against these guys. They've just put him in the absolute blender, and at times we're just like, okay, if aBeZy's able to step up, they're getting that championship, get to the finals, and he wasn't able to do it. So you know he's on the revenge tour, and in order for him to get to this chip, it's got to start with Seattle, because they set them back sometime. And then for the game field keys to victory, aLLeY, what does Atlanta have to do?
Well, aBeZy needs to continue the momentum. We were just talking about it. He had a 1.39 KD this year, and that's a player I feel like we all had a lot of eyes on throughout this season, and now he's really shown what the work has done and get first Tuscan control win over Seattle. They're 0-2 this season versus Seattle. Both teams are #1 and #2 in round win percentage. So like we said, they are straight squaring it up when it comes to that map 3, but I am a little worried on the likes of the Seattle side because aBeZy had a .275 KD in a search and destroy yesterday, and that was the Berlin, and that's going to be map 2 in this series. So that Tuscan's already going to be rough, but map 2 and 3 are heavily favored on likes of Atlanta FaZe right now.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun match to watch up. Like we said, when it comes down to this game, this is, a rematch from like Major 3. We've had these teams match up so many times throughout the season. We've talked a lot about Atlanta FaZe. Now let's shift the focus towards Seattle Surge. I have a feeling a lot of the conversation is going to be around one player in particular, and Mack. But Jay, how do you feel about Seattle after the dub they got yesterday versus London?
Well, you feel great. Obviously, you have the Rookie of the Year on your squad. Pred is just a man on a mission. He's always going to go out there and get his. But every time they play against Atlanta FaZe, Mack always steps up to a whole different level. But also Simp. Simp and Pred are a dynamic duo. And then with Simp being that former substitute player for this Atlanta FaZe roster, you know what they're going to do. I had the chance to interview the young man, and he knows the ins and outs of how they play. He knows that if they do one mistake, that could potentially cost them 60 points. You cannot afford any mistakes versus this Atlanta squad.
I think what has made Surge so good against Atlanta throughout the season is they can match their pace. Like if Atlanta tries to make it mixy, get aggressive in Surge rounds on control, try to push the the harder point off rip, like Seattle is ready to go. And for the game field keys to victory, Mack has to bring more slang. 0.88 since start of stage 4 as a 1.08 versus FaZe this season. Just think about it. Like the Tuscan control, time and time again, he gets the big 2-piece when they needed him to. Remember that crazy comeback? And then keep finding improvement in Search and Destroy. 6-3 win on Berlin S&D yesterday. Snapped a 7-game losing streak. I feel like Berlin used to be their Search map. And they lost it so much throughout stage 4. Like, this is a team that they've always been like solid at Search and Destroy, but it just went straight into the dumpster throughout all of stage 4, losing a couple, close hard points into the searches. It just put them in a tough situation, but yesterday they were able to snap that losing streak. They're looking good.
Yeah, and one thing that we got to talk about as well, right? When we talk about the matchup between these two teams, is also two particular players. We announced it earlier in the day. The MVP facing off against the Rookie of the Year. It's the battle of Cellium versus Pred. aLLeY, do you think those guys are going to square up a decent amount across the map?
Absolutely. I mean, it's no better setup, right, to have the MVP announced today as well as Rookie of the Year, and now we get to watch them walled it out on stage. But obviously, Cellium a little bit with the edge here when it comes to the KD apartment.
Yeah, he's there.
I mean, obviously, they're in two different respective roles, but it's going to be Cellium versus Sib to me. And Sib, we liken his play style a lot in the way he's kind of taken over the scene to Cellium. So seeing those two go at each other is always a treat. And then, like we said, Pred and Sip are going to be going at it. So I think it's going to be a battle across the board. Atlanta FaZe has a little bit more of an edge, but should we see the Mack that we usually see against Atlanta FaZe? Could go their way.
I mean, when we talk about series like this, like the mental edge, Seattle has it.
Yeah.
Like for sure. They have the mental edge against Atlanta FaZe. They've beaten them so many times in tough series where like it looked like they're about to lose it. They come back, Mack makes a big play. So I think all the stats and stuff, when we look at, Mack's individual performance, it doesn't matter as much in a series like this because he's done it before and he's confident. So this one should be just a special one, guys.
I think it's fair to say this one is going to be a very intense battle. I know we just had a game 4, 3-1 victory, but Jay, before you give me your actual prediction, does this one go 5?
Oh, 100%.
Okay,
100% this is going game 5. I just think that both of these teams are powerhouses. They're going to be able to match up, square up with each other, like aLLeY said, on every single one of these maps. The biggest thing that I want to take away, though, has to be accuracy in Search and Destroy. He has to be the Iceman in this series. You have to give some clutches to your squad in order to take down Atlanta FaZe.
Yeah, and we know when these teams faced off against each other at the Major 3, clutching is what it was all about. But now it is time to get in our picks for this series, a gauntlet of a game. Nameless, we're starting with you, buddy. Atlanta or Seattle?
It's tough. Like, I want to pick Seattle in this one, but, I'm going to stick with my pick. I'm going with Atlanta FaZe. I think Atlanta FaZe take it 3-2. It's going to go all the way down to the wire, man, but I just have faith in these guys. I think they're going to come correct today. If aBeZy's playing like that, like, they're winning.
Yeah. aLLeY?
You know what? I'm so shocked by that. That took me out of left field, to be honest.
Mind blown, right? Yeah.
For me, to be honest, I just said that twice. Wow. Seattle versus Atlanta FaZe. It's always a close one. I'm very worried for Seattle Surge just because of Mack, but I know he's going to bounce back. I have to go with Seattle Surge in this series. I think they have Atlanta FaZe's number, and as long as Atlanta doesn't get the momentum at any point during this series, Seattle will take it easily.
Can I just say I also have a perfect bracket right now?
Do you really?
Man.
I do.
You're the man.
Wow.
I don't. So
Yeah,
you're doing
mine's
great.
chalk. Mine's chalk.
You're
Jay,
doing good.
Let it be known.
Your pick now.
My pick, I think this is going to be a difficult series. Obviously, all the way to a Game 5, but I just think the way that Atlanta FaZe were able to beat New York by completing that reverse sweep yesterday, that provides wonders to this team. Even with the aBeZy dropping a 1.39, Cellium had a 1.42. You need Simp and Arcitys to really step up, and I think these are the moments that they live for, and I'm excited. I think they're going to be able to win this one.
Okay, I got to say, I think I'm going to go with the majority on the desk here. I think I also favor Atlanta FaZe when it comes down to this matchup. Again, I think a lot of it is going to reside on Mack. I think if he has a great series, then Seattle stand a great chance. At the same time, are you going to see that same performance from aBeZy and Cell, or can the rest of the team really start to perform? That is the question. But I'll tell you what, man, this is going to be a phenomenal series. Like, when we talk about grueler games, what could really define the entirety of the tournament when we talk about the bracket? This one absolutely is going to stand among many of the other ones going down to the winner side of the bracket. As we said, loser of this game will go down to that loser, or that elimination side. Loser is not out of this game. There's a few things to keep in mind. Any extra, special little things you guys want to talk about when it comes down to this game? Any last little tidbits?
Well, I mean, you don't want to miss it, right? Because when you watch the stream as well, you're in the championship pack. And I tell you what, you see all those calling cards? For me, I think I'd be the one that was a camper. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be in a corner of the map somewhere shooting you off. And I wanted to actually ask you, Lando, which calling card you think you are?
I mean, can we pull them up? I got to take a look at these. I got to take a look at
Oh, it's a different one.
Okay.
This one's fire.
This is actually kind of tough. I guess when it comes down to like the champs, I might go with the bottom left one. You got to rock all the teams, Jay.
Yeah, the only thing is Minnesota, unfortunately, did not make it.
I mean, hey, it's all right. It's all right.
Talk about that. Nah, listen. They're not even here. That's just disrespectful.
Hey, Jay,
Taps in the back somewhere.
All right. Get too hyped there, Jay. It was almost New York, too.
Hey, Bo, but they did what they needed to do, yo. Reverse sweep, all right? New York's got some fight in them.
Oh, my goodness. It's excellent. It's just a matter of Game 5. It's a matter of reverse sweeps. It's going to be a very, very fun game in front of us. Atlanta FaZe taking on the Seattle Surge. That's going to do it from us. Now it's time to send it over to Blaze, who's ready to introduce our squads. Thank you so much, Lando. Los Angeles, it is time for a winner semis matchup. Y'all ready for this one? It's almost like a battle of land and sea, and the first team coming to the stage is the pride and joy of Atlanta. Let's see what FaZe is all about.
aBeZy going huge off the rotation single-handedly.
It's the guts, it's the glory, it's the championship for FaZe.
Los Angeles, make some noise for the kings of the land. It's Atlanta FaZe. Give it up for Cellium, Arcitys, aBeZy, and Simp, Atlanta FaZe.
These guys have won the World Championship before, but this year they haven't been able to get a victory. And one of the teams that has been in their way all season long, it's been the Seattle Surge. aBeZy has struggled time and time again facing this squad, but yesterday he was a new animal. I'm expecting him to pop off today. Let's bring out Seattle, guy.
Yeah, it's time to bring in the boys from the West Coast. Here comes the storm. I welcome you, Seattle.
The wood is yours. It's never over.
Defend the net, picks up the kills, another for Priestahh. Accuracy for the team, trying to come on. Long run, that's what you want to do. Oh my God, Mack, come around the corner in time, and you bet it. You can get him off, that's one thing. If they kill him, it is done. Oh my God, no. Here we go, it's a couple more kills and they get it. Seattle, hold on, they line up for him.
Los Angeles, make some noise and let your voices be heard. Here comes the Seattle Surge. Give it up for Sid, Accuracy, Mack, and Fred, your Seattle Surge.
Into the
get two better casters to take us along through this journey. Merc, Maven, take it away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. All right, let's get into it. I mean, this has been a crazy matchup all year. And Joe, when you just think back to the round one for these teams, you've said, you know, your experience as a player, like sometimes there's that round one, that tough, grueling matchup where you're down in this series, you bring it back and win. That can propel you the whole way. Both these teams gonna have that.
Well, everyone had it yesterday, right? It's like usually, like look at Seattle, right? Just at Major 3, you know, they had to, you know, beat in New York in that Game 5, round 11, and they go on to win the event. Like usually, I don't know, just kind of gets the blood flowing, gets you on point. But yeah, everyone dealt with that. They had deep series, get the nerves out. It's obviously the World Championship here, but both of these teams knows what it takes. Seattle, they're trying to get back to glory. Atlanta FaZe trying to find you know, back-to-back victories.
Yeah, and listen, we've been casting a lot of FaZe the past couple of events. We have, and you know, it's been, you think back to the OpTic series, the last major, aBeZy just took over. You think back to what we casted last night, aBeZy just took over. It's like we're seeing glimpses of that again. And this is a matchup he has struggled. Is it sort of as simple as that? Like, what aBeZy are we gonna get in this matchup?
Well, I think you obviously have to give props to the speed on the other side of Seattle, right? In terms of the rookie
100%.
Pred, but also their third guy, Mack. The Dashy was really touching on it. He has not been what we saw earlier in the year, but he loves playing against FaZe. I think it's just due to the pacing, how quick they play. He's got to get locked in. Because if he's locked in, that slows down aBeZy and Simp. I mean, Atlanta FaZe, you love what you're seeing out of aBeZy, but you need the other guys to step up. That's when the reverse sweep started. It was Simp and Arcitys.
I know FaZe isn't in their prime where they were winning everything, and you know, people not maybe scared to play them. They have the mental edge, but even if they were, this just strikes me as Seattle team, like they don't care. They just don't care.
Doesn't seem that way. Just seem to be locked in on what they have to do. But you know what? We're sticking with Tuscan in map number 1. We saw it yesterday from Seattle Surge. Pred just took over. They were able to win that first map where he just fried everyone. And we're gonna get a
sorry, brief reset.
I know. It's Maven's fault.
I know.
He stepped on a wire.
I hear you guys. We're going to get back into it as fast as we possibly can. I mean, fingers crossed. I mean, we can't match the relationship. No. Okay.
Don't say that.
I'm sorry, Joe.
Don't say it.
I apologize. I probably jinxed this, but now we'll wait another brief moment before we get into it. Thank you for your patience, everybody watching at home and here in the venue. But we can chat about this a little bit more. I mean, I think we're just really excited for it because yesterday I touched a lot on, you know, for FaZe at least, like that matchup versus New York, that was probably the toughest matchup in round 1. You get a win there. I know they've had trouble with Seattle, but it's like you can see top 3. You can taste top 3.
Seattle, yeah.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely true. But like this is another just grueler, which whoever wins this, I mean, you just got a real shot. I know you got OpTic, you got Thieves on the other side of it, still teams and losers to make plays, but you're so close, man. Like there's so much pressure on this
staying
match.
Winners is important because you get the night off, you get the time to prep, right?
True.
Like going into that, like tomorrow, teams can play up to 3 matches, right? They can have a very long day
if
starting
you start
in losers
yeah,
round 2.
You'd have to rip off 3 to get to the final, right?
You can get all the way there, but you'd see since stage 4, I mean, you're obviously favoring Atlanta FaZe. S&D has been the key for Seattle Surge. Can they turn that around? And for FaZe, that was the one thing where they were trying to get better at it, get back into that form, and we saw it a bit last night.
Yeah, and like one of them you did. You saw some question marks, I think, in the game 2, but in the game 5, you really saw those plays on Berlin where they were able to get back to it. And that would be, what was it again? Tuscan, Berlin, Tuscan, Berlin, Tuscan?
Yeah.
Just basically back and forth we go over the course of this one. So we saw their prowess on Berlin, but if you're Seattle, you know, you get to watch that maybe last night, kind of look at what they were doing right. And FaZe do, I mean, there's a lot of similarities in their break-off. Like, it's definitely something I feel like you can prepare for in some ways, 100%.
No, 100%, yeah. And I can see the lobby we're almost there. So we're good. We're alive. Servers are alive. But yeah, I mean, for this team, I think the Desh kind of talked about it. The key here in maps and modes, it's very strong early for Atlanta FaZe. The back half is where it gets a little nerve-wracking. That Berlin hardpoint is a big question mark, a circle. Because usually they play Bocage, 100%. You know, they've been known to play Bocage. They have not been playing a ton of Berlin hardpoint throughout this year. Just maybe something that they've wanted to work on. Maybe they're starting on good side. They've played against Seattle a couple of times on it, but I'm really surprised we don't have a Bocage.
No, certainly. But okay, I want to kind of ask you a little bit, maybe something we don't talk about or think about a whole lot, but in your experience as a player, when you're on the main stage, maybe this happens, like you're getting amped up, it's a big match, then there's a reset and you have to wait a couple of minutes. Like, what are you guys chatting about? Like, what are you thinking about?
I was weird. I won't lie. Like, I would basically say, I would start talking to the ref and just I would say some of the weirdest things that you could possibly imagine, just to kind of relax everyone, get people laughing. We see that a lot of the times, right? You saw it just now from Arcitys and aBeZy. I just think get everyone just sort of relaxed, just like you're in the team room. That was always my goal on squads.
Okay.
I can't repeat it on broadcast, but yeah. Just know I've had some raps be like, is this guy okay?
Is he all right?
Yeah. No, I was a weirdo.
Okay, crowd, we're getting back into it. If it drops again this time, you can absolutely blame me. But no, we're going to be good. We're ready to cruise here on Tuscan. A huge matchup within this 2022 CDL Championship. Millions of dollars on the line. Viewership records all over the place yesterday. It's been an incredible, incredible start. Now, who's going to pop off on the Seattle side? You'll see their KDs against Atlanta.
Well, you just see it right there, right? Obviously, accuracy, you know, the main AR, you'd like to see maybe a little bit more for him, but it's the other three just matching the pace, the trades. They can play with that against Atlanta FaZe. They know they can beat him. Here we go, map 1 underway.
All right, we get into it. We're going to start with Pred's POV. What a demon he could be on this map, and it is not an easy matchup to be a demon, and there you'll see why. Simp just around the edge, quick headshots through, able to drop him, but the rest of the kills go the way of Seattle Surge, so it's some calm and clean time inside of the hard point for now, and Civ just wants to keep it rocking and rolling. Up to a 3-0 start. Talent-wise, this guy is just sensational. He's fun to watch.
No, I mean, one of the smoothest shots in the league, but now maybe a break opportunity for Atlanta FaZe, and 2 are going to go down, make it 3. aBeZy winning gunfights like that, that is a good thing if you are a FaZe fan. They're going to get right onto that point. You can split this time here. You're going to be in a very good position. Simp just trying to dodge these bullets, but with 10 seconds left, are we going to rotate? We're going to just push on through. It's not going to be a push on through. As the nades start to hit, all 4 go down for FaZe. A nice start here as Seattle Surge up around 20, 25 plus.
Yeah, no, you get a hell of a start. I mean, that retake after the break happens almost instantaneously. It's a beautiful job picking up 3 off the point, but now it's FaZe's turn to get set up inside, just trying to avoid these nades, find kills around the outside of it from Pred. He's ready to get twisted. He's able to take down 1, Mack on the backside, make it 2 in a row now for Pred before the trade eventually comes through. You get, what, about 10, 15 seconds there, and then Surge get in quickly. It's an excellent break.
Yeah, it was really unlucky for FaZe. I'll just be honest. You had like 1 player left, and I don't think FaZe knew where he was, and he actually got a back spawn for his entire team. So, yeah, I mean, just, you know, Vanguard squad spawns come in for Seattle Surge. That turns into a break. As well, we know what the crowd wants and who they want to win this Surge up 25 points.
Yeah, I mean, just due to the dominance of FaZe for really since this team came together, they're going to be dealing with that, right? Like, you are the villains in a way, just due to your performance in recent years. More often than not, crowd not going to be on their side. aBeZy able to take that 1. Pred instantly with the trade. That'll be 3 in a row for him and out to 6 and 4. Now we hop out to the third-person POV. You see RC set up deep in Fountain. Looking to play close as aBeZy. Nades all come through. Mack wins a big gunfight. Right again, you get in quickly if you are Surge. They've got a chance to push out a significant lead here, Joe.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the big 3 against Atlanta FaZe. Look at this. Accuracy doesn't even have a kill right now, and they are up 50 points. It just feels like Simp, Mack, and Pred love this matchup. They are there for it. They always play at a very high level. As Atlanta FaZe are going to rely on a couple of breaks to try to get back into this one. And, well, they do a very good job to get right onto this point. But I think a key yesterday with what we saw was their P4, their Churchill. That's where they found so much time.
But so far, it's just a story of like breaks. Both teams have been so good at coming on through. Speaking of good, it's Simp that now rallies to 3 in a row. Difficult gunfight for aBeZy on the other side of it, but able to snap and take that with 36 HP remaining. As they look to rally into this south side of Church, they pick up the remaining time, bring it within about 40 or so points. Now your MVP on the year. It's going to be Cellium looking to get inside and get Nasty. MacArthur up to 9 and 5.
That's a cool name. Yeah, I mean, just MC.
I don't know any other MacArthurs, I'll be honest with you.
I have none. Yeah, I mean, yeah, MC, he's on what? A couple of kills. You have Simp on 5 in a row now. A nice break here at P4. Yeah, this is where they found a good chunk of time yesterday. They're going to get themselves right back into the game. They're able to find the last 20 seconds at that P3 behind the break, and then they are just able to rotate on over.
And this is such a difficult hardpoint to hold due to all the entry points and how the spawns come in around it and so close. But is it weird? This is kind of the one they're most consistent on?
It like is, but it is. I think if you get these spawns, well, Simp gonna hit that glide bomb. That's gonna be huge for them rotating over to P1. It's like, you know, if you're able to read the map and get the spawns you want, then you know where they're gonna be coming from through that front door. They just gotta get to that position, and they do it so well.
aBeZy just took a nade to the That didn't look comfortable for him as he is gone off the map. FaZe now take the lead, just up 6 into the point. Go Surge. Max POV now. To see the angles he is watching just through the fire and flame. Bullets coming in, nades are hitting. He's able to stay up just 5 HP. 1 bullet and he will drop. He's nearly able to get back to full health. Nearly able to get back, and he's going to turn that into 3 from 4 HP in a dream. Nearly the squad wipe for Mack. But after all of that, look at the kill feed. The rest of the kills go the way of FaZe. The spawn's coming closer, right back into the point.
So while
Welcome
that
to
was
P5.
going on, while that was happening, Cellium actually picks up the pinch on Simp. Simp was going for a top mid jump. He wins that gunfight. Then he cleans up the rest. The MVP going big. 13 and 6 to 3 times multi-kill to get them into this P5.
Hey, it's crazy. It's just Vanguard. A game where you'll watch somebody get a 3-piece like that, nearly 4, and then you look into no control of the hard point. It can be absolutely ludicrous at times, but now Surge, a lead change of their own, as they will get back in front. Still holding the streak in the back pocket will be Simp as we focus on over to first. We now hop to Cellium, and here comes the streak. Trying to use this to maybe alleviate some of the pressure off of it. That's gonna actually take down two. That helps a whole hell of a lot. Clears out the left side of the point. That's where they're gonna be spawning, but a moment to breathe if you are FaZe, you take control of the lead again.
100%. I mean, they're just thinking, right, this P1, this is the best place to use that glide bomb. They had the rotation, but he's still gonna, call it in. But Seattle Surge, they're gonna take this all day. You would love to maybe have that glide here. But now Seattle Surge, another lead change could come in. They needed a response, and they get one.
I mean, it's just break after break after break. No one can find any semblance of a significant hold. Maybe now is gonna be the time. Is Mack on the attack. 3 for him. There's a one-on-one towards the point. RC's gonna send it one more time at it. Sib's able to win that, and that's gonna secure the final or 10 seconds. FaZe want to send one more person at it, see if they can maybe win that one-on-one and get that scrap time. But I'll look at the lock. Bottom of the screen. Next hard point ready to pop. 20-point advantage to Surge. FaZe inside. Can Surge continue to break efficiently like they have?
Well, this is like one of the key moments, right? On the first rotation was the P2 break. I mean, the spawn comes in for Surge is a little bit different. This time, cleaner. They know where the push is coming from. It's going to be a flat hit as Arcitys locking it down. Cell watching the angles. TJHaly, all 4 dead. Much cleaner. It always helps when the spawns don't come in.
Well, FaZe go out in front. This first break from Surge is going to get thwarted. They're desperately trying to get into the point. Let's go to Elicitin with Seattle Surge.
Ramp side time, self. One spot, 2, okay?
Okay, I'm coming.
Middle 1 shot, beat down. B100 broken, beat out.
You guys gotta play that kid.
I'm looking for, I think he's top broken.
Windows, two on the windows. They're getting by me, guys.
Top broken. He stopped? Top broken, one on the stairs.
All dead.
Top broken, curse. I don't know where he's going. Wait, just jump me, you got him? I'm waiting.
Alright, sell the zone.
Do I need to get time? I'm push up you one. Yes. I got it.
I got time.
Okay. Push this guy top. Top one shot. I heard you. Top one shot. I got naded. I got one. Top. I got naded. Top dead. Good time.
He could be arch on me.
I've already been. I spun out.
He's on me on the wall. I got naded on the wall.
Yeah, accuracy gonna hurt. I got time. He had a rough start. He was like 0-5. He's sitting at double negative, but he's got nearly 2 minutes in the point. So he's trying to get it done around the objective. Unfortunately, no trophies to the title, so he is going to be taking nades all over the place. And he gets dropped out of it, but nice little crouch and peek. And from accuracy, and there's 2 to clear them out of the point. And they're likely going to need him to have some big moments over the final stretch.
Yeah, you talk about him, but Simp on the other side, who I think started off slow as well, now up to 23 and 15, really popping off. Well, FaZe, it was the sort of, the end of that hill where they found the scrap time and then the break over to P4. This time, Surge don't allow it to happen. You have a lead change come in. Once again, it is just back and forth between these 2 teams.
So it's like, can you make this a little messier if you're Surge this time, right? Like, can you not allow them to get in their comfort zone in church where they've been so good? How do you try to get the break? It's Sib on 3 in a row that's trying to find this opening. Playing him behind, but look at the flank coming in. It's going to be Sal that's trying to find the openings behind. He's at least able to take down 2. The numbers go the way of FaZe again, and yet another lead change about to come through. Both eclipsing the 200-point mark. aBeZy looking to get nasty mid-map. As he's backed up Pred, just trying to keep them away from the point and the kill feed. All FaZe, they've been terrific here.
I mean, that's just Cell reading the map, right? Getting the information. And I mean, he's just finding so much where, I mean, yeah, they know exactly where the push is coming in from. Again, Atlanta FaZe able to find that lead. A very good job here, but this scrap time going to be key. Because, I mean, you look at the score, if FaZe get the rest of this, it'll be a couple of seconds away. We know how messy P5 will be. So Surge, I'm not saying they have to be perfect, but darn near close.
And Arcitys, he's already going to be here, ready and waiting. Stunned up. Push should be coming. He's just going to send it on through. What a play! What a play there from Arcitys. I thought he's dead to rights. It ends up being 3 in a row, and they're getting closer and closer. Now 15 more points needed for FaZe. 4 in a row for Big Cell. And Arcitys just continues to lurk and wait. The solo mission early in the point might end up being the difference as kill after kill come through. Finally, you're able to break. It's Pred with a team kill, but 2 are cleared out. And they've got control now with 30 to go.
Yeah, but Simp's making the play. He's taking the long route, so it's going to start with him. Pred, they have to deal with this, but the rookie taking over. He's on 4 in a row. You're waiting for Simp to make the play, and maybe he's found the opening, but he's going to get traded out, and now Seattle Surge. If you're FaZe, are you going to rotate? Are you going to fight for scrap? What is going to be the play call?
Oh, he actually gets that kill before he drops. Yeah, another teammate in.
They're going for it.
They're fighting for this scrap. They want to go for it. It's been contested for the most part. They have the tank. They have the time. They've got to get the kill up front. Mack going massive. Mack able to get in. Now big one-on-one on the other side of it. It's going to be aBeZy that's there, but it's Pred that's able to get the kill. Now 10 for Seattle. Mack going nuts. And it's 4 in a row before he drops.
A teammate comes in.
Another one.
All the way down to Pred.
Pred continues to be huge. Just a couple of points in for either side. He gets the kill. You got one close, but it's Seattle that gets the win. What?
Pred, are you kidding me? The rookie of the year with 2 huge plays at P5 and P1 dismantles Atlanta FaZe.
And that rotation, that decision there has been what has been tough for FaZe. That is where they have lost so many of these Tuskens, and it happens again. Mack's 2 kills just to make sure they don't win it there. But let's take a look at the Scump play of the game. It's going to be the final moments, as it was just absolute insanity.
All right, so FaZe, you're waiting for Simp right here, and he does find an opening, but Pred just caused so much chaos. Then on all the gunfights on the hill being traded out, now you have this decision. aBeZy, he rotates. Simp, he's able to find a kill. A teammate comes in.
There were like
There's
4
a 2-on-2. This is a 1-on-2 right here, and I think it's a team kill right towards the end that allows Mack to basically win a 1-on-3. So Mack wins that, and then Pred, he was just throwing haymaker after haymaker. Him and Mack clutch up. And then again, a teammate. There's 3 dead on the hill, and it's down to the rookie once again. And I'm not sure what happens here, because you're gonna see Cellium. I don't think he gets to the hill in time. He's right there. He's like, what's gonna happen? He gets stunned.
Oh, he gets stunned. He's not able to get
I think it was his own stun.
Yeah, might have been, but Pred, the fact, there were a couple of incredible moments. You point at Max, but Pred with the 2 at the end there. We don't see it from his POV, but you see it on the mini-map, and the young man is roaring.
I'm ready to run through a brick wall.
It is a fun one for the map 1. Woo! Just getting started. But that was, wow, that was fun.
You think, Champs gets people a little nervous, huh? Just some crazy plays on both ends where, you can see the panic from everybody. There's been so many teammates these last couple of days.
Dude, I swear, I didn't even notice in the moment that the 1 team kill came through for FaZe, but I think it was like 4 teammates for Surge over the course of the last minute, and somehow they're still able to pull it out. Just unbelievable moment after unbelievable moment, and
what did you say yesterday? You said, somehow, some way, FaZe find a new way to lose that mode.
Yes.
And it happens again.
Yes. That has been their MO there so many times this year. It's just new and creative ways to lose it. And you can't, it's not them there. It is the plays from Pred and Mack 100%, but it's you had a chance to do it. Let's watch Pred. We're gonna see it from his POV. So that's the first one. This is the second one. He's just dancing in you. The shots on point, the help on the next one. Just Pred, unbelievable in that stretch. And
well, emote to win the game as well.
Yeah,
I'll be honest, I don't know if he hit that on purpose, because that man, he might have thrown the controller on the ground. I don't know if he might have hit that, but that dude, did whatever he wanted.
I mean, it's just, what? I mean, that insta-read just to check the quick corner. I mean, it's not like the craziest, but he picks up aBeZy. aBeZy was there
second
first.
One on the Simp as well, right after the first kill, just turning inside of you, turns back around, gets ready for the next gunfight. And I was just going to give props to FaZe because everybody was on point. But, you know, aBeZy towards the end starts to drift off, and there's the key, right? He has struggled in this matchup. Pred and Mack, they just clutch for Seattle Surge.
Yeah, I mean, that was the big question. Arcitys, I mean, he's leading the way in damage across the lobby, so you get what you want out of Arcitys, but aBeZy, it wasn't that beast mode that we saw yesterday. He didn't have that takeover.
I mean, I think that, I don't know where his stat line really went south. I think it was the last probably 90 seconds.
Just didn't really find any kills over that stretch, and you know, it's just, he's like the guy that's more comfortable kind of flying, finding openings. Like, he wants to be the Pred in that moment. Instead, he's the one kind of waiting in a corner, and I just feel like that's never where aBeZy shines, when he's like tucked away. Just gets smoked, and Pred, absolute dad mode.
Okay, that was map one.
Yeah, all right, we got more to go.
We got to take a deep breath, a little woo-sigh, in and out. But we're going to Berlin, Search and Destroy. Another map, I mean, for Atlanta FaZe, where they have been playing it all year. It has been better, though, since the start of Stage 4 in Champs. I think it's around 6 and 3. We saw it yesterday. They were very decisive. It was, I mean, just so many clutch rounds on offense, right, where they would go down a man, and then they would bring it back, taking their time. aBeZy, though, over towards the B site. That will be the key once again.
Yeah, you just gotta, like, if you're Seattle, sort of take a deep breath and slow it down after that insanity. If you're FaZe, you're obviously frustrated. You just need to regroup, brush off that map one. The pace now slows. We get to a Search and Destroy.
I mean, they saw the VOD, right? This is basically what we saw. RC is watching the cross of the bomb, then when is the wall bang gonna come in? Yeah, he's just checking for it, trying to find the angle, maybe gonna go back to that position. But it looks like Simp's gonna find the first blood on Arcitys. There was the wall bang that we saw, but it's not gonna come in.
Now, could you bring this back in the 3v4? And this is what FaZe did really well yesterday, right? So many rounds where they were down in numbers, they brought it back, but Pred, accuracy, they want no part of it. So last up, wipe them off the map. No kills for FaZe, 3 in the round for Sib, dominant out the gate here from Seattle.
Yeah, and if you're FaZe, I mean, obviously, this roster has kind of been through it all the ups and downs. They've had so many just close losses like that. They have to just kind of regain, forget about it. But if you're Seattle Surge, you're running with this momentum as much as you can in Sib. Just finding those one-on-one gunfights. Well, guys, so good, so clean with his shot.
It's a little bit different, but I mean, remember the map one they lost yesterday if you're FaZe. Like, it was like they almost brought it back from down 100. It was a gut-wrenching couple of point loss. Like, they've been here. You saw it happen. They also lost the map too, though. So. They find an opening now onto the site. It's accuracy playing for info deep. And now the pinch is starting to develop. The longer they take on this,
well, they gotta clear everything. You see all the nades just clearing the corners, and while this is going in, it's Pred on the pinch. I think maybe Arcitys is watching that cross and calling that from his position, and that's exactly it. So where Arcitys is, he's seeing that P5 cross. So now we're in a 2-on-3. And Sib is getting aggressive, trying to find number 4. He knows the rotation is in. He knows the rotation is. Did Cell spot him? I think he does. He's gonna give the calm and go for the challenge as well.
aBeZy, they both just get around the edge. You get a tag or two in if you are Sib.
But the entire time, Arcitys has been repositioning, giving so much information to his team. It might not be kills, but it's a ton. But on the bomb, aBeZy's able to win it. There's the trade, so it's down to accuracy.
The Iceman. He's had so many moments.
Well, they're probably like, where the hell is Arcitys, right? Like, we haven't seen him all round. Usually he's in the spawn.
Able to get the info there. The chow around the corner, though, aBeZy is able to win it. So both teams getting it done on offense, and probably the best chance to maybe play spoiler when you're down a number. Sib had a chance there mid-map, but it was not an easy situation.
Yeah,
whatsoever.
I mean, you know, obviously, you know, props to Arcitys, what he was able to find with the info, giving the comms to the teammates, you know, FaZe taking their time, even when they had a bomb site control, clearing out all the areas. But yeah, Sib, there's a chance there where, I mean, a couple of those timings go his way. Maybe he has 2.
Yeah.
It turns out no one 1-on-2.
Exactly. Even if he gets 1 there, like, it is absolutely massive. Just, that is just a timing game, 100%. Gonna change up the push this time around. Arcitys, you go a little bit more aggressive on the A side of it, but the pressure is going to be going the other way. Simp with some info. Now lurking up is going to be aBeZy, and he's saying, I got some tags into him. He's trying to find the opening. aBeZy's going to get swarmed, though. He's able to take down the first gun, but he actually gets both. As aBeZy, just an animal on the point. That'll be 4 in a row for aBeZy.
Then he dodges the nade as well. I mean, like a magician with Simp, though. Finding the timing, you would think, but aBeZy knows that was open there for the trade. Now on 5 in a row. What was a dominant round 1. Now back-to-back. Very cool, calm, and collected for Atlanta FaZe.
aBeZy obviously a chance to get the ace and a chance to keep this streak going. I don't think he's going to be the player that runs into it, though. It's going to be Arcitys set up deep. And he gets a bullet to the face, and he'll reposition for now. Get the call out to the team. Accuracy's headed out towards fire. aBeZy, a chance for the ace now. Can't quite finish the kill.
He got it as well.
Set it up, though. Did he?
I think he got all 4 there. Might be a no, okay, Cell was on the bomb side, never mind.
Oh, yeah,
I thought aBeZy was still in there.
I was like, how did he get that? I don't think he shot at the end. I'd be impressed.
Well, he dodges this nade.
Yeah, this is his POV.
How that nade doesn't hit him. Just the collision with that, you know, that box, able to get away from it.
Or if that's the only thing that hit him, and not a lot of bullets did him.
But Cell and aBeZy, 8 kills on the map. Simp and Arcitys trying to find their first kill. And it's pretty much the same thing on the other side, where Simp and accuracy versus Mack and Pred, right? Just trying to get on the board.
Simp just looking for an angle with that snipe. Cell, we've seen him from this position, just with the jump peek, just checking through the crack to see anything he is able to find. aBeZy, auto in hand. Trying to find another one. He's able to do it. That's 6 in a row. A first blood and a 6-in-1 start for aBeZy, who's trying to rebound from a rough map 1. Simp just looking for it. Give me an angle, please.
Show me the elbow. Show me the elbow, please. But we know Cell, he'll challenge this all day. He does not care. Take your shot, and then I'm going to just try to put as many bullets as I can. Bomb being planted. That's going to be Simp with that bomb. Is aBeZy, he's, you know, rocking that auto. We've seen a little bit more, looking for number 7, trying to find the glide. But he's going to reposition. And accuracy with the wall bang to take him down. But we're into a 3-on-3.
Yeah, that's a big one, at least. You stop the streaks from coming in, but now you're able to get the retake within this round. Arcitys, lovely gunfight there. Accuracy will fall. Simp now, pistol snipe combo. Just trying to get something. I thought he was going for a swim for a second.
Slippery one wet.
Just trying to find him, but Simp gets one, tracks back, gets another. And FaZe now up 3-1 as they continue to look good in search here on Berlin.
Yeah, I mean, just sort of, you know, very spread round from Atlanta FaZe, but it's aBeZy who finds the opener on the Pred. And I will say it was Pred and Mack who, I mean, they were the ones who destroyed Atlanta FaZe on map number 1, but they have been shut down here so far.
I mean, it's one of the fun things about, you know, COD Esports versus other games, just the variance of modes and
pacing,
just a change
right,
of pace. Yeah. Like, it's just kind of nuts.
Guy turned into a Super Saiyan on stage, and now he's 0-3.
Yeah, no, right,
Right, like the way it goes.
Yeah, I mean, how many times have we seen that, though? You have this pop-off respawn, and then it's just like you have to... Everything changes, man. It's just, it's tough. Just props to our players. Not an easy thing to do. But now aBeZy control, 2 surge. Bomb looking to get planted. aBeZy once
Cell
again.
gets the wall bang. He gets the wall bang on that bomb plant.
Oh, he's able to hit it from fire?
Yeah, he's able to find it again. Finds it right through the wall. So bomb not going to be planted. You have aBeZy working in the middle of that. Yeah, I mean, how do you go to A, right? Like, it's so difficult just getting picked apart by all these autos. And now Pred's like, all right, I got an MP40 on Berlin.
It's just
perfect.
sort of, it's like the Cell get the timing right, because if he does, he gets a kill. Like, it's unbelievable.
Well, and that's on Arcitys, right? Again, the info game from their leader. We saw it in multiple rounds. He's doing that again. He cannot just get picked. The one round they lost, he got picked by Simp.
And Pred just maybe hoping to get a kill, get something.
Hoping all 4 run at him inside of that room.
Yeah, right. Get a little twisted, dance on him. Not going to happen. It's Cell. Still sitting top fire. So what? Cell up to 5-2, 7-2 from aBeZy.
And here it is. I mean, yeah, this is...
Like how annoying is this got to be? Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Dude, my controller's going through a wall.
Hey, we're saving things for champs. That's one. That's one of them. I knew it was going to happen. If someone was going to have it up the sleeve, it's that man right there, the MVP.
And you can see the plant, like they're trying to like get as close to they can as hugging it, so like that angle's off. But I mean, you saw it happen last night. You got to be ready for it. But what are you going to do sometimes? Cell, MVP for a reason. Accuracy takes RCs out of it. So you're just talking about the importance of getting RCs out of play. Less information for this FaZe side.
And now you're relying maybe on aBeZy and Simp to get aggressive down this street. That's exactly what's going to happen. Mack is inside. Mack's inside, and well, the bullets that coming onto aBeZy make that a lot easier.
He had 2-on-4. He had like half HP. He got ripped good.
But this is where, you know, FaZe were clutch last night, and these were rounds. When the bomb was down, there were still 50 seconds left, and they were able to claw their way back into it. But Simp with a big gunfight win on the Simp.
Now, Cell, what are you going to do? They know right where you're playing from. They're starting to move on up. The tag's in. He's getting ripped as he's trying to find a new angle. The shots continue to come through in Seattle. There you go. You get around, you bring it to 4-2.
But first bloods, that has been the success for both of these teams. In the 2 rounds that Seattle has won, had the first blood, and all 4 FaZe have 4 first blood. So we'll see if that trend keeps up and who's able to find it in this round number. What are we on? 7.
I'm curious, just like when they get back to offense, like what are you going to try to do? Are you going to go for it again and just hope the timing's off when the Cell peak comes in?
Yeah, I mean, right. I mean, they were able to find RCs. That's one key, and then yeah, just sort of the timings around it. If they're able to find RCs, then Cellium has to back up. He has to watch so many different angles. So why that's a key on one side. I mean, this I don't even know how he got that kill on the Simp. They were able to find the team shot or whatever, but he finds it.
Yeah, I found myself saying that a lot. He's still just putting shots into it, seeing if he can get a tag on it, checking to see if he's on it, but it's a timing thing. Now he's going to hop it. You can see you're just sort of a guessing game if you were Cell, like just trying to hit the wall bang when the plan is going through. But now it's going to come in.
Because the other 2 players are over by Broken, right? There's nobody else really over towards A besides Mack. And Pred's gonna get found out. Pred not having a good game at all. He is still on a donut. And that's a nice read by Atlanta FaZe because a little bit unorthodox, right? Usually if the A bomb goes down, you know there's multiple players in there. You had to clear out the site. Maybe they're playing outer staircase or all the way in spawn. They were over towards mailroom.
Yeah, it just feels like Cell can get a kill anywhere on the map from fire. Like just
it's a spot, I guess. It's his home.
Yeah. A round away from tying us up at 1-1. And we know they can be strong here. It's just where else are the search and destroy wins going to come from? Not that you're out of the woods yet. Surge a chance to bring it back, and they've had a lot of heroic come from behind victories, but the search has been the question mark. But here on Berlin, you've been solid. Sib. SMG out in this round up close and personal on the site.
And what Pred's doing, I mean, we've seen in multiple rounds where he has that MP40 out. And when we used to see aBeZy struggle on this map, it was that, right? When he would just get isolated, picked apart, and it's almost just the way that this map has developed, maybe he should just pull out another auto, right? The one player, or just put him over towards that B side if that's what he wants to do.
Yeah, no, 100%. But it's RCs with 1, Simp with another 4v2. Advantage now to take the map 2 win and tie us up at 1-1. Pred though, first kill in the round. Can he pull off something miraculous?
This is the best case scenario. Bombs down inside of mail. He's got the MP40 in there, but they know where Civ is. It feels like Simp gonna give that call out. Civ's gonna run at it, right? Just he's got the MP40 as well.
And I don't think they heard him charge back at him, but then they just...
I don't know what's happening right now.
They just hit it as well, and Sim's sort of like, all right, where'd everybody go? They just ran right back towards Broken. And now Civ at 1v3, so little time to work with. Bomb gonna be wrapping all the way over towards the A side. They'll get the plant. Now Civ's gotta pull off something miraculous in this 1v3 to keep their dreams alive. Going for the melee, the hipfire will hit, but the trade is there. And FaZe dominate the Berlin search and destroy. I mean, some great plays from aBeZy, especially in the early rounds. Cellium just being a dork.
One of those players you love to have on your team? Yeah, hate to play it, yes, right?
No, did you ever have like that player that, I mean, I know that's kind of what you like to be with, like smokes and different strats and stuff, but someone that just would get under your skin a little bit?
Oh yeah, Parasite for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, 100%, everyone. Yeah. I mean, the stuff that he used to come up with, he was definitely one of those players. But Cellium, yeah, I mean, finds whatever he can. But just a very balanced effort from Atlanta FaZe. On the other side, the two guys we really talked about, map 1 just got shut down 3 total rounds, 3 total kills over the 8 rounds.
Yeah, 3-12, just dominated. And that's always been something we've touched on. It's just always been difficult. I mean, how many times I've casted it, or you've probably seen it as a player, where you have this pop off map 1, you're on your feet, you're roaring, you're feeling good, you're so amped, and then it's like, okay, search time now. You just gotta be able to reel it in.
But honestly, props to FaZe. I mean, to just bounce back from that heartbreaking map number 1, and just the way it happened, and even losing the first round, it feels like sometimes those just spiral out of control. But they switch it up pace-wise, number of rounds, right? Even that last offense, very slow. Allowed Seattle to come to them. That's when they found those picks, just switching it up. I mean, their search and destroy looking better.
Well, we are tied up 1-1. It's an incredible series here in our winter semis. If you missed the map 1, you've got to go back to the VOD and check it out. We were losing our minds. The crowd going insane. It has been nutty stuff to kick off day 2. So much action to come. We're getting ready to go to the Tuscan Control, where FaZe, they have had their moments. Outside the loss of Thieves, the last event, they have been lights out on Tuscan Control, and that is coming up next after a quick break.
League is brought to you by Mountain Dew and Zenny. Armor your eyes with Blocks gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
All right, we get ready to continue on. Amazing match so far, one of the best hard points of the year, followed up by dominance in the Search and Destroy map 2 from FaZe. We're gonna watch the closing moments again of that hard point. If you missed it, watch it all. It was nuts.
No, it was. Yeah, I mean, just so many plays on both sides of the map because that's what Seattle had to do. It was Mack on one end, then it was up to Fred, and then Mack rotates on over. But there was still a chance for FaZe. There's a 3 dead moment that comes in right here behind the nades and a team nade with the Rookie of the Year, just making the reads, just allowing himself to just take his time, listen to the comms, and this man goes Super Saiyan in his pop-off moment.
Just 4 big ones down the stretch from Fred, and you see it there. Just an animal. I mean, people I'm sure losing their minds on social. Just a terrific moment in a young career. Like, he's got a lot of moments ahead of him. We were hearing about that guy early. You know, I'm not as familiar with the APAC scene at times, but it's just one of those names, like sort of when Simp was coming, you just kept hearing Fred. Like, this guy's the next big thing. My God, was he this year, and was he in that map 1? There are incredible things in this young man's future.
Yeah, but map 2 brought it back down to earth, right?
Sure did.
Brought back down to earth, but now we're going to a touch and control. And yeah, I mean, Atlanta FaZe, they have been fantastic here. We saw it at Major 4. They were 5-1. They won it last night. But they do not have a win on this map over Seattle Surge on the year. I mean, if you look at Major 3, the final, this is where, you know, Seattle Surge, they have the advantage. They've beaten them a couple of times on this map before, so they're going to be feeling confident.
Yeah, they just look so good as of late. I mean, outside of that Thieves loss where Kenny just went God mode, they've been terrific here. But yeah, I mean, you said it. I was kind of surprised when you looked at the stats. Like, Seattle, they've won it the last couple times they played. So, not a gimme. Well, none of the maps are going to be by any stretch of the imagination within this matchup. But MVP versus Rookie of the Year. What a storyline it is. It's been a lock for what feels a 1-3 all year.
Casual 1-4. It's fine.
Dude, it's
just look up and it's
all
like,
year.
Yeah. The same with Dashy as well. I know, you know, that was obviously the big 2, but here we go. Map 3 underway, and it feels like Control is always that game mode, the swing mode. And the teams that have won the majors in the past, usually they're winning a lot of this.
For me, it's just like, can you keep the pressure at least there when you're on offense if you are Surge? Because the second that pressure goes away and you start to let aBeZy and Simp start to roam and find those openings, it's very, very tough to play against.
Yeah, I think this man right here,
he's waiting for it.
He is the key to watch. It feels like when, you know, Atlanta FaZe is playing their game, Simp is roaming, finding the openings, the timing is basically just pissing people off on the other side of the stage.
Well, that's why I kind of like them just sitting and waiting for him. Like, you know, he's going to be roaming. They get the timing, they're able to pick it up. Now Arcitys from mid. He will shut down 2, but it's a 2-man push through the backside. You've got 2 players here defensively as well.
And that was pretty quick over at A. Usually, you know, for FaZe, they're finding the openings, getting 1 player off of it, just wasting time and lives for the offensive team. But Seattle, as you said, were able to find those picks. They get done with the first objective, but the difficult one, over towards B. A lot of time to work with, but it just feels like that time goes away quickly.
I don't want to put too much stock in 1 kill, but I really feel like Fred just waiting patiently getting the kill on Simp was a lot. He just gets the kill there, he starts roaming. That probably doesn't come away as clean, but heads up play there from Fred.
Mack may have found an opening TJHaly side, and this is it, right? You get the 4 play. Okay, I was gonna say you get the 4 players in an offensive position, you start to move forward, but it's 3 kills for Atlanta FaZe, and now Arcitys. He's on 4 in a row, with Simp just roaming around in the offensive spawn, finding the kills. Now Arcitys maybe thinking about that glide bomb. Hello.
Well, it's not going to happen there, but yeah, I mean, Simp, just as soon as they got the clearance, he's just sending it towards the spawn, just trying to continue to stagger this, just not allow them to get comfortable and into a setup. And they're struggling to get it right now, but Mack taking down 1, Simp nearly able to, not going to happen because aBeZy's put him on skates, and it's 2 there for aBeZy.
And that's where FaZe is just so good on their defense. It's those areas, right, over towards Plat. They do not allow, you know, 3 or 4 to go down on their side without a couple of trades. They make it messy for the attacking team, and sometimes they just dominate as they are right now. So now 45 seconds left, you're down 7. This time it's gonna be Arcitys trying to find the opening.
Yeah, just they rarely go 3-4 down. And if they do, the few times it happens, it seems like their nades are really on point, especially Arcitys when it comes to hitting those and getting the retake. But you still have a chance now if you're Surge. You're down in lives, you've been staggered yet again. Simp and aBeZy are finding the opening. Cellium's locking you down on the backside push. And it's Simp that's coming through with a bit of help, but Simp able to take that one. Cellium answers right back.
I was gonna say, if you want a chance in this round, you need both, I think, Simp and Mack to stay alive. You're gonna allow accuracy now to work up the map through P5, but yeah, they're just staggered. Again, just the trades, that's what Atlanta FaZe wants to do. And well, this is a dominant defensive round for them. And now we're gonna see in round 2 what they do on offense. Just sometimes that second round just seems to go their way.
I mean, I think he did a really good job just getting A pretty efficiently if you're Surge. I mean, FaZe, a lot of times you'll see them up 4 to 7 lives. It was what, like a 1 life difference. There wasn't much there. But there was really just one moment, I think you were about to call it out, and then it was 3 down right after that. But like one time where you really got into a position.
You get radio control, you get plat control, and then it's just like boom, and that opportunity goes away.
It's just crazy, but like 2 minutes. And it's just against this team, you're hoping for like one good shot sometimes, eh? Just
can we get a tick?
Yeah. So there'll be no ticks on B.
A mid to B, like kind of hit. Maybe sort of the idea from this, just 2 players trying to go through Church. So aBeZy and aBeZy, there's the trades. You're gonna have Simp just kind of lurking over towards B. If he wins that one-on-one, he does not. I think then they wrap back to B. That probably would have been the play call. Instead, they're just gonna probably put a player on A, pause that clock.
It's been a great start from Arcitys. I think he's sitting right around 8 and 4. So in the respawn, I think at the hard point, he led in the damage. He's stepping up. He's a guy we'll keep our eye on over the course of this series. But it seems like Seattle's kind of good for like, all right, get A. Well, we'll try and hold just like we saw as aBeZy just cameras the hell out of
They'll get
Fred.
off the point. They're going to get off of it. Yeah, they're like, you know what? We have multiple kills. You have Arcitys all the way in spawn. Let's see what we can find here. If there's an opportunity to work towards this B zone, this is what they do. They'll take a chance. Cell's just going to stay over towards A.
Flank's coming in now.
Yeah, well, it might be a little too late. I mean, they just kind of go. You're waiting for Pred. Now he's going to attack. They're just trying to hunt down Arcitys.
Yeah, they just want, I mean, if you can find an opening on B, great, how hard it is to do, but they love just try and take a life advantage if they can. When you're getting ready to go towards that B point, it's going to be close in that regard, but aBeZy with some fancy footwork, a nice little snap back. It'll be 2 shut down for him before the next double chow comes in. 8 point just about to finish, and that'll go through. So now you get to 1 minute and 40 on the clock to work with, and you have the 3 life advantage. You have a chance for a transition, and you've got a chance for a better look than really Seattle got throughout the course of their 2 minutes. You've got a shot here to really do some damage. Simp has gotten pushed up. aBeZy's going to win one at the mid cut from Church, and you've got everybody around the point. Can you get at least 1 tick done? They're able to swarm in. Accuracy starts it off with the nade, and you survive a moment there.
Yeah, nice nades from Seattle Surge. They weaken up those players. Usually that's where FaZe, I mean, a chance to win the round. They don't even get a take there. That'll start to work their way through. But I mean, hey, a very good look. I think they take that all day long. Now they have to work up through middle of the map again. The roamers for Seattle Surge, the first 2 up, gonna be Accuracy and Matt, but they get cut down.
Lives-wise, just still right around square, just up 1. If you are FaZe, aBeZy and Arcitys kind of waiting for the other troops to rally over. Now to Pred's POV. Looking for the opening, able to win that fight, able to get out with his life as well. 4 HP in a dream, but he gets out for now, gets some information on the push, starting to develop plat side. And you can see the 2 players from Surge kind of holding the rear flank. They're going to start to wrap back, get a 4-man setup here. Accuracy wins a close range and tough gunfight. Pred still just dancing all over the place. Cell finally able to get through and take him down. You've just got 30 seconds to go, 12 lives.
Yeah, I mean, actually not having the best map respawn-wise in this series, but yeah, you were right. That first one-on-one was huge. But a teammate is in. It seems like, okay, an opportunity here. He's going to pause the clock, allow his teammates to get there off with spawn. Pred, though, doing a good job over towards flat side, and now Simp, he's just going to get isolated by the Seattle Surge team. And usually what we see, well, from a lot of the times from Atlanta FaZe on defense, a Surge matching that.
I love this from Mack. Just send it on forward. Don't allow them to get another 4-man shot towards this. And now they have to worry about him, and Pred, he's able to leak up the map as well. Arcitys will drop him. That'll be 2 down. Nobody close enough to get towards the point, though. And you hold. I mean, there were probably 2 moments where you thought maybe they were to get 1 point of progress, but they're not able to. Seattle with some great retakes.
Yeah, in the moments where they found 3 or 4 kills in a row, that's exactly what they needed. Nice, cool and calm from the Seattle Surge side, just making sure their comms are on point. Where are we nading? Where are we starting to push through? And they found those openings.
So what do you change now if you're Surge and you're trying to get a little more pressure onto B? Is it as simple as, like, you know, you saw what Kenny did against FaZe?
Yeah,
someone just has to go God
at
mode.
times, I don't know if it's necessarily that, but I mean, you're just hoping for an opportunity, right? For the nades not to hit from the FaZe side, or yeah, for someone on your team maybe to find a multi-kill to open things up over towards B.
It could be one big individual play at times. It really can. They had a really nice start on A in the first round. They're doing it again here. Dude, he's just behind the flower pod in accuracy, hitting the shots.
They're playing the long game. Already a 4 life advantage.
Yeah, this has been great. You haven't died once if you're Seattle.
Just slaying around the map. You still have Mack all the way pushed up. Simp's finally able to find their first kill. And aBeZy, all right, he was going to go for it. That's what they like to do. Again, just try to get you to waste as many lives as possible over towards A, but they do retain map control as Simp able to find a double.
Yeah, and that 4 life advantage just kind of disappears quickly, but you're still at a slight one. And they're just trying over and over again to take these fights towards mid-map, take the fights away from the objective.
And I think the key here, like when you watch Atlanta FaZe, a lot of the times their offenses start through P5, right? That's sort of the bottom middle of the mini map on the left side. That's usually where it starts, where Surge, they've just kind of had to push through the back or through Church time and time again. That's just due to what you're seeing here. They're not clearing out their offensive spawn. They're just kind of ignoring it. And that's kind of what FaZe wants.
Well, it's just a longer route, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we're already talking about how you might get 1 chance, 2 chances. You add 5 seconds or so to the route each time, and some players are trying to set up.
I'll tell you though, the other route's not working, so you might have to take this one. It's 2 players from Seattle Surge trying to take fountain control.
Well, RC is just looking for the opening. He's gonna find it. They're so worried about Cell up top, holding P5. They were able to take out, I think, 1 in aBeZy, but then the flank comes through. Now to aBeZy's POV we go into the backside of Church. Just getting out for a second as he is 1 bullet as can be. And you got a minute left and still just not a great opportunity yet. When's that moment gonna come?
Maybe now, watch accuracy as he starts to work his way on up. It's kind of a 3-1 pinch. We'll see if he's able to find a timing through P5. Here comes the push for Seattle Surge. There is a trade. It's gonna slow things down. Mack gonna get taken down, but now they have to slow this down to try to stay alive. Okay, we'll see if Sim or accuracy and Pred, if they can do this.
I mean, you're gonna get 1 point. I mean, that's huge. You get a point of progress, which in and of itself, with what we've seen so far, is massive. Seattle able to strike first onto the B point. The clearance starting to come in, 1 player left, and you get it, but you do the damage. You at least put the pressure on the face when you think about the next offense.
Yeah, able to find that tick. Some tough timing for Mack. We've all been there, that collision.
Yeah,
Your reticle just kind of goes everywhere, but 15 seconds left, maybe a chance here. 3 gonna go down. We've seen this all year long. Some heroic plays on this B point.
Cell just gets 1 instantly to slow that push down for a moment. By the time they get involved in the action, everybody's back up, and yeah, Cell just goes insane over the final stretch, so time will dwindle. But all right, if you're Seattle, you got a bit of progress done, so you do that. Yes, you take the 2-1 edge of your FaZe, but now when you're thinking about maybe a round 5, who's gonna be offense, who's gonna be defense, the pressure is on FaZe.
I think there are some chances for FaZe on their first offense where they could probably put multiple on it and probably get that ticks right, so that's the comms. I think they're leading and slaying right now, but knowing they at least have to get 1. They want defense for round 5, but we'll see how this plays out. Sometimes they like to go sort of like 3 through P5 to try to go towards B. And that's going to be the play call.
And this is one of those that they could win it here if they execute well.
A lot of pressure on the Pred.
They're going to soar. Pred's going to drop instantly. 2 are going to be down, and they are already in. This is where, how do you deal with this if you were Seattle? They are already on the point. They're starting the first bit of progress. That pressure I talked about basically gone. Can they get 2 ticks done? They continue to win fights around it, trying to dodge all the nades. One's gonna hit aBeZy, and the shots will come through as well. There's the clearance, but you get the 1 point. So now you think about just getting A, getting the time. Can you get another point of progress? Can you get another one done?
And you saw even there from FaZe, right? They get the take, and then you had 2 players just kind of get off that point. They were trying to just allow Seattle Surge to have to retake it as Arcitys was on the point, but Seattle Surge over towards A doing a pretty good job right now. But maybe another B hit. Cell, he's kind of leaking out. He's able to win that one-on-one and maybe an opening over towards B.
That's what I'm saying. Sometimes you put so much into A. You put so much into A, you leave an opening for them to do exactly this. All right, leave it open. We'll get right back over to B. They will close it out. The B point is done. You got a minute 45. You're up 2 lives. They might just win it here in the round 4.
We've seen this, maybe a couple of times to just lock down this point defensively, but it's all about that player number 6 accuracy. He has to stay pushed up, but he's gonna off that tree, able to find that first gunfight, but now the trades through the middle of the map as Arcitys is able to come on through with that pick. There's the MP40. Arcitys with 3, 6 in a row for the captain.
Arcitys popping off. He has been terrific in the response, and he got it.
Oh, right before he dropped.
So the glide will come in. Is it even gonna matter? Simp just continues to fire. They win it in the round 4. Screw talking about the round 5 or the pressure on FaZe, and that, we've seen that happen before against FaZe, and it's sort of like,
it's on Cell. It's that first gunfight.
I think there's a one-on-one, but I think teams think like, even if he loses that one-on-one, like we have time to get there, but they just execute so quick. It's so quick.
I mean, he's giving the call-outs, right? I mean, those players are spawning up and they're going to P5. If Cell wins it, they hit it. If he loses it, they probably just drop Fountain. Rotate over towards A. That's the comms between those teams, but
so
FaZe, as
soon as you said Surge doing a good job on A, and I saw like 3 there, I'm like, uh-oh.
Yeah,
like instantly, I'm like, uh-oh.
You see Cell just kind of...
Who do you trust to win a one-on-one? Cell, like the MVP. Yes, I trust him to win his 1.
Yeah, 100%. He does it, but Arcitys, man, having a series in the respawns. I know they lost that map number 1, but he's really stepping it up here today. I think you'd love to see that because he has struggled at times.
Yeah, I just think that it wasn't even like a kills thing. I think it was just the damage that stood out to me in the map 1. Like, he is putting in shots, getting lots of information for the team. You know how crucial he is to this, and now you take the control. After the devastating map 1 loss, if you are FaZe, you go up 2-1, and in a way, that's sort of, you and I have casted a lot of Tuscan control for FaZe lately. We just have over the past month, and I've seen all that before. I have.
Yeah, I mean, like, I would say, like, them and OpTic, just the way they sort of play chess around the map, they're just so fun to watch, right? And it's on sort of those lurking players a lot of the times.
Yeah, I don't know if what is it? It's just when you put that much emphasis towards A, it's not like you were in a desperate situation if you were Seattle yet at all. I mean, they got one point of progress. You're just thinking that you have more time. You're thinking the nades will hit. You're relying on so much. It's just like you blink your eyes, B's gone.
And that's where FaZe has been, I mean, last couple events so good. Winning that 1 offensive round that they needed to, but their defense has been almost perfect.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm doing everything in my power to make sure they don't get beat first.
Well, that's what it looks, you know, you talk about vetoes. I thought we were going to see a lot more gap control, and we have seen more this weekend, but it's just one of those, do you play them on Berlin? Do you play them on Tuscan? Obviously, Seattle with their matchup, like, they've been, we've beaten them here before. Let's play it again, but I don't know if I'm playing FaZe on Tuscan.
No, it's just, it's been different as of late. They're on a very, very hot stretch on this map. Take it 3-1. We have Berlin hardpoint coming up next.
Interesting one, yeah.
All right, talk to me about that.
Well, I mean, for FaZe, they just haven't played a lot of it. It's been one of their vetoes all year long. They've pretty much played the other 3. If Bocage is open, they've been playing Bocage. So
this is the one you saw, and you're like, okay.
Yeah, pretty odd. I mean, I mean, when you talk about the talent on this lineup, Bocage, like, I mean, we've talked to them before. They're like, oh, we'll play anyone on it, but I don't know if it's maybe they're starting on the good side, the way scrims have been going. You know, they've had a lot of matchups with Seattle Surge. Maybe they're thinking, let's just not allow Pred.
So you don't think this is like an apocalypse situation, though, where they are secretly good at it and you're going to see them?
Well, no, but they would have played a lot more in official matches then,
You
right?
would think. That's true. That's true. It's true. I was trying to think if they're up to something.
I'm sure they're good at it, but you know, we saw Thieves beat them a couple of times on it last event. I mean, Thieves were beating everyone on Berlin.
Yeah, Berlin, everything. They just looked insane.
But maybe it's just a matchup thing, knowing that with what we saw from map 1, the way those 3 players can play with the MP40s, the pace, not allowing Mack and Pred to get hot, forcing them to have to use the autos. And I want to see here for FaZe, do you see 3 to 4 autos at times? Because they weren't doing a lot. They were playing a lot of this map with 2 MP40s last event.
And that's, I mean, I think that's something you've been kind of asking to change for a while, just with what you've seen from other teams. Like, just get some more autos on the map.
Simple on auto. Like, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he's been great with it on Gav.
No, he certainly has, and we'll see if we can do it here. But we're gonna take a look at Arcitys versus Pred right now and how they've been doing over the course of this matchup. Arcitys has stepped up in a big way. Pred, after the map 1, obviously has not been as dominant, but I mean, Arcitys is sitting at a 1.42. If you told me Arcitys was gonna have a 1.42 in a series versus somebody on this team, they're winning the series.
Yeah,
they're winning the series.
Normally.
And that's not a knock to him, but just the talent around him, what MC's been doing on the year, and Simp aBeZy, like, he doesn't have to bring it that much in this lane, but when he does, yeah, the team's that much scarier.
I think it was last year, but it was like, man, when I'm doing well, like we're losing. So,
I remember that. Yeah.
So like maybe it's one of those things in the back of his mind, just making sure he has to be in his positions. But right now he's popping
Well, it's
off.
probably one of those things where you're just too focused on yourself individually. You want to
Controlling
focus more
the
on the
minions?
team. Yeah, he needs to control the minions sometimes, I think, 100%. But all right, map 4, getting ready. We'll see if FaZe can shut it down and continue on into a top 3 and winners bracket final. As MC still the lock for the 1-3, but look at Arcitys. What a series he is having. For Seattle, do they push us to a map 5? That's all we've got. Just map 5s all over the place for the most part. Will today be a little bit different than what we saw day 1, but Berlin ready to rock and roll. Is right. On to the point, go FaZe.
Yeah, starting on good side. You know how important that is. Can Seattle find you know, an opening break? Try to split some of this time. Nice win there for Mack. You know, we talked about Pred really slowing down. Mack has as well after map number 1, and now he's able to find a couple of kills. aBeZy trying to just stay alive. His teammates falling around him. What can he find? Not a lot. It's Mack with 3 to start.
And yeah, I think when you're starting on the weak side, it is so big. Like, what damage can you do on this first hard point? In fact, they're able to break through and maybe walk away with a lead change as we continue on, but it's Pred just right up the gut, trying to find an opening. He's going to find that opening right onto the side of Arcitys, and he'll continue to fly around mid, look for the next point of attack as he's rallying over his teammate's broken side to try and get to the next hard point. But you end up with a tiny lead here if you're FaZe, but job well done if you're Surge.
Yeah, I mean, the only player to rotate as well for FaZe was aBeZy. He gets taken down, he gets caught. Now you have a setup here for Seattle. You have one player in Cellium trying to work dockside, but accuracy, locking down the lane.
I was just staring at 1 and 6 up there in the corner. I'm like, someone's got to go eventually.
But when it comes to the breaks, it's aBeZy with the MP40 to find that kill. Accuracy trying to get his team here, and they don't know it, but Seattle Surge actually, the spawns flip. Now they're going to know, which is great for FaZe, but can they find the hill time?
It's really just going to be Surge players up around the hard point. Arcitys tried to rally over, but not going to happen. Lead looking to go back to Surge here in a moment. With 20 seconds left, they're going to take one more push at this. But his cell is stunned up. It's going to delay this here for a moment. And they're just looking for kind of exit kills around the hard point, maybe contest here for a few seconds. And they're actually going to get a tick or 2 until they're right back into it. But now we can head over to lobby. Arcitys was one of the first one-on-ones, able to take that as he continues.
A lot of that when FaZe is going again, it's really about map control, right? You don't want that first push for the team trying to break the spawns to start and fire. But that's when things just kind of go crazy, right? When the spawns flip. Now, you have 3 dead, you have Simp already pushed out, roaming, finding them as they're sprinting at him. So at least able to find 1. But again, right, that's when the team's pushing through the front. They find their success. When they get on the hill in those deep corners, a chance here for Seattle Surge.
Yeah, I mean, it was so good at the opening of this hard point for FaZe, but the second push for Surge, they find some openings, the close spawn comes in from Atlanta, you get right back into it. Just a flurry of headshots across the kill feed for Atlanta FaZe. Now Simp with multiple players to dance with, just trying to stay up, no help coming his way. I mean, the fact you're able to stay up and at least get 1, maybe helps you get the position if you are aBeZy, and he'll have that auto set up deep in the tracks.
I don't know if he pulled that out or if it's just one of those things. I mean, you know, these next couple of hills, P4, P5, you know, the Thieves, they'll run 4 at times. This is where they find a ton of success, just finding the pick, slaying around it with those autos.
Dude, he's just getting hit by everything, but he's been able to stay up for now. Mack, nice little snap
They hold on.
To take 2 down, and yeah, no, this has been a great chunk of time around the point.
I mean, the first 20, 25 seconds and you go their way. The nades, as you said, actually able to dodge them all. You had Mack looking over him. Simp was able to rotate back. You now Pred getting in position. You do have a pinch, though, from Simp. Maybe that'll start the opening that they need to just get him off this hill. But, I mean, so far, perfect for Seattle Surge at P4.
Yeah, no, that was incredible.
He's going to be 50 points for them.
Yeah, that
55
was
points.
One of the better holds we've seen. And now Surge's turn to go out in front as aBeZy is looking for angles here through the top windows. We get to our P5, set up mid-map.
aBeZy's probably loving this. He's like, you guys want to pull on auto? Yeah. I want to just hang out? This is great.
Well, we sell into the hard point. Doesn't last a very long. It's Mack. That'll shut down 2. Everyone kind of fighting for this position around the point, but no one really able to locate any time, and accurate as ever. It's Simp that's able to lace 2. Finally, Surge able to get into it. They're looking good for spawns on the left side of the map. They're accruing some time as well. This is a nice big moment for Surge. They got a chance to take a lead.
Yeah, this is the worst spawns you could possibly have for Atlanta FaZe. Oh, but aBeZy will spawn towards fire. You would have loved to keep them trapped dock side. And yeah, aBeZy, he's going to find 2 kills. They're hoping that. I think one player was a little bit too far pushed up over towards P4. You wanted to keep them back there towards that warehouse, but it doesn't happen.
Is that just, a little bit too much presence towards mid? Does no one play deep enough that you block it?
Yeah, I think so. And maybe just a little bit unlucky.
Yeah, a little bit of Vanguard happens. You get a fortunate spawn, you shoot 2 in the back. And that rally that I thought Surge had a chance to make, a little bit different, but the hip fire, the gunning, everything on point for Simp. Now to 13-11, but controlling the point so far for FaZe. To Simp's POV we go. Lovely little bunny hop. FaZe back in the lead, looking to close out this series and move into a top 3. Let's go to listen in with Atlanta FaZe.
Yeah, good time. I'm push up right now. Grab your mid. Lamar, watch out, clutch ups or something. Lamar, clutch our order. Nothing but fire. Top fire, Mack. Hold on, core. I'm challenging. I'll grab your percent. Gotcha. Nice. Oh my gosh. Okay, play him. I'm winning in second. Yo, I gave you guys up hold, okay? I have second. Okay. Yo, listen, nothing hit hold. Nothing hit hold. Nothing hit hold. They could hit second, Chris. That's fine. Yeah, go for it. I'm just sitting in the corner. I got Fred. Hold on to me. Nothing hit hold, okay? Yeah, it's gonna be one more. Second, kill me. Act second. Two time, okay? 2 street, 1 time.
Oh, well, Simp comes in with a little magic of his own, but a nice sequence there from FaZe. Cell was working close to streaks. The comms were frantic for a moment, but slowed down a bit and pretty clear.
Honestly, usually it's more frantic.
Yeah, no, 100%.
Yeah, I mean,
100%.
Much more calm, just kind of, sometimes they repeat themselves.
Yeah, he's just like, I'm sitting in a corner chilling.
Yeah, just kind of hanging out. Just taking a look at the scoreboard. I mean, pretty balanced on the side of, Atlanta FaZe. That's been the story of this series. Accuracy 5 in 13, and on a map like this, you need your main auto to step it up.
We'll keep an eye on that as we get deeper into this map, see if accuracy can pick it up or if the 3 superstars around him are going to really start to pop off. But we'll go right over to accuracy's POV, see if he can get anything going, maybe get a couple of freebies to get the gun hot. It's like a player's want to get to a free throw line in the NBA. Just kind of get warm, get some easy ones, get the shot on. But you don't have a real easy gunfight against this FaZe team. What makes them so deadly, but there's 3 through the feed. Accuracy, part of that mix as well. Simp through, looking for an angle. It cleared out now for Surge, and you have 50 seconds on this. FaZe kind of all over the map looking for their openings. You pushed out a bit for the spawns. Real big chance now for Surge to get some time as Pred wins another. That's the 4 in a row.
And I like this from Pred, right? He just finds a couple of kills, backs up to his teammates, goes right at where the next push is coming from. There is a trade from Cellium. That's going to be a double. That means fire is open, and guess who? It's Simp and aBeZy, but it's Pred on one side, the other superstar on the other. But a good contest from Atlanta FaZe, but a nice rebound from Seattle Surge.
Yeah, Simp just like he gets smoked, just tucks away in that corner and plays his life as long as he possibly can. But another really good hold. You think back to tracks and now what you're able to do here, those 2 points. That accounts for a big chunk of your time if you are Surge, and now they go back out in front. The lead changes, just absolute insanity over the course of these 2 hard points. is Pred right off respawn, right back into the mix, and right back to 3 in a row. Now it's FaZe's turn. Can you do what Surge did here last time around?
That would be impressive. I mean, we don't usually see holds like that over at P4. You have one player lurking, no, that's gonna be Mack finding the opening, but a nice trade from Arcitys over by Mail. It's the MVP. Cellium, a couple of times this map, he's had 5 sprees.
That's not easy.
Maybe looking for a glide to help get them to the top 3 winners final.
Well, Surge at least got them out of the point, so already a much better job here on the break. But Self, that's 6.
Got 13 bullets, he's almost out of ammo.
21 and 12. 13 bullets in a dream for the glide. Teammates battle back into the point. He hasn't been able to get it yet. It's Mack that's gonna win one at range. 9 bullets, and there's the flake through. Once again, 1 kill short is Cell. Having a map, but has not been able to close out the streaks, Joe.
Yeah, okay, so now Seattle, you're set up in this position again, but it was kind of maybe, I don't know, unlucky, too far pushed up. The spawns flipped at P1. They have a chance to find some scrap time, be in a position over towards that first hill to win the map. But Atlanta FaZe know what they have to do. They're gonna put the pressure on, just get a couple of seconds here and there. That's gonna force panic on the Surge side.
Yeah, instead of being able to hold fire, you're starting to have to push forward, but I think due to their position, you're still gonna be locking that down, and Pred and Mack, they soar on in, they get some massive kills. It's Arcitys really left around the point, and look how deep out you were spawning if you are FaZe. Bringing it back is Seattle Surge. Chance for another wild ending to this hard point. Pred, can you get hot? Can you get hot? There's 3.
Did it at the end of map number 1, starting to do it here at map number 4. You'd see Simp just staying alive, making sure nothing funky happens now. Simp's gonna go on a long route through the middle of the map, try to find an opening, but I think Pred may be on the hunt. But Simp might find the timing. He might find the timing. When is the pinch gonna come in? It starts with Simp. It starts with Simp. We're almost at a tie game, but it's gonna be 3 dead on to Simp to hold on to the hill for Seattle. But with the pinch from Simp, a couple of bullets come in. It's a break for FaZe.
Tell you what, you don't get the spawn this time around. You just do it the old-fashioned way. You do the north side rotation, and you find the opening, a chance to close it out, a chance for another top 3. Guaranteed for FaZe if you can shut this down, but it's Simp that's able to take down 2. Simp nearly with 3, but Simp with the absolute snapper just takes his head off, but you still have the numbers here if you're Surge. On and on we go.
And of course, all right, situation now, what are FaZe gonna do? Are you gonna push this? Are you gonna rotate over to P2? Surge, they already sending multiple players to this area. Looks like aBeZy's gonna go for some scrap time. The final 10 seconds, though, he's just gonna rotate. Cellium is still there. Cellium's gonna find the time. Over towards P2, inside of Mail. So they come down these gunfights. Simp again. When they need a break, he's finding the break in the setup. He finds 2. Can he find number 3? Simp not able to do it, it's Simp.
Here we go, 10 points separate these 2 teams. Surge is inside. Surge, a chance for another late game heroic and a hard point. 244, 244, and here we go. It's Mack from up top. It's the teammates and the point. Once again, Surge go, and they get the win. What are we doing at the end of these hard points, man?
That's what Coach Crowder's thinking.
Yeah.
What the hell are we doing? They've thrown away these hard points. But you have to give props to Surge on the other side of the stage. Finding the ice, whether it's Simp, Pred, everyone stepping up. I thought Simp was closing the door. We saw him at the start of that P2 find a multi-kill. But man, oh man, there's always one more player for Surge.
It's the map 5 magic that has been with us over the last couple of months. Here we go, another game 5 search and destroy. Winner, guaranteed a top 3. You're in a winner's bracket final. Loser through the gauntlet. Woo! You just knew it was coming.
And guess who? It's Mack and Pred. I mean, a huge map 1, both of them over 30 in this map number 4. But it's kind of the story. If aBeZy is struggling, it's probably Mack and Pred who are dominating, and it happens again.
I think I alluded to it about 6 times over the course of like the last 2 minutes. I'm just like, you just could feel it was like set up for it. Like it just was. It just felt so similar so similar to the map 1.
I was like, what the hell are they going to do? Like, what are they going to do?
Exactly. Wasn't that the same question kind of in map 1? Like, how are they going to play this? A little bit different in the fact that they like have the lead here, whereas they're down. But like, yeah, what are they going to do? How are they going to play it?
And
okay,
you're probably
goes to the scrap time. Okay, you've got numbers on the other side.
Yeah, like P2 can be so, I mean, crazy and messy. You're hoping, I mean, you saw Cellium find the scrap time to tell you, is that the right play? I don't know if it is.
You only got, I think it was like 4 points, maybe.
5 seconds? I don't know.
It wasn't a lot. I mean, if you get the win there, if it comes down to just having to hold for or break for a couple of seconds, sure, but they've lived or died by it all year, man. I mean, what are you gonna say at this point? That's what they're gonna do.
Maybe not do it. I don't know.
I guess
Honestly.
that's an option as well. The maps 1 and 4, they have been ludicrous, but we are not done yet. One final map 5 to decide who gets into top 3. Will it be Surge? Will it be FaZe? Do not go anywhere. This is setting up for one of the greatest maps on the year. We'll be back after the quick break.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by TeamSpeak, the official communication partner of the Call of Duty League. And aimLab, official first-person training partner of the Call of Duty League. Unleash your potential.
Aha! Here we go! These hard points have been bananas. After the insanity of the game 1 phase, we're able to bounce back and win the game 2. Pred went quiet. Now after the game 4, can they do the same, or will Pred and Mack come alive? Joe, I've got no idea, but I cannot wait.
I mean, I think one good thing is you're going to a Tuscan where we've seen big moments from Pred and Mack, right? You know, it's not a Berlin Surge where it's a lot of auto fights. This is where a sub can make a play, but you see it right there. Since stage 4, FaZe a lot better. But you know what? Throw stats out the window, because when it comes to map 5, game 5, that champs, never really matters.
I know maybe you can throw like previous stats out, but like within this series, does how the game 1 went to the game 2, does that matter at all? Is that in your head at all as a player? Like, oh, dude, we just won the game 1, then we got smoked, we got to change this? Or is it all out the window? Just game 5.
I mean, the way that FaZe bounced back after game 1, like, I mean, it is what it is. Like, they just did it. They just did this. They know.
I feel like it's got to
gotta forget about it. Yeah, well, no, it's definitely
help.
Yeah, it definitely helps that you just dealt with that. Like, I'm just laughing. Like, yeah, we kind of suck at our point, huh?
At the end of them, yeah. At the end of them,
yeah. We like started winning by like 100 or something.
If they're up 100, I'm still worried. Oh, every time these two teams play, so we're hardpoint, we are just getting thrown into the mix. It's gonna be a wild one, but nothing else matters. Not the performances in 1 through 4, just this map. FaZe, Surge. It all comes down to this.
Well, we saw FaZe play this yesterday, right? So you have that VOD if you are Seattle. It's right over towards A. Simp, he's gonna be all by himself on an island. He needs to at least find one. He has to find what he does. Okay, there is a quick trade, but at least finds 1 kill to force a 3 versus 3.
And aBeZy, he got eyes. And well, took a bullet from accuracy from this position.
Just do they have nades? What tacticals do you have, right? Usually, so early in the rounds on Tuscan, you just exhaust those on both ends. Just kind of slows down here, and then what's the play call? And on this map in particular, FaZe, this is where they've at times struggled, right? Just making the decisions where we want to go, how quickly we need to react.
Sort of like where they're very decisive on Berlin, and accuracy has been here since the 1980s. Just set up early in the round, they cut them all down, accuracy gets 2. He was biding his time, and he made him pay.
Just that first kill. And then you have the players flank through radio, set up over towards P5. Mack and Pred, they were on the hunt. But yeah, in those kind of, the mid-round situations for FaZe on this map have not been great.
I think, you know, obviously he put some shots into aBeZy there earlier, and I think they go to check it later. I think he was just crouched behind it. Maybe you just feel like, oh, he's rotated out.
Again, if you have an aid or a stun, you probably check it.
Yeah, but
didn't seem like they had one.
Instead, they go soaring out, and he gets 2. And that's not a guy you want to get going in a game 5. Not the guy who we were talking about freebies earlier. Like, not the person to give him to here in this, and it's Mack. That finds the first blood, gets aBeZy out of this one. Yeah, that's gonna hit. So Pred quickly just backing out of that one. It's slowly searching for the opening.
Arcitys sometimes likes to snipe on this map, especially on defense. He does have the sniper. When you're down a man, it is tough to retake with that in hand. Watch number 6 now, accuracy. He was just watching the flank. There we go. He was spotted. Fountain side. Now a reposition from Simp. Both of these teams just moving around the map, but the timing goes the way of Simp this time. And he reads the second as well. Can he find number 3? Does not. But it's all on ice, man.
And he's on a 3-0 start. You let him get going early with some freebies, but getting caught mantling there, they'll drop him. Oh, dude, the Simp, so I think it was Sid or whoever it was, came to kind of peek the edge where Simp was, and I think it just didn't peek wide enough, didn't spot him. He turned around instantly. Simp chases him down.
It was like that on both sides. The arrows were just...
Yeah, it just looked like a matter of inches.
Through the middle of the map, through the ruins, Fountain side, it was all over. 1 second the other way, goes towards Seattle Surge. Maybe they're up 2-0. But Simp with the reads, he's able to, you know, win that round.
And this is one of those where, like, they did win a lot. And it was Berlin yesterday versus New York, where you got first blooded, you were able to bring it back in a 3v4. They had a lot of those rounds. Just something to keep it on as we go deeper. Like, how many times do you let FaZe bring it back in those situations?
Pred already in a very good position, but do they note he's there? Looks like he's already inside of top broken as well, so Pred's in a good spot. They know the window's open there, so that might be the call, or is it? Just watch that number 8.
I mean, he's just lurking between the entire team right now, and it should be at least a kill. I think the good thing there is if you're FaZe, you at least trade, pretty quickly.
But aBeZy's under as well, church side.
I feel like that was a good chance to get a kill and get out and just continue to wreak havoc, right?
It's lurks on one side, lurks on the other.
Yep. aBeZy, okay. We're switching POVs as he hits it, but
I thought he got sniped.
Yeah, no, yeah. It looks so odd, right?
Cell was in the same corner. He's just hanging out.
Woo. So what, Simp, the difference maker in the last round? aBeZy going huge here in the mid game.
Well, I mean, just the positioning from Cell, like, obviously he finds that kill on the map, but it's really the trade on to Pred, because if Pred's able to get out with his life, I mean, that's just so tough. Down a man.
You're just worried about him for the next 20 seconds.
Yeah, right? Like, and then it's, where do we want to go on the map? Down a player, but they were able to deal with Pred so fast. I thought they would have known he climbed up due to the window being open, but they didn't.
Fact is, they traded it quickly. Now some aggression. Out of FaZe this time. Is aBeZy starting to look forward, and he's just going to jump behind it. Simp just puts him to sleep.
He had a nameless hit as well. He had a re-snap so fast.
Yeah, he snapped. I mean, you talk about how good his aim is there. It went on full display. Hello, Mr. Mack. Would your head like to greet my sniper rifle? No, he's going to back down for now. His RC's repositions. Same can be said for Surge. They're starting to wrap this over towards the B side of it, towards P5. Accuracy going to find the kill on RC's. Cellium gets one. Not who's there. The entire team. Doors.
Sick. Just right through. They were wrapping though. I mean, Simp, he's dead to rights anyways, right? He's just opening that up, sliding on through. There's 2 players waiting for him.
I mean, that's just Simp.
Nice rotations.
Yeah, 100%. I thought he was caught. I really just thought he was going to expect the immediate push. Yeah, no, he thought he had it. He was hunting for blood. 2-2. Give me some round 11 magic. I mean, we deserve it after the hard points, right? It's been insane.
Had a lot of that yesterday. Just all about the mid-map adjustments. What do these teams want to do? It looks like Surge getting aggressive up towards Ruin's side. You have RC just kind of lurking back. He's at the sniper. Yeah, he's going to get blooded. They just worked up this area, Ivy side, and trying to find that kill, but they bring it back into a 3-on-3.
Pred disappeared a bit in the game, too. They need him here. They need the Rookie of the Year. And speaking of Pred, popping off the nade, just rips the tiny tears off the map. Now to Cell. Well, I was talking about Pred needing to make an impact. I didn't see that coming. Did not see that coming.
Cell so fast though, so fast in the reposition.
MVP, Rookie of the Year, 1-on-1, 40 to go.
Here we go.
Slides around, and it's all 4 for Pred.
My guy plays a lot of NBA. You can see it there in that nade. I mean,
I guess, yeah.
Drops the dime right in the fountain, able to find it. Connects onto 2. But it's that first blood. I mean, Arcitys has no idea. He's all by himself with the snipe, and Pred's like, hello. That's
I was in the middle of talking about Pred needing to step it up. In this game 5, it just teardrop, bang.
Look at this. I mean, you have a four-man A hit from FaZe. The push, though, is going to be through B.
Dude, from 1-3 to 5-3 in the blink of an eye.
Woo! The stun, though, is going to come through from Cell. That's going to be the info. We're going to reposition. We saw Arcitys from the spot yesterday. Does he connect? He doesn't. It's always a question. If you're going to use this sniper, how efficient are you going to be?
Okay, we get the hot hand out of it. Pred will get dropped, so no longer working towards any streaks. And a much-needed first blood now for FaZe. Mack's hunting. Mack gets it, trade though through instantly for aBeZy.
Just the fact that Simp's able to stay alive, right? It forces him to reposition, allows aBeZy to get the trade and keep them.
Makes him chase the kill. He chases the kill to the point he drops.
Bomb going down, you're gonna have accuracy up top broken. He lives for these moments.
Here they go. Cell hit with the stun. aBeZy.
Oh, they
lays
right
out
on.
Simp.
This is fast. He's not gonna even be able to be in the
Nope,
spot.
not getting there in time. Not getting there in time, and the free fire's already going through. The defuse is in. To 3-3 we go.
And I think what he was worried about was probably a late flank through the spawn or through P5. We've seen that time again, right? Just because they know when you plant that bomb, hey, there's gonna be a player up there. But Simp just gets caught. I think a nade hits him. He tries to get out with his life, and I mean, just so quick. Back and forth, 3-3. Again, the winner. Guaranteed top 3 here. A spot in the winner's final.
A chance for a big old bag of cash. Simp on an island. The other 3 working the A side. Nades, just the whole map's been blown to smithereens.
Still is, still going.
Yeah. Just
Simp though keeps his. It's a very slow round from FaZe. You have Simp just kind of lurking. What's going to be the play call? Where is the play going to come in? It might start with Sid. It looks like the push probably going to come A side. Can they deal with him? Can he maybe, I don't know if there's any nades left on the side of FaZe, but they deal with stuns and nades. They're second guessing. They're going back and forth. They're trying to isolate accuracy right now.
Yeah, it's like they were playing around a pick. Maybe somebody getting aggressive, but holding strong is Surge.
They want to push through middle to try to get to Simp. I just don't know if they're going to be able to do so. Simp, I think he finds the timing. He does.
Sure does.
They wanted to isolate the man at A, and they do it.
Well, the timing there is you swipe away. Mack, cut down mid-map. aBeZy greets him with the bullets. Pred tried to be the hero, but just nothing he could do mid. Another round of FaZe.
Much better from the FaZe side, right? What's the plan? Okay, how are we going to deal with this one player?
Patient. I mean, he was patient, right?
It's Arcitys just, focusing the attention of accuracy top church, and then Simp just drops bottom fountain, hits the route right under accuracy, finds that first blood.
I mean, that didn't develop till what, like 30 seconds left in the round? 4-3 FaZe. You got the MVP and the Rookie of the Year leading it from both sides. aBeZy wants to take his one. There's going to be 2 there.
Boy,
Now
we're dodging
hit him. Run! Onto the horse we go. We're able to get out of harm's way.
Both sides are doing it. This is kind of the default that FaZe gets into. They fight for map control over towards A. Then you have Arcitys in the back truck, watching the cross with Cellium. On the rotation, can Arcitys connect?
Seeing a lot. Simp is able to get a kill. We're watching to see if he can hit the snipe. So it's another first blood. That's deep into the Surge spawn. Not going to work out there. Tries to get the hop up. No hip fire going to hit. Picked apart all over the map. Cellium last to go. Wins his one against accuracy, but bomb getting planted. It'd be a 1v4 if Cell is able to pull it off up to 8-3. But he's already getting smoked. A big answer there. After back-to-back rounds from FaZe, Surge, they tie us up.
Yeah, I didn't see where, I know aBeZy gets picked. I didn't see how he got picked, but I think it was from this man, Simp. And Simp, he was also watching the flank.
Well, it's probably similar. Remember when he got caught with the nade? I think it was a similar type of fight. Like, it happened up there close to their spawn. So he's been able to win a couple of big ones, and just, those are fights that aBeZy's probably used to winning. I know we didn't see it, but he's going for that one-on-one.
And Simp, in the interview yesterday, he kind of said, Map 5, I was making the calls. It was me. I wanted to take over. I was not losing. A big round there from him. Another rookie. A potential Rookie of the Year.
All right.
But now he's got to be careful. Somehow alive. He had 20, 30 HP. Finds the first blood. But Arcitys was already pushed up.
He was barely able to physically get there because all the nades that were hitting him. But he just gets through to you. Gets the opener. Big gunfight. Pred. The other rookie going big. 3-on-2 now, and a chance to get around 5 on the board.
These last couple of rounds, just some individual plays on the side of FaZe. One from aBeZy, one from Simp. They're just getting cut down. Now you're going to focus on a clutch, the bomb being planted.
They've already pulled off 1 3v4. Can they do it now in a 2 versus 3?
I think RC's get spotted. He's gonna back on up. You saw Simp in that spot. That's when he got naded. You see the call comes in. Zell just playing for info.
He is very weak. Yeah, 16 HP.
But they're gonna try to take top broken away, I think. You can see number 7 Mack just waiting through P5, but it's a middle alley hit from Pred. Nobody on the bomb.
Arcitys is going, my God!
RC's got a kill though. There's a chance. There's a chance for Arcitys here.
Oh my God. Can he win the fight on the Pred? Not gonna happen! 5 on the board for Surge. As the timing's there, if you're watching the mini-map. Ah, cheeks were tightening, Joe.
They sure were. I'll tell you what, mine very tight right now.
Yeah, 1 more round for Surge.
Well, Pred, not the best map too, but untouched yet, up to 9 now.
Yeah, he is.
It's Simp with 3 in the last round. 3 from Pred. In this one, the rookie stepping up on the big stage.
That's gotta feel so good to be a rookie.
Here we go.
Moment. Can they close it out here? Or do we go to a round 11? Mack!
The first bloods.
Gets the pick. The ace! No! Simp can't get away. They connect 3 versus 3. It's Cell with the kill. aBeZy with the gunfight mid. Pred wiped off the map. Another trade back. 2 versus 2. Minute to go.
Everything kind of slows down here, but they're not going to be able to see this. You're going to have bomb going down, but Simp with the timing. I think Cellium sees the cross.
No plan.
And now, I mean, what? We see Dashy in this spot, just jumping across, finding the info. Yeah, you can sit top broken all you want. He's going to pick up that bomb. Simp's going to be looking for him. He's going to push on through round 11. Here we go, baby.
I told we deserve it. We deserved it. You knew it was coming after those hard points. It all comes down to this 1 round. You got Simp and aBeZy going for their 4th straight final. You got the power of the rookies on the other side.
It's going to be FaZe on offense, Surge on defense. The success for Surge has been the first bloods that they've been able to find. They have 8 in the map. Nades about to rain on that. It's pretty much the same thing on both sides.
Yeah, just
done. Nades, all right, let's reposition.
You know they're feeling the pressure now. Does the experience here for FaZe pay off? Or does one of the rookies on Surge do something twisted to make a play?
I think they're nervous. We haven't moved from the spawn on either side.
I think my legs are cramping. Where's the opener going to come? Clock now down to 45.
This is decision. How do we deal with these players top church side? This is very passive from the Surge side. There's some nades that were saved over towards A.
Pred wants to peek out.
Just trying to get that info. Now you can see the reposition in top church. And a lot of the times it's on Simp. Simp to find the opening. Oh, he might get through here. They have to be careful at number 4. Bomb being planted. He's making sure the plant can come in. On the other side,
there it is.
It's going to be Mack. Or sorry, accuracy versus Cell. Simp with the first blood. Lurking. Can accuracy find the kill? RC's with another one. aBeZy finds the third. It's down to accuracy. 1 versus 3.
And he's dropped. FaZe clutch up in the round 11. Oh, what a series that was.
That's why we love Call of Duty, baby.
It just reminded you of an earlier round offensively.
100%.
So patient from FaZe, but so patient and Simp to make the play and find the opening. You said it, it's on Simp to make the play.
But what the difference is you had no presence A side. It was almost too passive on the side of Surge. There was nobody ruins. No one could start the trades. It was all about the middle of the map fights. Maybe they were trying to bait Simp into church, right? Pred was playing down low. But it doesn't happen. He just gets to that spot, and the goal is get the bomb down. They don't check the corner. Simp is there.
Is that one of those rounds where just the championship experience of FaZe has to shine a bit?
Oh, 100% in the championship mentality of Simp. I mean, listen, man, you know, he hasn't been his MVP self all year long. He's had to play a different role, a little different style, but 10 kills in this map 5. And a lot of the times he was the key. Usually it's aBeZy, but look at that, 3 first bloods on the round. And a lot of the times it was the openings, the cracking the defense that Simp found.
Yeah, it's sort of like at times this year, due to how good Cell has been, the fact you haven't won if you're FaZe, you forget about Simp at times. He's still one of the greatest talents we've ever seen.
Oh, it's
on display there in the map 5. The 2 hard points, whew, absolutely insane. Surge just did nutty stuff to get those wins, but it all came down to that one map, that one round. It's FaZe that close it out. Now FaZe, who throughout the year, it's just been 2nd place, 3rd place, these top 3 finishes. Well, they're guaranteed T3 now, and they're moving on. But Arcitys, how big he was for this team. I mean, you think about the damage he was putting in. He had a 1.43 going through the map 4. He was a monster on the map. We've got him on stage. Blaze, take it away, sir.
Thank you so much, Maven. Los Angeles, give it up for Atlanta FaZe as they come away with a nail-biter of a Game 5. Arcitys, I want to talk to you about that last round right away before it leaves your mind there. It was one of the slowest I've ever seen you guys play in the S&D. What was going through your head?
So we knew we had to find the little cracks that that Seattle was giving us, and I was like, yo, Chris, you have to work up mid-alley. This is the only thing that's open. And luckily he got there, we got the kills, and it worked out fine.
It worked out fine as you guys came away with that victory and move on over towards those winners finals there.
5-0 victory, by the way.
5-0 victory, as he said. And when I was up here talking to aBeZy yesterday, he said, I pretty much won 5 maps right there. I played absolutely insane, but it was a 5-game series right there. How do you feel like you and the squad are playing so far?
Really good. I mean, both hard points we were taking over, just a little miscommunication towards the end. We got 3-piece by Mack. He went huge for his team, but again, like, if MC just listened and said and pushed, actually, we would have held the time and it would have been perfect.
Yep.
But I mean, mistakes happen. It's a Vanguard. Shit happens.
It happens, yeah. And it's all about how you bounce back, all right? But now you're going to the winners finals, okay? We don't know who you're gonna play yet, but does it even matter?
I'm excited for both. That's gonna be a good series next, right?
Yeah, it is. Yep. Coming up next on the main stage. Any last words you want to get to the fans before I send it off?
Brick, baby, let's go!
Brick, brick, brick! That does it for me and Arcitys on the stage. Break it down at the desk.
Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, Blaze. Yes, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our game break presented by Prime Gaming. Atlanta FaZe, top 3 guaranteed. Guys, 6 out of our 7 series have gone to a Game 5. We've had 3 Game 5 round 11s. It has been wild. By the way, Lando, Standy, aLLeY,
we did good, guys.
and just make sure that we're all well acquainted with each other. Guys, we got to jump into the scuff play of the game. The end of that hard point. Rather, the first hard point. We got to be specific because there was 2 crazy ends.
Yeah.
But more specifically, the Tuscan. What'd you guys make of this?
The situations that they were put in the end here had to be pandemonium. It's just strictly mini-map awareness right here. Spawn knowledge, picking up the 2-piece. Pred gets another 3-piece. Probably like the best minute of gameplay we've seen out of a player this entire year to get that win. But still not enough, Lando. Atlanta FaZe came in swinging throughout the rest of this series.
Oh, man, you can see what it means. Like, Brad was powering up. He was feeling good. And, well, Atlanta FaZe, Jay, they started to wake up, man.
I know, and you heard Arcitys in that interview. You said, we basically won this series 5-0. Those final moments for both of these hard points, miscommunication had to be there. Obviously, when you allow Mack to get a 3-piece on that P5, and then off the rotation, you were just playing that tight corner, Pred just goes on another 3-piece, that one's difficult. But even in the map number 4, they decided to hit that P1 with like 15 seconds left. They still potentially could have closed it out, but when you don't have that many bodies off the rotation, that's where they struggle. They allowed the SMGs once again to just go out there and make noise, but Atlanta FaZe do what they do best. They clutch up in the search and destroy, show that championship caliber team that they are.
Well, at least when like they watch it back, it's like, all right, P5 and P1. Like that's where we struggle. The last 2 hills of a hard point is where we make our biggest mistakes. And almost at that point, I'd rather see Atlanta FaZe be like, you know what? We're hands-offing this P5. We're going to send 3 people to P1. We're going to set up, and we're going to close this game out because we've seen that Tuscan P5 and the P1 from Atlanta FaZe hiccups multiple times this year. But like y'all said, they closed it out in that game 5, and it was 2 in a round as well. Their offensive win rate on that Tuscan is not very good. So for them to win that and then ended up pulling out the ice in the round 11, props to Atlanta FaZe, but they still have a long road ahead.
Yeah, they do indeed. Let's also take a look at our game fuel tactical play. As we said, it was wild heroics out of Seattle, and then Atlanta started to make their way back. They won the Search, Destroy, and they would go on to win this Tuscan Control, really based off of some excellent attacking plays.
I mean, yeah, it's a B push here, and what you're gonna see is Arcitys and aBeZy, they lead the charge here. They get 2 opening first bloods, and they stack the point, and you can see all the players on Seattle Surge, they're located around Church right now, and it's just not enough, man. They're not able to get those kills, and they get a lot of progression on that point. So, you know, for Atlanta FaZe to be able to come out and win an offense is just so impressive. You know, talking about this team going into the Search and Destroy, another round that could have been the game field tactical play was that slow push that they had, man. Yeah. It was just beautiful where they're working the guy mid, they get pushed up, kill Sib on the bomb site. Like, it's just crazy what these guys are able to do under pressure where they didn't have the composure before. It was gone versus teams like Seattle. They had it here.
And it was the Tuscan Control heading into this. I was like, I don't really understand Seattle boxing up with them on it because that is where their run to the reverse sweep started yesterday. It was a hot 3-0 Tuscan Control. They take it 3-1 in this series. They push that momentum into the game 4. We joke about it being, you know, they won technically a 5-0 series, and it was like a 3-point matchup in that game 4, and then they pull out the win in game 5. So once again, you give Atlanta FaZe an inch, they will take a mile.
Yeah. And it wasn't even a mile, at least in that game number 5, all the way to around number 11.
Yeah.
Like, that's insane. You got to see the plays that Seattle were making. Some of them were really good, but some of them were just, like, really questionable. 2v3 situation when it was Pred and Accuracy. Accuracy just wraps the entire spawn. Does absolutely nothing for his team. Once Pred gets taken down, they instantly hop the bomb. And then multiple rounds after that, bad timing after bad timing. You turn your corner at the wrong time, and eventually it costs you the round. Seattle just need to play a little bit more tight in those situations.
And one of the scarier stats for me, I think, Seattle went like 8 for 3 in terms of the first bloods, and they still lose the Search, Destroy, and OT. Now let's see how the bracket is winding up right now, coming into our final match of the day. OpTic and Thieves up next to see who will face off against Atlanta FaZe. And toward the lower side of the bracket, New York still waiting to see who they will face off against. Meanwhile, it is Surge versus Ultra toward the lower side. Guys, oh my word, we have got some bangers still to go.
I can't even look at the rest of this bracket. I just got to see this OpTic and LA Thieves matchup. I mean, the history in this matchup alone, it sells itself. It's about to be ridiculous.
It's going to be great. It's going to be great, ladies and gentlemen. I know there's a lot of people who are excited about it. And by the way, you guys have the ability to walk away with some amazing rewards while watching the broadcast. You want to be rewarded for your efforts? Of course you do. Make sure and link your Activision and YouTube accounts to earn exclusive in-game rewards all weekend long. During playoffs, you can earn an operator, a weapon blueprint, emblems, and more. And on Sunday, make sure to tune in to have the chance to win a Modern Warfare 2 open beta early access code. And while speaking of Modern Warfare 2, make sure and tune in on Championship Sunday for a very special segment, get an inside look at what's next for the Call of Duty franchise with a very special guest interview. Jay, we're both getting ready to leave the desk. I'm going to ask you real quick your early thoughts on our next matchup, OpTic LAT.
Oh, game 5 guaranteed, but I think the green wall got a little bit more ice in them, especially when you go to a round 11 versus a team like Toronto Ultra, you clutch up. All they have to do is just show the improvements in hardpoint. Going up against a team like Thieves, you cannot lack off in your respawn.
Yeah, you definitely cannot, and it's going to be a grueler of a game. And I'll tell you what, man, the storylines are on top of other storylines. OpTic and LAT to close out what has been a monumental day number 2 here at CDL Championship Weekend 2022. Galen Center, you've been wonderful. Now bring down the house at what is going to be a legendary way to close out the day. We'll be back here just after the break.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can. And upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Amazon Prime members get free games every month and a slew of free content for your favorite games like Call of Duty. Claim yours now at gaming.amazon.com.
The madness continues on, and a little change of the host role now. And Joe, you've joined me up here. How you doing after that?
I'm on a come down, dude. I mean, I did. We have another banger. I mean, LADs versus OpTic. If you're on social, you've seen the video about the LADs guys saying who's the most overrated team in the CDL. They picked that one, big green one.
We'll see if that comes back to bite them, man. How you feeling?
I'm feeling good about this matchup, man. I mean, I just saw the map vetoes. It's looking good for both teams, realistically, but I think OpTic did well. I think they did well.
aLLeY, you? How you feeling?
I'm feeling great. Honestly, I'm 0 for 3 today, so I don't know if I should apologize to the team I'm going to do for the pick'ems or, you know.
Well, we'll get to that soon, but this is like, we just came off one of the crazier matches on the year. I mean, just considering what was on the line, how the matchups between these two teams, you have the Rookie of the Year, you have the MVP of the regular season, and just to have them go head-to-head like that was absolute madness. And now it's like, deep breath. Now we have OpTic Hunter Thieves, Joe. Like,
yeah, I mean, you know, a lot of people, I think in their brackets were looking forward to this matchup. You know, obviously they weren't able to match up at Major 4, but, you know, Atlanta FaZe was able to take down OpTic before we saw maybe them match up. So that didn't happen, but LA Thieves, they were cruising. Yeah. You know, they just looked so darn good in the respawns, but I'll tell you what, I mean, everyone had a tough day one matchup. You know, both of these teams did, but wasn't maybe the Gavutu that you wanted to see on the LA Thieves side. He's going to have a couple of those.
Well, when I sat down, one of the first things you said is you looked at the maps and you were like, this looks pretty good for OpTic, right?
Well, I mean, I just feel like OpTic needs to be playing Gav once again, and they're playing at maps 1 and 3 in this series. You know, most teams, they would get rid of it going up against the LA Thieves, and LA Thieves haven't played it as many times throughout Stage 4 because of that. So for OpTic, I mean, they lost that Gavutu control yesterday, but they should have won that, right? There is no way you should be losing a defense, and they were in a good position. So I think if they just come with some more ice here, play it like we know that they can, like they did early in the season, they should be all right.
aLLeY, how'd you feel about the maps and modes when you first saw them?
I mean, across the board, I kind of echo what Ant says. Like, I do like it for OpTic Texas. I like that they're kind of pushing their boundaries because it's the joke of, you know, don't square up with LA Thieves on Gavutu because Kenny gets the AR back into his hand when he's been gross across the board. But we've also seen what Scump is capable of doing with AR in his hand. So I think that will be a very interesting map 1 and 3.
Yeah, I don't know what to think anymore. I just assume we're going to go to a Game 5, and like that's how it's going to play out. But I just, this was a hard one, Joe, when we were going through our brackets, what, a week or so back. Like, this is one that we got to. We both had it here, and it's just sort of like, it's tough. It's tough to call.
Yeah, I mean, this is, honestly, this is who I think is going to be the matchup in the grand final. That was my pick, right? I mean, I'm kind of rethinking that because if FaZe is winning Search and Destroys again, that was a big thing. But I just think both of these teams, when they're playing at their best, they're just a step ahead in every single game mode. And I think the key for LA Thieves, similar to FaZe, is they won 2 searches yesterday, right? Which is a little bit uncharacteristic for them. Their respawns were a little bit sloppy. They've said it. They had to be better. They survived, so we'll see if they look better today.
Well, we're going to take a look at this Texas team as we get ready to go. I think everyone at home very familiar with this roster, the star-studded lineup and what these guys are capable of. It's just, can they do it, man? You're trying to recapture that magic, Ant. You're trying to get back to that glory of Stage 1.
Yeah, I mean, and let's not sugarcoat it. Like, these guys, they haven't been the same. They've dealt with a lot of adversity, to be fair. They didn't have their team, and, you know, they bring iLLeY back in. It's an immediate impact. We see, like, this is the roster that they need. Like, the subs just weren't it for them. They make a run to top 4 from round 1 of losers bracket, and they're back to being the best Search and Destroy team in the game. That's what they've shown us throughout these last couple of months. So, you know, for OpTic Texas and the game field keys to victory, aLLeY, what do they need to do?
Well, they need strong hill setups versus Thieves when it comes to Gavutu. Again, Thieves are breaking 31% 50% of the hills on Gavutu. That's first overall. We've seen what aLLeY is capable of on this map, but we've also seen what OpTic Texas is capable of and need more balanced slaying as a squad. Dashy was the only player positive yesterday versus Ultra with a 1.21, and I will say to that point that against Toronto Ultra, it felt like OpTic got by the skin of their teeth by a lot of clutching by Dashy specifically. I think when it comes to OpTic Texas, what they need to do is kind of rear back and calm down when it comes to these series. I think they get a little bit ahead of themselves, get a little bit panicky, and that's where we see the mess ups start happening. A example in that control. So in this series, I'm hoping they've calmed down, got their jitters out, and will be ready to take on the aLLeY Thieves.
Just a little sloppy at times, which you expect not to be the case.
Yeah, and I think when it comes to slaying, right, when you talk about this matchup, if we're going to play a couple of Gavutus, right, AR heavy, you're probably looking at a guy like iLLeY. You know, I know that he can be the in-game leader, you know, when it comes to search and destroy. But when it comes to the respawns, with what we saw from aLLeY Thieves, when they're playing at their best, they are tough to stop. You need everyone playing it at a very high level, and iLLeY needs to be that guy, a little bit better than what we saw from yesterday.
Well, let's shift focus now and start to talk about Thieves a bit. And Ants, I mean, they looked, if you were just like kind of watching the minimap at times last major, like they just looked perfect at times. It was scary.
Yeah, I mean, they have, especially at Major 4, but the problem is in the match yesterday, they did not look perfect.
True,
I mean, a lot
very
of
true.
mistakes were made, but to Joe's point, everybody's just been having these back and forth crazy series, so you give them a little bit of grace there.
How much do you play like that? Remember, they're about to play, they sit down, then servers go down.
That is true.
It's like, that's got to have an impact, right? Everyone's kind of sitting around. Is it a big deal? Is it not?
It definitely has an impact, but like we said, I mean, when they needed the composure, especially in that round 11 yesterday, it was a beautiful play. Waiting, pushing through mid, and there's going to be another Tuscan in this series if they go all the way to Game 5. For the game field keys to victory, you have to take advantage of a reeling OpTic team in control. They're 3-1 on Gavutu control since stage 4. OpTic 0-2. They haven't played it a lot. OpTic has never been that great on that map, so Thieves definitely have an advantage and then continue to slay together. As Joe was talking about earlier, they were all 4 positive KD yesterday versus Boston, and that was the story of them at the major. When they're winning, everybody's having a good time, man. It just seems like they figured it out, and that's what we saw in yesterday's match, at least in a couple of those.
Well, yeah, they are wildly talented, no question there, but our teams are ready. Let's get this rolling down to Blaze on the main stage.
Thank you so much, Maven. Los Angeles, you guys ready for another semifinals matchup? Yeah! Looking to set the stage ablaze with some of that Texas heat. Here comes the boys in green.
One we go. Dashy coming through with the pistol. That's going to be nearly the first. Pulls off the pistol and gets it done. Afro.
Los Angeles, make some noise for the green wall. Give it up for Dashy, iLLeY, Shotzzy, and Scump, OpTic Texas.
Scump and OpTic have tasted defeat against the Thieves organization at Champs before. They want to rewrite history. They want a win in this series. iLLeY has come back into the team, and they have looked so much better, especially in that search and destroy. They've seen what Thieves are talking about with the overrated. They're trying to dominate. Let's bring out the Thieves now, Blaze.
Yes, it is. It's time to bring out the hometown team. Looking to run it up with another W. The heist starts now. legendary casts for you. Miles Chance, take it away.
Oh, baby, this is gonna be a good one. It's always nice when the green and the red go head to head. It always comes down to blows. And hey, man, game 5s all day. Why not another one here, Chance? Surely it's what we deserve.
Dude, we know it's gonna come to that, right? I mean, both of these teams have been lights out. Your Major 1 champions going against your Major 4 champions. These guys have tasted victory. The number of storylines you have running between these two teams, literally from the top, right? You get Nadeshot versus Hex for the OpTic rivalry. You have Envoy the Prince going against the King, and obviously they dropped them. You have Revenge all over the place. Octane and Kenny, no strangers to playing against the green wall, and even when the crowd is going against them, like, that just gets him in the mix, man. Even Drazah already just running his mouth.
A fated showdown here in the winners bracket between two fantastic teams. I mean, Clint called it Clash of Titans, and it absolutely is that. They've both had fantastic runs so far, good form in the competition. Got to hand it to the Thieves, though. They peaked at the right time. Now, though, maps and modes, as we get into this one, we're going to start things off on Gavutu. Berlin, Search and Destroy, Gavutu, and then we round things out on Tuscan, because let's face facts, we're going that far into the series.
I mean, look, man, the theme, the tagline from LA Thieves at the start of the year was "Don't chalice on Gavutu." Well, we get that in twice. Their new tagline is, man, hey, maybe OpTic's a little overrated, so we get to put that one to the test straight away. But Gavutu to start, the main thing I'm looking out for, these P1s, the opening break, LA Thieves have been phenomenal, top notch. They set the tone straight away, but you also have one of the best SMGs in the game on an AR map. He looks to be dominant. It's King Scump, it's Chance. We already know to look out for him.
Yeah, the man's been running an AR on Gavutu and putting in the work. Look at the KDs across the board. Everyone looking fantastic. Set your mind all the way back to Major 1, one of the more iconic openings when they played Atlanta FaZe in this very map and mode, and they absolutely whooped them. Will we see that return to glory now as we are ready to rumble? Map 1. Let's get it.
Start with the King, looking for the next ring on board and straight into the point. No time wasted. MP40 to get things going. And obviously, no gunfight has actually come through, but hey, King around the castle gets chopped down. LA Thieves off the break every single time they get it done.
But a big Bruce now, can't get involved. AR and AR battle, we'll see plenty of that here on Gavutu. iLLeY can't get things going from steps, but nades from spawn. The Scumpy straight off the kills into the point, but it's big work out of the LA Thieves right off the rip. 16 seconds of climbing, a nice two-piece there from Octane as we are getting things going. P1, always a fun one. The final 20 seconds now going the way of the Thieves.
Yeah, and Octane on a 5, obviously the main factor why their opening breaks are always so clean. And hey, maybe not number 6, but at least that is a good chunk of time off the rip. And obviously LA Thieves set up on the rotation. Drazah playing the sneaky angle, waiting for a couple kills to fall into his lap. And hey, the big 2 to start things off. They're not going to flip these spawns just yet, but LA Thieves are applying that pressure.
P2, that's the inside of the boat. Bottom side of the minimap, that's where we now attend our focus. 50 seconds remaining on this one. Envoy's going to be the guy holding it down. For now, it's just Kenny in the kill feed, soaking up time, getting things going now. Thieves with a great lead. No one from OpTic too close yet. Here comes the hit, though. It's all Thieves. Spawns are fantastic now for LA.
They flipped them out. They get the time. They are doing everything right for the moment. Right for the jump. LA Thieves lining them up to 2 from Kenny and Shotzzy. You want to be the route man, but so much time. Number 7 already wrapping for it. You are playing so far behind. LA Thieves are running the show.
Oh, man. Drazah once again, he's the guy getting the kills. Scump trying to find his way towards the scrap time here. A bomb, not going to happen. 3-3 now for Envoy. Trying to turn it into a God! Trays are there. Dashy with a big win, but you still, next hard point, top right-hand side of the minimap, that's the next target.
And look, OpTic have been the best P3 team in the game since the Pro-Am, but right now, they are so far away. They are being dominated just in the slaying category alone. 0 map control. Drazah is on the front line, but even if you take them down, you have a long way to go. And he's piecing you up before it happens.
Massive pieces. Time still going the way of the LA Thieves. Don't chalice on Gavutu. That's what they said so long ago, and it still rings true today. Kenny can't find any more against iLLeY. Here comes Octane trying to retake ring. There's the first. Scumpy's up next. Turns him to dust.
And you have to cut your losses if you're OpTic. Set up on the rotation, give up that final bit of time. And actually, Shotzzy makes a cheeky little play, so he'll collect a little bit of scrap time. And maybe a moment like this can go a long way because his teammates are trying to keep control of the rotation. But it has been Thieves in the driver's seat right from the jump. If they make this break, I mean, they're looking at a dominant win.
This is a good start now from OpTic. Time now going their way. Overall's new hard point. Here come the Thieves. So trying to sneak the win. It's going to be Kenny trying to make that sneaky play. Drazah maybe the front, but Kenny, he's in the back. Can't get any more out of this one. Now over to the contest. Envoy's the man in. Slide it forward. Finds himself one. He's going to double dip. He saw Scump, but the spawns are still close for OpTic. They still have presence on this point, but this could go bad real quick.
Bro, I'm starting to think LA Thieves might have been right. What is this game? Dominating every single hill, every single kill, outplaying, outslaying. I mean, they have doubled up. 100-point lead on GVU2, the biggest blowout we have seen so far at Champs. This is electric right now from the Thieves.
Thieves are running the show. Time still going their way. Final 20 seconds here, all good. Rotations to P5, a tough one. Here we go.
Bro, Envoy has 2 minutes and 20 seconds in the hill. We haven't completed a set of rotation.
That is an insane stat line. Back over we go. P5. Chances losing it. Get a grip, man. Bottom right-hand side of the screen. Next point's up. Thieves find the kills. They're in. Shotzzy trying to get some covering fire across. He is suppressed. He is pinned down. He has got nothing. It is Kenny once again on the point. iLLeY trying to make the break. Forward he goes, looking for anything. A slither of hope. And that might be the opening now. OpTic with the break.
Oh my God, what is that? OpTic, 3 kills from their speed. It's the first time I've seen it. I forgot it could look like that, but finally, for the first time since the jump, able to stabilize, able to get a little bit of that hill time. And maybe see if they can get the momentum swing in their favor at all. But in the meantime, Thieves still picking them apart, being annoying at P5, and they've got him trapped for the rotation. Thieves, they have the stranglehold.
Thieves be soaking. You finally get Envoy at the point. But for now, I mean, this looks like OpTic's hard point. Thieves are the ones picking up most of the time. Here come those green arrows surging forward. Dashy, the first man in the feed, trying to get those kills. A few seconds left. Rotation back towards P1. The second set of hard points is now upon us. And the Thieves are firmly in control. Can Envoy now weather the storm and take on Scump with Shotzzy on the approach?
I mean, Scump's a little man right now, trying to make it work with a pistol and maybe looking to get at least one, staying down and staying alive.
Hello.
Dodging Envoy and buying his time, but Shotzzy doesn't connect the bullet. 3-2-piece for Envoy. Beating him down, back in his hole.
Thieves are in the point once again. They've cleaned house, whether it's the left, right, good night, or the shots from Octane. They are running GVU2. This is disgusting from the LA Thieves.
Bro, 12-4, 3 minutes inside of the hill. The most ridiculous stat line we have had at this tournament. And honestly, they are looking to bury them on this map.
I mean, we could seemingly see it close out in another point. This is unreal. Octane's on a 5 spree now. Runs the top side of ring, looking to get himself streaks. Any more takers here? Or will the spree come to a close? It does. Scump's going to be there to get the kill. It's 2 for Scumpy. But it may not be enough to get anything going here on GVU2. You might have to chalk map 1 is 20 for the win.
It was chalked, 5 hills ago. Not even close. Looking to embarrass them to start this series. Maybe a little bit of life. Scump has actually crawled his way back to even. But congratulations on that. Maybe looking for the glide and maybe some of this time. But, I mean, Miles, 240 seconds to 60. Not even close.
No, not even close. The Galen Center starting to light up. Pressure on. And you may as well have thrown in the towel an hour ago. That was perfection from the LA Thieves. I have no words. There is a special something on that right-hand side of the stage. The Thieves just had that one on lock from the get-go. OpTic are completely stunned.
And look, man, first match hitters is a thing. It might take a second to get in the swing of things. LA Thieves, not a shade of that at all. I mean, the perfect opening break, the perfect rotations. Envoy at one point was like 7-2 with 2 minutes inside of the hill. I mean, that's clinically absurd. He had 13 kills in 6 deaths with 3.5 minutes in the point. The easiest game of his entire life. And this is COD Champ.
That is one of the most unbelievable scorelines we have ever seen in a tournament of this caliber chance?
I mean, bro, double neg for iLLeY, basically double neg for Dashy, Shotzzy, triple negative, and Scump. I mean, technically, heated up a little bit all the way to even. I mean, that is if you are an OpTic fan watching that, you are officially in panic mode.
Show me every single amazing kill the LA Thieves got in that one, because I know there were a ton. Oh my good God. The Galen Center has gone real quiet after that. As OpTic Texas, they have taken a colossal pounding there in the first map. So does Scump there in that clip. Man alive, Envoy from start to finish. Truly a gargantuan performance on Gavutu. That's hill time in itself, as every single member of the LA Thieves just ran amok over OpTic Texas.
And look, I mean, if you don't punch back straight away, if you're OpTic going into that S&D, LA Thieves are gonna feel like they can do no wrong. You talk about trusting your teammates, trusting in the play calls that you're gonna make.
Oh my God.
If you don't punch them in the mouth straight away, these guys are gonna be looking to run away with it. I know every single game has been a game 5, but 250-58, I think that legit might be the most dominant hardpoint map we have seen all year, let alone at a major tournament, let alone at Champ.
I mean, I would love to see, you know, the reaction there from the LA Thieves guys, I mean, where they said overrated coming into this tournament. I don't know how you feel after that one. You kind of just go, yeah, well, look, business as per usual. We won the last major, we did it in a dominant fashion, and now we're feeling fantastic going into the Search and Destroy. Kenny, what a performance from him. The other side of the stage, though, I mean, are we in panic mode yet?
I mean, you know,
that was a bad match.
They've been a resilient team. They've won the Game 5, Round 11 against the obvious, incredibly dangerous Toronto Ultra. And their S&D has been their bread and butter throughout the course of this year. If you can win against Ultra, you feel like you can win against everybody. But of course, the one team has been elite at S&D. LA Thieves, as of late, especially at that major, their S&D was also on point. So I don't know, man. I was thinking every single map was going to be a battle. That obviously, I mean, just what a way to set the tone.
Talking about Game 5 earlier, I'm kind of like, can I take that back? I mean, I'm saying it. I know there was a lot of talk of bets and whatnot going on before the start of this one. A lot of numbers being thrown around, and I'm just saying, God damn, that was a bad start. But hey, anything can happen here at COD Champs, and so far, we've basically seen all sorts happen. So the series is far, far from over. However, Gavutu, don't chow the Thieves on it. They said it way back when, and now, I mean, it rings more true, I think, than ever.
And even for the Gavutu control that we have from map 3, like, control has been the biggest sore spot for OpTic Texas. They've been, I think, 11th overall in the league. Only 8 teams at this event, so they've been on the struggle bus. I mean, they lost the round 5 to Toronto, even though they had the defense. So that Gavutu might be a problem long term. So, I mean, obviously, incredibly important to get that bounce back on the Berlin from map 2. Both teams have had success. Obviously, there is just an absurd amount of VOD review you can do on this map. Both teams know exactly what's going to be going down. It's all about those little adjustments, what kind of creative strats you have in these rounds. And at this point, I'm just looking forward to seeing what LA Thieves have cooked up.
Yeah, what's going to happen in the Search and Destroy? Let's take a quick look now at the stats. This is how things have looked since stage 4. So, obviously, if you're an OpTic Texas fan, the numbers favor you right now. The real question is, do you have the mental resolve to bounce back after quite an embarrassing display in map 1?
And I think the biggest thing as well is just that first blood conversion. Being like the first overall, that is the mistake-free Call of Duty that OpTic. When their S&D looks good, it is because of that fact. They take full advantage of every tiny little edge that you give them. You know, iLLeY, he's getting locked in. He's 3 inches away and ready to go, but you already know it's got to be the quick bounce back. They might be staring down the barrel of a hot 3-0.
There's no way, man. There's no way a team like OpTic Texas let that happen. Here we go, straight into the Berlin Search and Destroy. Map number 2 here in this winners bracket matchup, COD Champs. 2022 has been a crazy enough year just to add to the pile now. That up, and forget all about it. Get straight into this.
And obviously for OpTic, I mean, one of the best, if not the best teams on the attack on this map. Both bomb sites, they are happy to work. I know the quick beat plants oftentimes can be sort of their old faithful. We're alive one in the back pocket where Shotzzy gets to work his magic, but from 7 and 21, let's see if Shotzzy has any magic left in the one.
Nades up. Quite an even spread across the map for both teams. We have got more eyes over towards the B-bomb site right now. aBeZy with the opening blood. It's a good start now from OpTic Texas now, still keeping that pressure towards mid-map. Here we go, we can try to get something going. A bomb is making its way across the 50-yard line as Kenny, murder on his mind. Whoa, that trades down, it's a 3v2. OpTic Texas with the numbers.
Man, #1 in the game, first blood conversion. This is that kind of round. They got the Suns on the man in the back, and they are playing smart. They have him trapped in, ready for the gunfight. Shotzzy trying to take him down. Shaky shot, but the king is there.
Here comes the reinforcements. Kenny does manage to win that fight, makes it a 1v2. He's been backed up, but he's now hitting another angle, trying to get himself over towards that bomb. The bomb now is going to get recovered by the boys of OpTic and Mum to get the plant. Or will they overshoot? Because again, Kenny, he's out and about. Dead silence pops so he can move as fast as he wants.
And he's making moves too, right? He is hunted, he has cleared the site. Now he gets to watch the cross. Everything right now is perfect.
Nice.
I think iLLeY was dipping down low to avoid the spot, but look at what he's doing. I think if he knows the A is clear, someone's going to be in the deep back watching the cross.
Whoa! Spots a little head. It's a nice bit of crossfire there from OpTic Texas. They save the round.
And iLLeY's getting first bloods. Shotzzy there for the follow-up. I think as soon as you get one round, you go, hey, a map loss is a map loss. Doesn't matter if you lose by 1. Doesn't matter if you lose by 194. As long as you make sure you bounce back. Perfect start is Berlin S&D.
It's a tale of champions, legends on the stage. Writing legacy since this event started. There are many on that stage who would love to go further into this competition. Here we go once again. Heavy on the hit towards B now. LA Thieves.
Drazah watching the cross. Yes, there's the gunfight. Shots ringing out, and Scump knows they're nearby, but just gets caught. They set the trap, and they get that first blood. LA Thieves, mild advantage.
For how long? iLLeY's eyes over the middle of the map. Shots are in. Nice snap on Envoy. Makes it a 3v3. OpTic are not willing to give up that bomb site. Not a hope in hell, as they are suffocating the Thieves. But it all comes down to a 2v3 now, as Kenny looking to take the advantage.
Still iLLeY, he's making plays, and he gets red. Octane is there, and Shotzzy now in the 1 versus 3, and you see the cross. Octane's there. Should be able to get the bomb down, or actually get spotted on the cross, hop off the bomb, take the gunfight, or let your teammate do it for you. LA Thieves, the coverage is perfect, the picks are in. And they got that first blood. The battle is there.
Said for the longest time, the LA Thieves were a team of superstars, individual prowess. That was the name of the game, but teamwork seems to be the key here. Ever since that major victory, they have been a different squad. Perfect coverage. As the equalizer there is found. The Miracle Man Shotzzy was unable to pull off anything there in the 1v3, but you can never count the kid out. Here we go. OpTic on offense.
iLLeY really has been making moves in both of the rounds, even in spite of that last loss. Only one player on the cross. Maybe aggro over towards A. Kenny's back down to 1 shot. They might send him in for the charge, but Scump is going to fall. And Shotzzy hasn't gotten a trade yet. He is dipping back towards his teammate.
Way too slick. He flies out that office, doesn't catch a single soul in there. Now he's got to re-enter. Kenny with the guns up. Spots one. Here comes the gunfight from iLLeY. Drazah with another huge win. Shotzzy with immediate trades now. 2v3. Makes it a 1v3, and Shotzzy is again tagged up in serious trouble. Here comes the aggression, and Kenny. The man closed the round out. Thieves take the lead.
Just guns him. Talk about iLLeY's S&D prowess. Well, Drazah has been a grinder as well. Timing works out for him, and I mean, that is a heck of a play from Kenny as well. He is tagged up, getting shot through the windows. He is 1 shot. His teammate there, the father-son duo, making sure they are protecting one another. LA Thieves now back with the edge.
OpTic on defense. LA Thieves this time looks like we might be going towards A. Haven't seen too much love towards the A-bomb site just yet early on. But here we go. OpTic will be there for the defense. The opening salvo has been exchanged. Kenny and Envoy looking to hit the outside.
iLLeY's going to be watching it. He's got that outer angle covered. The nade's coming through. Should not connect, or maybe back iLLeY down just a tad bit. Woo. They at least have the intel.
Pull that between his teeth. Shotzzy now got the side door covered. Thieves will be reinforcing the hit. Oh, big win from Shotzzy. That's a nice first blood. Hits the fadeaway. Can't get the second though. That would have been magnificent. There's the trade though from iLLeY. Perfect teamwork. Can he snap on a Drazah? Here comes Scumpy trying to get involved. It's not too late. The pinch might be perfect, but it's now a war of 1 front. And oh my word, the Kings come in. Octane may have him trailed.
Oh, he's got him trapped. He knows.
Wait for the flank. There's time here to get this one done. 2v2. Scump may be playing possum. Dashy's hit the far wrap. And Octane may have just let this one slide. Here we go. This is going to be an interesting affair once we work out what's going on. And they can smell each other from that range. Scump, right on out, into the fight. It is not enough, and Dashy now in the 1v2.
Let's see what he can do. Yet to get a kill. Bomb down, and well, that is a couple clutch spots these players are playing in. He's taking the long route, but he's already watching it. The timing, though. Goes his way. Drazah guns him down. Every time you talk about two players on the map, guess what Drazah's doing? Helping his teammate. Scump left by himself, couldn't make the play. And Dashy yet to get a kill, left in no man's land.
And it is the teamwork once again. The LA Thieves with the perfect coverage of one another on those important sides of the map. Dashy still 0-4, yet to really get the ball rolling here in the search. OpTic have come out cold. It is a 3-1 so far. Tons of information passed over. It's going to be a 1v1 on the A-bomb site for now. Scump versus Kenny. Middle of the map is all populated for now, as the LA Thieves the heaviest stack towards that B side of the map. There's pressure now on who makes the first mistake.
First one, Dash is on the board.
It's good enough for now. It's going to be the go button for Scump to try to get himself inside. Here comes the bomb wrap over towards A. Long line of sight cover. Kenny, sneaky as you like, managed to find one. Here come the reinforcements from the LA Thieves. Cross map they go. Divine purpose is the wind in their sails as they cross the map. OpTic though, great move with the bomb.
It's all on Octane. Octane the lone man in this situation. And he has an AR, not the best gun for the job around this side.
He's got eyes on. He's going to let this one happen. Tags are in. That's massive. We'll stop going for the kill. We go for the plant. There we go. OpTic now with the advantage. 3v2, and that bomb's going down.
It's a read on the flank. iLLeY is there. He gets it. Now a 1v3 for Kenny. The first trade is in. Plenty of time to work with.
Plenty of time to work with. Finds himself one. 1v3 becomes a 1v2, and he is making moves. He may have moved a little too fast there. Doesn't catch a shot. 30 seconds down the clock as he's made his way across. Checking every possible avenue. Oh, wow! What a reaction! The snap from Shotzzy. Kenny knows. Woo, I was real close. Fantastic shots from Anthony Cuevas Castro. He gets his boys around.
A reaction like that from Kenny too, man. Thieves are living in the moment. They are having fun, even for the round loss. But hey, Dashy got on the board, found the pick for the team, and even though Scump got traded on the other side of the map, #1 in first blood conversion, hold strong. OpTic just looking for those picks.
Bring that hit now towards A for OpTic. Easy open double back there. They've gone. Envoy's managed to make his way forward. The bomb definitely leans towards B now for the Thieves. Will this be enough though? As OpTic, they have fortified the bottom of the docks. And here we go. It's going to be a battle. Shotzzy, the man to get the party started. That's the 3 spree now for him. And he's feeling it. He's feeling it. So is Kenny. The force is strong with that one. iLLeY. Oh! Kenneth Williams, what a kill! 2v3. Round's not over yet. Here comes Kenny. The Dashy. Magnificent shots, and here's Drazah straight out the window, straight into the kill feed. Scump now in the 1v2.
Their turn, they're looking for it. They already know he's going to be on the flank. They've cleared out everything else, and they're posted in the corner. Unwinnable for Scump. Nowhere near his team again in LA Thieves. Pushing the pace, smiles on their face, and whoa, Kenny.
Whoa, Kenny, look at this.
I mean, come on.
He's been doing that all tournament long.
With a big old smile on his face.
Thieves going to be feeling great for that. 4-2. It's first to 6 in Search and Destroy. OpTic Texas now on offense. Never thought I'd live to hear it in my lifetime. The crowd here in the Galen Center is certainly very colorful and fruity with their charts.
This is a heavy stack on A as well. Envoy making moves to the middle of the map, and maybe the hard read isn't perfect, but they're watching the cross towards B, so content with the setup for the moment. The pixel fight though, and iLLeY rips the head off. Envoy looking to stay alive.
Dashy joins his brother-in-arms to the kill feed. 4v2 OpTic with the life lead. Here comes the shuffle from the Thieves, the remaining 2 members. Kenny and Drazah. A 1v4 now for Drazah. Snap is on. He's shooting well thus far in the competition. Will the gun skill be enough to get him through this spot? This is going to be a tough one.
They know exactly where he is. And hey, looking for the fight. He's got one.
Holy! OpTic take it, but man, it was a pound of flesh.
And iLLeY has met a devastating fate in a few of these gunfights. Gets away with it there. That's another round loss for LA Thieves, and they're probably laughing and be like, yo, we almost had that.
Almost had that. Ooh, man, this is quite the contest.
This first blood battle, by the way, again, still for OpTic, on point at converting when they get it.
Drazah 10-4 thus far. Rounds like that proving it. But OpTic will seal the round, and they will advance forward. Hey, Drazah gets himself in the kills. Envoy joins him, trades out though. iLLeY's going to try to keep things as level as he possibly can. Looking for his second on the round. It's Shotzzy to back him up, 2v2.
They have the bomb, but you see, dude, Shotzzy is repositioned so quickly. He has returned to help his friend. They're trying to isolate iLLeY, and he's been found. The trade is in for the 1v1.
What a 1v1 this is. Shotzzy versus Envoy, both of them dead silence activated now.
And you drop Envoy, Shotzy's who you get.
It's poetry in motion. Two cerebral players dancing around each other on this dangerous man. Plenty of time. Envoy with the bomb. Looking to plant something towards B, but again, a wise player will check every corner before he lays it.
I mean, look, Shotzy's going for the hardest read of all time over towards A. He plays the 50-50, but he guesses wrong, and Shotzzy should be so late to rechecking this that he's not going to know if Envoy is trapped inside or not. So Shotzzy playing without the intel.
Saving grace for Shotzzy, he has an automaton to work with. Envoy, he has one now as well, so we are up and about. Here we go. Shotzzy towards the site. Envoy backed on up. Will he get the eyes on? It'll come down to a single fight, or will it come down to this? We will see. Envoy now shuffles his way around. Time ticking, 20 seconds remaining. Shotzzy! The fight is on! Wow! Envoy with nerves of steel. No stranger to a stressful 1v1. Yeah, have a sip, champ, you earned it. Wow, what a round.
They are playing mind games as well. I think Shotzzy trying to play off the crowd. The Envoy just playing off the gunny. One more round for LA Thieves to go up 2-0 in this series. They have been lights out.
The Thieves continue to prove the prowess in the game mode. OpTic, an aggressive round for them now. It's a two-man hit. The flank's going to be great. Shotzzy the man. The myth, the legend gets two. Fast plant now. OpTic with a snipe. Wait a minute. Oh no! He finds the Achilles heel. Can he catch any more?
And Octane's just going to hold this. He's got the sniper. He is waiting for the flanks from Envoy.
iLLeY now with a reposition. Envoy through the long side of Train.
And they're trying to hit him out. They know Octane's got the snipe. They're trying to put the pressure on and play that side of the map.
Octane's moved the things around, though. He catches another. Unbelievable. 2v1. As Dashy has been unable to clutch so far. Has to keep that bomb safe and sound, and he's taking the long round. And that's absolutely fine for now. Envoy will be one diving on it. Octane's with the coverage, and Dashy, magnificent work.
Gotta dodge the snipe. Don't peek at the wrong time.
Here we go. Dashy versus Octane. Octane checked it. It's a big win! As OpTic Texas stay alive. One more round will they need to level it up. Force the coveted round 11.
I don't know how Octane is finding that pick with his snipe. And they pushed out that side, and he goes right back to stone steps. But hey, Big Bruce making big plays. Clean 1v2 on the reposition. But still, the problem for OpTic exists. Mess up one more round, and Thieves go up 2-0.
Shotzzy 10-7. He's done a great job here on Berlin. Aggressive defensive moves out of OpTic, but Drazah with the first blood.
LA Thieves, they're taking the time on this. They get that first blood, but no one's making a mistake just yet. You also have, keep in mind, in the background, Kenny. The opportunity for the flank. LA Thieves might be waiting to see if he can clear something out. But it's Kenny. It's Kenny on this flank. They're baiting out the pressure over towards the bomb. He's going to be the guy to make this call.
Kenny could absolutely blow this round wide open. Send the Thieves into control. Drazah now biding time. Here comes Kenny. In from behind, gets his second.
For LA Thieves, what more could you ask for? Dominant on Gavutu, making the plays on Berlin. I mean, you see the flank, it is just in the cards. It is done to perfection. I mean, we sort of laughed about it. Kenny himself being like, why are you throwing me in the mix for MVP? Well, plays like this at the tournament that matters most. I mean, he has been that caliber player as of late. And Thieves looking too clean. I mean, just to take him down on the Berlin S&D. It's got to feel so good. Massive plays from Drazah, 13 and 6. I mean, how many times did they just drop a player on OpTic with a straight gunny? Envoy clutching the 1v1 against Shotzzy. That was a poetic game too for LF.
Kenny and Drazah is that father-son duo, man. Big damage from both of them. Solid work out of everyone on OpTic. A rough one from Scump. The 6-4, the final score there on Berlin. As, hey man, look, it was way better than Gavutu. Jesus, look at that, 250 to 58. Don't forget about it, friend.
Hey, we're going back to Gavutu. If there was one map I was thinking that there was a clear-cut advantage for either team in this series, it would be for map 3, and it would be for the LA Thieves. Control has been an issue for OpTic, to say the least, and now they need it more than ever.
Need it more than ever before. Otherwise, we're looking at the only potential 3-0 thus far in the competition. OpTic, their comeback has to start now. Well, not right now. We're going to a break. When we come back, we're playing Gavutu and Control and Nail Biter. Here in the winner's bracket, it's OpTic Texas. It's the LA Thieves. This is the CDL.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew and Zenny. Armor your eyes with Blocks gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
We are now bound for GVU to control map number 3 in this exciting winners bracket matchup here in Champs, but so far it's an ass kicking. The LA Thieves running the show, as OpTic Texas have yet to really get themselves involved, but plenty of signs of life there in the search and destroy. Let's see if they can turn one of their worst game modes into their saving grace now here in this must-win series.
And keep in mind, at the start of the year, Control was OpTic's best mode by a mile on both GVU and Tuscan, but I think OpTic has yet to win a single round on offense throughout Stage 4, throughout Champs, and even the match they had yesterday against Toronto, even when they got the defense for the round 5, they did not clutch up, so this is time. Dig deep, battle it out. I mean, the last time they lost 3-0 was at the Pro-Am to Florida, who had their number. I don't know how many times, even like these players, how many times they've been 3-0'd in their entire career. But now it's Friday, it's Champs. That'd be the worst way to go.
Bad way to go, but OpTic Texas can pull this one back. Major champions taking each other on. The first major and the last major. The current form is something to be really smiled at if you're the LA Thieves fan. That is the true saving grace. OpTic Texas though, dig deep, remember who you are. GVU Control. You wrote the book on how to play this map. It feels like a lifetime ago, and now time to pull out some of that magic.
And you know, selling the story from the OpTic perspective, talking about their Control woes, keep in mind for LA Thieves, first of all, oh my God. Second of all, Envoy has a 1.38, literally map 1. He spent over 3 minutes just hanging out inside of the hard point, so that's also wild. But anyway, for the side of LA Thieves, with the number of Game 5s we have had throughout this entire tournament, almost every single time, you don't want to give this one away. You know you can't afford to give up any bit of momentum, especially for not the team you're calling overrated. You want to put him down as quickly as possible. To GVU we go.
2 zones, 30 lives either side. Capture the zones or defeat your opponents. The choice is yours, and for now, Kenny's going in the old kill room. Finds himself one. OpTic are being battered around, opening up here, but they do have presence on the zone. For the LA Thieves, great work there once again. OpTic are doing what they can to keep these players off the point. There's a 2-man stack now on A. That should go quite fast.
And already, I mean, you'll take that. Any progress on A is welcome. We have had quite a few just dominant rounds on defense, and this is not shaping up to be one of them. Second pick is already through. OpTic trying to get in position just to defend B, so they've chalked it up. A couple trades out and bound. They have ring control. They got Dashy in position. OpTic trying to play the long game, but the short game, Envoy is there.
Kenny's on a force spree for now, looking to get into the soft underbelly of the OpTic players. He's in behind their spawns. A is gone. With that point being captured, we add a minute to the game clock. Here we go, Kenny playing it slow and steady. He has the opportunity to go quite big here, quite large. But for now, his teammates are getting dropped around him. He should wait this out.
Well, there is no recognition from OpTic on the map to actually turn around. You see, they were worried a little bit about P5, but if they're keeping track of players, they have to know Kenny is behind them, but it's not looking like that on the minimap.
Nope. OpTic have got a solid front line now, set up through the middle of the map. Octane trying to fight his way out, but Dashy strong shots at range. There's 2 for Big Bruce. Now Kenny's gonna have to spring into action and start trying to pull some of this aggression.
Here he is. I mean, you got ring control, you got him in the point, you got him watching the cross. And this is the moment. If you don't clear him out with these nades off respawn, that's a problem. Nades coming through, everybody alive.
You gotta go, you gotta go. This was a 2-man stack for a moment as OpTic. Time to hit the afterburners, boys. Get over there. Start trying to flush these players out as Kenny nearly turns and burns. Shots are still good. Pressure now has been alleviated as OpTic Texas can now breathe a sigh of relief and get themselves forward. You do have 1 segment captured on B.
And you will absolutely take that 1 segment. That can go a long way on this map, but a minute is a decent chunk of time to work with as long as you have ring control. Talk about the most important gunfights on the map, but for the moment, OpTic is winning them.
OpTic, for now, hold the line. Scumpy's doing what he can and I'll flush these players out of ring. That's the big play for now, big one. 2 members of Thieves down, 2 to go. Big kill. Last man up on this side of the map is going to be Drazah. Can they find him and snuff him out, or will OpTic push forward? 15 lives to the 12 with the LA Thieves.
I mean, with that wipe right there, your odds of winning the round if you're on attack go from 30% to 2. So OpTic right now have the stranglehold. You got Dashy watching the flank as well, and Drazah has made plays from this position before, but his teammates right now, not the best start.
He's going to have to make one hell of a play with 20 seconds on the clock to make something of this. Dashy, he's dancing the dance on the point. 15 seconds now as Drazah, he's trying to make this happen. Waiting for the rest of the team to come through. 2 players now on top side of ring now for OpTic as Envoy finds one. Pressure is now on. Last man there's Drazah. He's trying to make it happen. It shouldn't. 2.8. Octane stops the clock. It is not over yet.
And if they can get this second segment, or maybe even further, talk about the most important gunfights. iLLeY is behind enemy lines, but right now Shotzzy got players on the pillar, but Octane falls out of the time. And OpTic there to make sure no funny business towards the end. But at the same time, 4 ticks on offense on Gavutu. LA Thieves, they'll be happy with it.
They'll be really happy with that. Kenny kicking himself somewhat there in the final seconds. He was a matter of inches away from being able to contest with 1.1 seconds on the clock there. Hard thing to do from prone. But either way, OpTic, they soldier on through and they stay alive. iLLeY's camera is so insane.
Again, he lives inside of the game, probably moves around with the gunfights, and you got to make sure OpTic, this is interesting. They are going for B off the rip. I love this strat call, but if it goes wrong, you do get trapped. You have to make moves, and it is only Octane over towards B.
Octane's doubled back. Scump might check this. Tags are in. Teamwork is there, though, as OpTic, they've got the coverage. iLLeY the man to back him up. Towards the ring now we go. As the LA Thieves are scrambling to try to get some defenders in position, but this is a big play. Octane's got to go big. Kenny now to back him up as well. A huge win. As you may have just stopped the play entirely. Shotzzy stops the clock, though.
And again, these players are going to fall for now. So for OpTic, you go towards B, you make no progress, and now you might get stuck in your spawn. And if Kenny's beaming like that, good luck trying to get past. No map control, no success on B, and potentially no hope, as LA Thieves right now, decent amount of control.
Yeah, great amount of control. Player towards boat, player towards ring. They have all their bases covered quite literally. And Drazah, my good gracious, doesn't care. Woohoo! Dashy, hot hands, stays alive. 30 seconds on the round. The LA Thieves tie things up. iLLeY now looking to push his way forward. Can't catch Octane. He's posted up in a big way. Here comes Shotzzy. Scrambles out of spawn. Gets to the top both sides. Stays alive for a moment. And here we go. The dance. There's 15 seconds remaining in the round. He stops the clock, but he is in serious trouble. Surrounded on all sides. And iLLeY, a staggered hit. There's 10 seconds on the round.
Hey, I mean, well, maybe a last-ditch effort over towards B. Dashy is leaning that direction. The green arrows are there to follow, but Octane's watching the cross. Octane, beamy as ever. Number 4 makes it with 0.4 on the clock. Wow. But good luck trying to make this happen.
Good luck, have fun. It's a 2-man stack. At the very least, you might be able to walk away with a segment, but that's ring control now. Go there with the Thieves. Scump the backline safe.
You gotta stay on.
Not over yet. If you kill that player, it's over. Envoy now flying forward. Envoy into the point. Envoy wins the round.
And that is a missed opportunity as well off the rip from OpTic. Octane was the lone defender, but he pinned 2 players back. Bought his team enough time for the reinforcements. And I mean, hey, I like the attempt to try to make move towards B, but that is just now a massive advantage for LA Thieves in this game. I mean, 3 total ticks, and I think OpTic, it has been a little bit rare. I know they pulled off one against Toronto, you know, just a dominant round on defense. And funnily enough, I think LA Thieves saying anything you can do, we can do better. They are leaning towards this B zone.
Yeah, they're going for it. Shotzzy to the man to back it on up, but his presence will be given up. They'll know he's on it. Now it's just a matter of checking it. Yeah, Dave Octane with a big win. OpTic still in a strong position to hit this point ASAP. Kenny with a slow capture. They're on B. It's a 1-man hit for now, and Kenny, it's a 1-man show. He is slaying his way through the members of OpTic Texas. 15 and 6. It's a 5 spree now for Octane as he continues to put in the good work.
And he just gets to watch the cross. He's got a little bit of help from the P1 cut, but now he's by himself and he does get chopped down, so B has been secured. And not a single tick has come through, but the difference between LA Thieves and OpTic, when OpTic got shut down, they had no map control. When LA Thieves lose the pressure towards B, the other teammates were at least getting a clearance on this bottom side of the map. So LA Thieves doing a much better job of keeping that map control and keeping the dream alive.
To see how frustrating it is to be an OpTic member right now, trying to play against this magnificent teamwork of the LA Thieves. A captured, another minute to play with. The LA Thieves absolutely running the show here. Let's go for a quick listen in.
Two-top circle, guys. Two-top circle. Brandon,
He's outside.
Yeah.
Slide.
Brandon circle as well. Brandon kills.
Leave my back. Outer. He was on I'll see him outer. In the corner. One shot, Brandon.
Get the tick. Good job.
Yep. Zach, how you cross?
Two radio. Tree rock.
Okay.
Good tick. Let's go around again. Yeah, good play. I'm going to run again as well. Brandon should be our big rock.
He'll be mid on me.
Brandon should be truck spot, big rock area.
I'm in back ring right now.
One's our circle steps.
Anybody look radio?
Our circle steps. No, we went through both.
Okay.
Yeah, I get into the circle. You're going to the top three trying to do that shit.
Yeah, okay.
Behind me.
Oh, yeah, top boat.
Nice.
Jump in the base.
Solid effort out of the LA Thieves to get the capture there. Not able to get the job done, but chance they have secured defense.
Yeah, guaranteed defense for the round 5 should they get there. And honestly, just a pleasure to listen to Octane. I feel like he has leveled up his gameplay. His Shotzzy levels up the map. That's a new one.
Chance, Mack. No more secrets. Can't hold on to them going to the next game. Shotzzy. Forward he flies. Trying to clear out every possible point. Nice work. In and out he goes. Over to the point now. Defense reigns. Shotzzy with a 3 spree.
Always the opportunity to try to play for a glide bomb. Maybe get that long term, but OpTic already in a tough spot. Only at the halfway point in this game.
Oh my God.
Still time for LA Thieves to work with. 2 players through the middle of the map. You play the same corner twice. Octane there to make the reads. They have ring control. The nades coming through. Now they're trying to fight towards B. Dashy though trying to hold him back, but that's not enough. You got Kenny causing enough problems. They're going to be able to stop this clock, and this is a 9 versus 7.
Oh my good God, this is a big one. It's only Drazah capturing the point for now, but the teamwork is there. Here comes the contest. Shotzzy, great work. Keeps the point safe. The clock starts to run once again. Envoy in the contest now as well. Scump gets brought down. Shotzzy, can you win another big gunfight? There's no lives left now for OpTic Texas.
I mean, 6v4, again, if you can stop the clock, or maybe if you just kill him quick enough, 6v3, OpTic are dropping like flies.
They're running out of lives now, 3v5. The clock's still ticking. It could come down to time as Kenny in the inside of the rock. Shots from Shotzzy. Can he find the kill? The reposition now, and the covering fire from above. Dashy, the saving grace. Can he manage to get on the point, but for no longer? It's a foot race now, Big Bruce. He may have just won it. See the rounds. That's good God almighty, it was a tough one.
Look, the crowd is cheering for OpTic, but I'd still be sweating. That is a nail-biter round where they are on defense and winning by the skin of their teeth. I mean, the difference between these two teams and like the post-attack towards B at the start of the rounds, LA Thieves are just straight up outplaying them. Now that being said, obviously for OpTic, if they pull off an offensive win, they win the game, but they need one of these next 2 offensive rounds. They gotta make some magic happen.
This time they're not going to B, this time they go straight towards A, and it's Shotzzy gets a 2 right off the rip. Now you got pressure on A. Will they stack this fast? That's the question. Again, the center is now sprung to life.
Shotzzy gets caught. You still got a little bit of presence towards A, but Octane's there, so you have gunfights and players all over the map, but OpTic just get picked apart. Any progress they had gets stuffed. You lose the mid-map control, and maybe you go to ring. Well, the trades are there for LA Thieves. And I think OpTic might be trying to force this B zone.
The sneaky Shotzzy managed to make his way forward. The ring now pressured, but Drazah, he's in. Oh my God! What a kill! As Drazah now driving the LA Thieves forward, looking to set up the trap. And look at that mini-map. Left-hand side, OpTic, their backs are against the ropes. Can they survive this?
Oh, he's looking for number 5. He is looking for the glide. They already got the defense, and if you get the extra artillery in the background, you will take it. You are pinned in your spawn, and this might be a 5 kill to go into this final round. OpTic have to be stressing.
Final 25 seconds, here we go. Let's dive in with a quick listen in with OpTic Texas.
I'm one shot. I can't get B5, absolute Sam. He's still there. I'm one top chip.
I'm trying to get to
you. Kill me for beat on. They're hold. Kenny. He's going in boat.
Catch it.
One's in our base. I'm for this guy in our base. I'm taking a B. Guy in our base dead.
It's not over yet. No, they can't get on the point, but they can get on A. So now, Operation Capture A as fast as humanly possible with your OpTic Texas. 3.8 seconds on the round. Here come the Thieves. It's Octane through the front door, blows them wide open. Final round. And the LA Thieves have secured defense. OpTic, this is match point.
I mean, again, looking to bury them on GVHU. LA Thieves, I mean, this is a match for top 3 to avoid having to play New York down in losers bracket. And they're looking for the most dominant series win we have seen this tournament. OpTic have had no sort of success. I mean, like 2 total ticks, and now they need to get both zones or win on kills. They got to find a way to make this happen. They got to find a way to deal with Kenny, who is on a 5 already. And he can take his sweet time to play for these kills.
It's a 2-2 split towards either side.
Oh, B is
nice
open
kills,
though. B is open.
They're on B now. Drazah trying to catch him out. Big shots as iLLeY has been pressured. But that's a 2-man stack for now. And they are shoulder to shoulder inside that boat. The nades are going to hurt. Scump's still alive for now. Last man for OpTic. The first segment comes through. And this is the best look they've had on B so far.
I mean, you call that the best look. I call that an instant retake. Now, admittedly, they did get 1 tick. So long term, that could come into effect. But we talked about it. They still just do not have mid-map control. Kenny, in the meantime, can't get the glide. Another small thing going right for OpTic.
Drazah last man up alive. Tags are in. You haven't killed him yet, though. The job is not done. There we go. OpTic now with the numbers on towards the A side.
And I think Dashy doing enough over towards B that LA Thieves are going to constantly have to wrap back. That should be the opening for his teammates to make the progress towards A. And if you can gun a couple of these players
down. God. Oh my pistol. Dashy, just do it. Hold them back. Your boys are doing the work at A. 1 segment remains.
Yeah, you better make sure you get this go, because these are looking to pounce, and you just get dropped. Now you are back to square 1, stuck in your spawn.
OpTic have got to be so decisive now on the push out. You have to get these kills, you have to get moving real quick. 45 seconds remain, and Envoy has somehow stayed alive. Oh my God, the pinch is on. Scump finds a kill. And Shotzzy will make his way across beach. Stays alive! Oh my God, will OpTic catch him out or not? Scump keeps the fight going. Slow and steady, wins the race, 35 on the clock.
I mean, look, so much progress on both these points, but you are running out of time. OpTic desperate to find an opening, and it gets shut down in their face. Last-ditch effort, this is it. You have to get A.
Gotta get A. 22 seconds remain. The capture now what? iLLeY can't get it cleaned up. The team kill comes through. Last few seconds now, we should see A captured. Here we go. A minute added to the game clock. 13 lives for OpTic Texas here in the series.
We're gonna find out if that early tick is enough to get them there in the end. Ring control dominated right now by LA Thieves. OpTic not a good start. Envoy the Prince there to take down 2.
10 lives, 1 minute. History in the making. The LA Thieves here in Vanguard. Trying to apply the pressure, trying to set the trap. The Scump and Shotzzy are having none of it. Octane the last man up on this side of the map, and oh my good God. Oh my good God, he's going to eat him alive! It's 2 for the Roo! Over 40 seconds remaining in the round.
7 lives to win a round on offense. Don't know how you do it. You gotta get multiple cleans, 4 down, but you die every single time. But there's 3. This might be it. Octane the next one in. If he gets this, there's the glide.
Oh my God! It is sensational gameplay from Octane. iLLeY makes it onto the point. The final lives for OpTic here in the series. And he's pissing metal. Streaks, here they come. An 8 spree. The final 20 seconds of the series. He might kill them all. My God! It is an absolute massacre. It's the final 20 seconds now upon us. The final 10 ticking away. 2 lives left for OpTic. Dashy fighting tooth and nail. Kills are there. Scump, it all comes down to you. It is an unprecedented victory for the LA Thieves. A 3-0 here at COD Champs. And sweet child of mine, what a drubbing it was. They certainly ran that one up, holy shit. Right, so Chance, where do we go from here? Top 3 for the LA Thieves. And now, OpTic, they got to play the New York Subliners in the lower bracket.
And I think right there, LA Thieves trying to hand them up on a silver platter. I mean, they just dug the graves all 4 down the line to see if New York can finish the job and bury him. But that is, I mean, easily one of the most dominant series we have seen this year. I mean, bro, literally setting the tone off the rip on that GvU2 hard point. Don't challenge us on GvU2 indeed.
Exactly what we saw from the LA Thieves at the New York Major. Incredibly dominant performance. Playing the game like no one else does right now. And a 3-0 team like OpTic Texas, that is an unbelievable result. They have to feel fantastic after that. Top 3 secured. They play Atlanta FaZe in the winner's bracket final. Our 2 red teams run it up against each other one more time.
And I would leave the lobby too. If I just went 12-31 for the L, I would do the exact same thing.
A brutal result for OpTic Texas. Now we will test their mental game and their resolve as they will have to play New York, and it's a showdown against Crim, man. I mean, it all comes together.
And Subliners are licking their lips too watching this series.
If we could write this, I don't know if it'd be any better. If we had the ability to like script this, I don't know if it would be better than that, because that was one hell of a series. The LA Thieves have got to be feeling fantastic in front of a hometown crowd. Kenny's on stage with Blaze.
Thank you so much, Miles and Chance. Los Angeles, give it up for your LA Thieves as they go to the winners finals to play up against Atlanta FaZe. Kenny, that's the first 3-0 that we've seen in a while. How did y'all make it look so easy?
I mean, yesterday we looked kind of shaky, but it was like some first match type things. Today we just came in, made sure we're playing our lives, playing together, talking to each other. And when we're all on like that, you can see we can dominate like that.
Yeah, and I gave you a little criticism backstage. I said, Kenny, come on, you gonna step it up today? You said, it ain't no thing. Watch me work, and what a show you put up on here on the stage here. Now, when it comes down to that winners finals, y'all going up against Atlanta FaZe. Y'all took them out last time in losers finals. You ready to play them again?
I mean, they're looking good. It's definitely a match we're looking forward to into this tournament. So excited for it, going to prep for it, and hopefully show out again.
There you go. Now looking to go back in your hometown. This crowd has been cheering for you all day. What you want to tell these guys?
Thank you, guys. We hear you for sure. Trying to go back to back. Love you guys.
That does it for me and Kenny here on the stage. Hey, we got a lot to break down, Desk.
Yeah, but we certainly do. That was unbelievable. One of the more convincing series that we have seen. We're going to take a look at our Scump play of the game. It's going to be the final moments of that as LaRue is going off. But Joe, while we're watching the play, I just want to kind of talk through, like, you just had concerns around the vetoes and the maps that this is going to go to due to some of the stuff that OpTic won't play.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the Berlin talk time and time again, and this is the reason why. You get a guy like Octane on GvU2. I mean, listen, OpTic has had a really good gap hardpoint all year long. I guess I don't really mind that, but this one, the control, I mean, if you can maybe match them in Berlin control, especially the way that plays. I just look at the OpTic team when you have playmakers like Shotzzy and Scump, inside of those control points. I think that's when they have a much higher impact than here. But I mean, obviously you just have to give props to LA Thieves. I mean, those guys, those respawns were insane. Even though they lost 2 offenses, they almost won them both.
Yeah, I mean, I love what you said there. I think a lot of the community is going to really talk about the maps, but I just think it's pick your poison. Thieves have been disgusting on Berlin as well. Like, they were going to get cooked in this series regardless. Thieves are just a more prepared team. And when it comes to the Gav, like OpTic was 2-0 on the Gav hardpoint. They're probably feeling confident going into it. It's like LA Thieves hasn't played it as much, but in this series, they didn't stand a chance against LA Thieves.
aLLeY, what was that? Like, just from the map 1, like, that was like the biggest beatdown we've seen on the year.
Blaze said that there was a lot to break down, but there's nothing to break down. There's absolutely, we literally had the stat pull up right before that map 3, and Drazah had like a 1.95. Everybody followed behind him with like 1.5s, 1.3s. That's actually, to stay to your point, that is the second worst loss in hardpoint this season.
I stand corrected.
But the first one was a 250-57, 1 point difference, and it was Thieves versus Paris on GvU2 hardpoint. So, give or take.
Interesting. Joe, one other thing you kind of said, iLLeY, I think your exact wording was he can't get smoked in this series if they're going to have a chance. And I mean, he got bodied in the map 3.
Well, yeah, the map 3 as well. I think the map 1, I mean, the entire team did. But when you play a GvU2, like, you just rely a lot on your ARs. I mean, he's in that position. He's just got to be a little bit better. Obviously, there's going to be moments. There's going to be maps like that. I think the thing for OpTic is you didn't get to that map 4. If you get to that Tuscan hardpoint, I think there's a chance there, right? It's just they couldn't get there. They couldn't extend that series to get to that back half of the maps where it's a little bit better for them. Again, it just comes down to that search and destroy. But you got to give Drazah a lot of props in map number 2. I mean, the guy literally plays like S&D tournaments with his girlfriend. He's always grinding. Like, dude, this dude loves playing COD. You can see it here.
Yeah, no, you absolutely can. Now, before we head out for the day and we get ready for the wild continuation of this championship weekend, I want to talk a little bit, just kind of a recap for people who maybe didn't see everything through the first couple of series. aLLeY, take me through Ravens Subliners to kick off the day.
It was a lot closer than I think most people expected. Obviously, we've had Game 5s all weekend, but London was certainly a dark horse in this series, and New York Subliners end up out on top, though. They're still continuing that run from Major 4, and, hearts breaking for the London Royal Ravens. They were doing so much online, and it was actually that one series that I was like, Gizmo is proving a lot of people wrong right now. He's doing well, he's playing well, but the ice was just in New York Subliners' favor, Yeah,
Gizmo certainly played well in this series. I mean, finally, right? But, for New York Subliners, it's the back-to-back Berlins at the end. I mean, that's how London Royal Ravens lost their first series, and once again here, I think the story really is just the ice on the side of Hydra. He was popping off throughout this entire series. I think in their first game, like, we saw how, Paulehx and Kismet, they weren't exactly playing the same. Paulehx still really not putting it together.
They're not playing that well. I mean, they're surviving.
That's what
they
I'm
are
saying.
surviving.
They really are surviving, but we saw, man, when they needed to in that Berlin, they really turned up.
Well, let's take a look at our next series. We continue on. We are looking at Boston and Ultra. And Joe, I mean, Ultra, the team that we thought
nobody
champs
wants to play
time.
them.
Yeah, they got a chance to make a little run.
I mean, you saw the tweet from Formal to Dashy yesterday. Like, those guys are so hard to put down. We're seeing more from Cammy and Kleenex, the superstars that we saw last year. It feels like things are starting to click, especially in the respawn. I wouldn't want to play this Ultra team. They are super resilient. Their teamwork is unbelievable. They are a scary force down in the losers.
I'm right there with you. The one thing about Toronto Ultra is that they are always playing close together as a team. That teamwork will always come out and shine in the end. I feel like that really showed in the respawns in this series, because Boston was hanging there in the slaying department, but it was just the fact that when Ultra got all 4 down, it was in concise precision of when they needed to get that break. It was always the teamwork. It was always the trading. It was always them being on top of one another. And, we have to say goodbye to the Boston Breach. Unfortunately, it was an uncharacteristic series out of Vivid. A little bit of ups and downs with the SMGs. They just weren't able to put on the end. They had that incredible 6-0 in Search and Destroy, but their respawns didn't look like they had recently.
They certainly didn't. And now for Surge FaZe, Joe and I casted that, obviously, but I guess... What was that like to watch? Because Joe and I were in the midst of it, right?
It was exhilarating. I think it was like, it's just one of those matches, one of the most fun times I've had watching. I mean, each hard point just came down to the very end, and you could feel it. On that second rotation of the hills, you're like, okay, it looked like it's
here we go.
Once again, here we go. And I mean, these guys really delivered. And then that search and destroy as well. We've had a lot of searches throughout the tournament, a lot of Game 5s, but that was like the definition of a champ search and destroy. Just how slow it was, the adjustments that had to be made. Atlanta FaZe, like, bringing out some new strategies, the bait and switch, and trying to just pick apart accuracy and Simp. It's just such a beautiful round, and also the stresses of a search and destroy like that we saw.
100%. Joe, I've said it many times. I think if FaZe have a good search and destroy weekend, they win the entire thing. So far, 3-1.
I would say yes, but they are having still some troubles in respawns.
Yeah, that's true.
They're going up against LA Thieves, who is a step ahead of pretty much everyone in the respawns. They beat FaZe last event, in a 3-1 fashion where, I think FaZe wins the search. Like, they lost all the respawns. So, I mean, this is just one of those situations where FaZe has to look at those hard points. They need to figure out what to do. Like, I don't know, the comms at the end of the game, they need to be on the same page.
And then when you look at this matchup as well now, it's like Atlanta facing there, we have to get rid of GvU2. Like, we just have to remove it from the series. Forced to go back to
I think they're going to go for it.
I don't know. Like, after seeing that, I think I'm getting rid of it. It's tough. It just puts, nevertheless, it puts them and their coaching staff in a tough spot.
Sure, absolutely. Now we're talking kind of going forward now. So let's take a look at the bracket, how we got here and where we're going as the weekend continues on. So you'll see in the winners final, we've got FaZe, Thieves on the bottom side of it, OpTic Subliners, and Surge Ultra. aLLeY, I don't know. It's just, here we go. Here we go.
Yeah, I mean, everybody strap in. I mean, we're in for a very long and exciting day tomorrow. I mean, FaZe and Thieves once again. Like, I'm going to echo what Ant was saying. Like, yeah, you got to get rid of Gav, but then you think about, like, Thieves, you can think of Kenny on Berlin, and it's like, what do you do against this squad? But I'm happy to see the New York Subliners versus OpTic series. I feel like that's going to be a big bounce back for OpTic, and New York, again, proving what they can do in the losers bracket.
And listen, look at this. There are 5 matches tomorrow. The team that starts, or one of the teams that start in losers round 2, they play 3 games. They're going to play losers round 2,
if you're going to make the run,
and losers final. In my bracket, I think someone who wins losers round 2 makes it to Sunday. I do. I think somebody gets hot tomorrow, and they're able to make it all the way to the final.
So you're saying one of the teams in the winners final you don't think will be there?
They're going to drop and play a team that's won back-to-back
That's what I was going to say. The team that starts and runs all the way through losers finals, they are going to have the most momentum we've ever seen going into a grand finals. So this is setting up for a ridiculous ending.
Yeah, I mean, it's just been nuts. We've been having a blast. I mean, you kind of hope for it. It's been a weird year, obviously, with a bunch of different champions, and who knows, we're going to a game. We just had so many game 5s. Yeah, it's been very Vanguard-y, 100%. But, like, it's been so entertaining and so fun. And let's look at the fun continuing on. Here's our schedule for day 3, Saturday. That's mañana. This is how it's going to play out. Surge Ultra, OpTic Subliners, FaZe, Thieves to kick it off, and then TBD obviously for the final few matches. And I'm just hoping for more magic, man. This has been a blast.
I love these matchups, man. I mean, when you look at the first 2, it's like Respawn versus Search and Destroy. It's just going to be more game 5s. I can't wait.
I thought you said we were starting at 10:30 tomorrow, man.
I think we are.
I thought it was.
That definitely said 12.
noon.
I went to the website, said 10:30.
Okay, well, it was an early day. I was looking forward to it, but you know, whatever. We got a lot of matches.
What time were you up today?
5:30 in the morning.
What?
I don't know. I just woke up. I'm old, I guess.
I slept 10 hours. I slept beautifully. It was incredible. But hey, enough about our sleep schedules. Thank you to those in the venue, to those at home. The 2022 championship has been nuts here for the CDL, and the action continues on tomorrow. You do not want to miss it. Mark your calendars. Even though it's tomorrow, set an alarm. I don't care. Tell your grandparents, your friends, your pets. We'll see you tomorrow.
Back with a new rap, lighting up the dark on a new path. Never can be stopped, I'ma prove that. Tough as a rock, I'm a shock, I'm a champion. Brighten up the night like a full moon. Ready for the challenge, overcoming too. Never can be stopped, yeah, the chains loose. Ready for the fight, do it right. I'm a brick by brick, never stick by stick. We gon' build it so strong, baby, grit by grit. Let's go. You thought I wouldn't make it, it was inch by inch. Moving step by step, quicksand so thick. Pain bite like a bit, but I got a fire in me. It just lit like a bomb tick tick. I move like the champs do, microphone spit. Lyrics in the mix, make you smile and take a pic. Then to hit another level, turning up the bass and the treble. Fighting opposition like a rebel. Gotta make you feel it, never settle. It's getting real, boy, like Geppetto. Hard like some metal. I can feel the weight every single day. But we gaining power, victory awaits. We about to break through the gate. Stepping on the scene like a grape. I'm coming back with a new rap. Lighting up the dark on a new path. Never can be stopped, I'ma prove that. Tough as a rock, I'm a shock, I'm a champ. Brighten up the night like a full moon. Ready for the challenge, overcoming too. Never can be stopped, yeah, the chains loose. Ready for the fight, do it right, I'm a champion. Building up muscle mass week to week. Let's go. The heart of a champion, beat to beat. Swing with the best of them, cheek to cheek. And focus on the mission, man, until it's complete. Battle through the heat, no defeat. Moving through the valley, no retreat. The team stay elite, they can't compete. We earn what we get and don't cheat. We burn through your squad, no cease. We're entering a new phase. About to see some brand new days. Coming out the blaze. Pushing through with no delays. Gear it up, this is the way. It's hard like some metal. I can feel the weight every single day. But we gaining power. Victory awaits. We about to break through the gate. Stepping on the scene like a grape. I'm coming back with a new rap. Lighting up the dark on a new path. Never can be stopped, I'ma prove that. as a rock, I'm a shot, I'm a champ. Brighten up the night like a full moon. Ready for the challenge, overcoming too. Never can be stopped, yeah, the chains loose. Ready for the fight,